Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. I almost said happy Friday. I'm so accustomed to doing these on a Friday, but I've now changed it to a Thursday. So you let me know which one you like better, and we'll see. I don't mind doing it either day. Both days are always busy for me, thank goodness. So, anyways, so I'd like to welcome you again to MPowered Talks, another amazing summit. So today's theme is leadership with God. And oh my goodness, I have the most amazing lineup for you. You will love it. So we will be streaming here live on my Facebook all day until actually today. So we're supposed to end at 3 usually, but because I added another extra person, so an extra bonus for you. We're actually probably not going to be finished until 4 o'clock. And hopefully at 4, because after that I have a course I'm in. So, which we will discuss probably not much today, but definitely next month. So I just want to let you know, next month, June 13th, will be the next one. And that is going to be the Rocky Road to Success is the theme for that one. So that's going to be interesting. So all of these people that are on here are either CEOs of companies or they are, well, they're all entrepreneurs because no matter, whether it's network marketing or whatever, you're always working for yourself anyways, right? So what I aim to do with this is to empower and educate and just inspire everyone who ever wanted to be an entrepreneur. If you have that desire in your heart, you should absolutely follow it. And there's going to be all kinds of stories you're going to hear today. And all the time, this is what we do is we have stories for you to help inspire you so that you understand that you are not the only one. And here we have Lori. Hi, Lori.
Obviously my lighting is not good, so give me like 30 seconds.
No problem. I'm going to continue talking.
Okay, sounds good.
So, so Lori is Lori is here. I'm so blessed to have Lori McNeil here all the time. She has been here on all of them. I've been doing these for about 3.5 years now, but this year I decided to do one every single month. And so I have been doing them one every single month. So yes, so my aim with all of this is to help inspire anyone who thinks they might like to be an entrepreneur, but somehow thinks they can't, or even if you are an entrepreneur already and you're struggling and you're coming up against all kinds of challenges, because Lord knows we do. And so today's theme, leadership with God, is going to be so good. I just came back from an event in Maryland in the US, and it was such an amazing Connected Leaders Academy event, and I have some amazing speakers that I actually stole from there for today. So you are going to be blessed with all kinds of wonderful information. I urge you to get yourself a notebook, a journal, something, paper, anything, write notes. You don't want to miss this. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And I'm getting all kinds of notifications because, all kinds of stuff is going on out there. So we'll just wait for Lori to heal her lighting situation. She's amazing. So she travels the world all the time. And no matter where she's at, no matter what time zone, this woman is so professional, which is one of the reasons I love her so much. It doesn't matter where she is, she shows up. She shows up, she keeps her word. She's big on integrity. I love integrity. So, I should have an entire, and, maybe I will, an entire summit on just integrity alone. And so because we're getting so filled up with these people, like today, I had to actually say no to people. And we were actually going to go into 8 hours. And I don't mind stretching it out every once in a while to an 8-hour level. However, my sweet spot is 6 hours. And so I'm already at 7. So I'm thinking about adding another day. So this may end up being a 2-day event. So it may be a Thursday and a Friday. And then if that gets filled, it may end up being a 3-day event. So I'm doing so well. I'm now at the point where I have people calling me and asking me if there's room, could they come? And I interview everyone personally. So if you are interested, please DM me. I am super open to hearing anyone's story. If you are a fit, that's great. And if you're not, please don't take it personally. This platform is not for everyone. This is for entrepreneurs and people who want to be entrepreneurs. You know, I was just recently on a Zoom, and it was a network marketing company. And one of the ladies that was, you know, being interviewed to see if she would be a great fit. We were all sort of getting interviewed. Of course, I got in. And she was saying, "Oh, is this a pyramid?" And I'm like, okay. First of all, let's debunk the whole pyramid thing. Isn't everything a pyramid? Isn't there a CEO and then mid-management and then employees everywhere, like everywhere, internationally? So what's the beef about network marketing? So I think it's because people actually have to do some work and they don't want to. So there it is. And so those are not my people. This may not be for you if this is how you think. But if you're looking to become an entrepreneur and you want some mindset boosting and you want some, wait till you hear what Lori has to say. I mean, I'm telling you right now, grab a pen, go get paper if you haven't already. You do not want to miss this. Lori is spectacular, and look at her lighting, how amazing. And I am going to read her bio now. Lori is an international media marketing and branding expert who specializes in helping entrepreneurs and business leaders understand the power of developing one cohesive plan. She sure is. She is a powerful speaker. Oh, let me say that again. She is a powerful speaker who empowers and inspires others to step into their greatness and use media to reach more people and increase sales. Who doesn't want to increase sales? Grab your pens, you still have time. Lori was selected as an official speaker for the Think and Grow Rich World Legacy Tour and was invited as a featured speaker for Turning Point 2020 with 2.25 million people attending live. She is featured in media over 500 times a year, and her global work earned her the Lifetime Presidential Service Award. And most recently, the Global Visionary Leader Award, as well as special leadership recognition by the LA Tribune. Lori McNeil, take it away.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience in dealing with my lighting. I am in the Bahamas today. And I thought I had good lighting and I had to move things around to get a little bit better lighting. So I realize it's not ideal, but thank you for your patience in that. I am here as a keynote speaker at Atlantis in Nassau, and it's been an amazing several days. I did a keynote in Chicago before that, and I'm landing in Miami tonight to do another keynote, and then in Tampa in front of 1,000 people for another keynote. So I'm on a little bit of a tour, and I'm so glad for technology because it allows me to be here with you guys this morning. So I am excited to be here, Marianne. Thank you so much for having me. You are a rock star, and you're always so patient and so generous with your comments and your support for me. And I love supporting you back in everything that you're doing. And it's just a beautiful relationship and friendship. So thank you so much for having me again on your broadcast. It's always an honor to be a keynote opening up your events. And with that, let's just roll right into it. For those of you who do not know me, I'm Lori McNeil. I'm an international business strategist that specializes in media, branding, and marketing. And I teach the trifecta of those three things in order to build your strong foundation for your overall business plan and not just throw a little bit of spaghetti at the wall when you have a little bit of extra time and a little bit of extra money, which is what a lot of people do. So when you actually understand what that means and how important that is to allocate funds and a strategy from the very beginning, you actually can completely catapult your success. I like to equate it to the tortoise and the hare. You know, that consistent action, whatever it is, wherever your budget is, and continue to build up on that will actually get you further faster. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. So we're here talking also about God and about all of the amazing things that that each of us have within us, that we were created to be on this earth in order to do exactly what we were called to do. So I am honored. I am excited to be here with you guys, and I want you guys to really dig deep into understanding more about who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve, and everything within you that allows you to be you. And understand that there is a God in a universe that love you and that are absolutely conspiring for you and for your best interest in a very, very powerful way. With you, not against you. And I say that because I know that sometimes as entrepreneurs, it feels like sometimes the world can be against us when all these crazy things happen. So I want you to know and understand that the burning desire within you is in you for a reason, and that you were created for that reason. And it doesn't matter how many health coaches there are, and it doesn't matter how many business strategists there are, and it doesn't matter if how many there are of anything else in your industry. There is no such thing as competition, because nobody can be you. Nobody shows up the way that you do. Nobody teaches the way that you do, coaches the way that you do, has the heart that you do. And when you understand the deeper value of who you are, then that's a complete mindset shift around your value in this world and your mission in this world and your calling and your appointment to do exactly what it is that only you can do. People can rip off your material. They can copy your mannerisms. They can copy a lot of stuff. But the reality is that you will reach the people that you are meant to reach, because nobody truly can be you. And when you think about that in terms of your messaging, and when you think about that in terms of how you show up in the world, on social media, in media platforms, on broadcasts, whatever that is within whatever it is that you're doing, because you should be the same person and maintain that continuity, that consistency across all aspects of how you're showing up in the world. When you do that, then you will attract the right people that you are supposed to attract. And there's no such thing as, oh, well, they stole my client and they have my material and they're trying to copy me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because nobody can be me. Nobody has my crazy personality in this world. And nobody can be Marianne, and nobody can be anybody else. And that's the beautiful thing about who you are, is it's not really about what you say. You're meant to be an expert in the area that you're an expert in, and people need your help. But people buy from people they like, know, and trust. And they like, know, and trust you and who you are. And people will buy from people. People want to have results, yes, but they're not as bad as they want that result. Very few people in this world will buy from somebody that they actually hate, can't stand, and don't like, and all those other things. So when you understand the deeper value of who you are, and even if you're only meant to reach one person, that one person needs you. The world needs you to show up and be you. And so when that is really, truly, deeply understood, then you can start to dig into your overall branding essence of your messaging. So there's a reason I'm making the connection, and I'm starting off the broadcast with this in this particular way, because it's not possible for you to have the correct messaging in order to reach the people that you're meant to reach if you don't do this deeper dive, and if you don't stand firmly in who you are and understand who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve. Because my friends, if you don't fully understand that, you can't expect your prospective clients and customers to understand that. And a confused mind never buys. So even if they trust your results, they might like you, they might have this, you're not following through with that equation. that like, know, and trust factor through the consistency that gets them to the purchase. I mean, let's be real, to get to the sale. So if a lot of you are struggling with your ideal client and customer, and I say that because some of you may have a lot of clients, but you're maybe completely exhausted because you're working with the wrong people. And so you're working for people trying to keep the lights on, so to speak, but they're not necessarily the people that you want to work with. So when you are truly authentically yourself and you understand that value, it would be amazing to work with 5 of the right people rather than 50 of the wrong people just to make the sale. So I want you guys to really understand the deeper connection between a lot of the stuff that I'm saying. And if you're taking notes right now, I want you to take notes on what it is that you are doing that needs to be done differently. Whether you need to work on your confidence, you need to work on your messaging, you need to work on your consistency. Okay, there's a lot of things just in the last few minutes that I've mentioned. And I need you to be honest with yourself about where you are so that you can have an amazing second half to this calendar year that's going to catapult you into the next year. You can't keep doing the same thing expecting a different result. So in order to do that, you have to actually be honest. What do you need? What needs to change right now, today? And then put those action steps in place that are going to back up that clock, that are actually going to get there. Thinking about the tortoise and the hare and the consistency of whatever it is that you do. If you can do a couple things a day in your habits, great. If you need to dig deep into, hiring a coach, great. If you have a $50 a month to spend on some type of media or advertising, great. Start with wherever you are with what you have and be consistent with that and moving forward. And I say that because I talk to so many people who say, well, I don't have the budget that you have, Lori, or I don't have the budget that so-and-so has, or I don't have this, or I don't have that. Get out of the negative thinking of what you don't have and concentrate on what you do have, internally and externally. Your internal tools within you are meant for you. You are created to solve external problems. Your internal toolbox allows you to solve external problems in only a way that you can. So focus on the tools that you have and build within those tools continually, every day, every week, every month. What is it that you need to do? I talk to so many people who say, well, Lori, I'm just not on enough stages, or I need more of this. I need more of this. Well, you can't go on vacation every month, or you can't stop working at, 5 o'clock, or you need to work on the weekends, whatever that is. Being an entrepreneur is about doing whatever it takes because you're passionate about it, which means you have the boundaries, absolutely. But it means that you are willing to do whatever it takes. I travel nonstop and I am still working on 1,000 other things when I travel. My work does not stop just because I'm traveling. It may look a little different if I don't have service, but it doesn't stop. So some of you need to realize that it is your lifestyle. You're not creating a job for yourself. This is not a job for yourself. And that is so important because I talk to so many people who are still struggling with that. They think, and I know because I talk to people, that you have the boundary and you're protecting your peace. That's important, absolutely. But you need to understand that it takes years of hard work and dedication and sacrifice to actually get to that time and money freedom that many of you are after. It does not happen overnight. So when you have these elements in place from the very beginning, it's never too late to start. It makes a really big difference in how you even think about approaching that day, how you even think about prioritizing, how you even think about your goals and where you want to go and how fast you want to get there, or how consistently you want to get there with your 5-year plan, your 10-year plan, whatever it is, or if you want financial freedom, 6 and 12 months from now. So you need to be very realistic about where you are right now and be very, very honest with yourself about what needs to change right now and what is holding you back from getting there. Many of you want to be on more stages. You want to be in more media. You want to be seen more. That's great. Put in the work and show up and be there. And it sounds simple, but there's a reason I'm mentioning it. It's because I talk to people all the time that have major mindset that need major mindset shifts in order to actually get to where they want to go. And it all starts in the mind, because then your actions flow from that continually. So I talked about desire. I talked about behavior based on the mindset. My friends, those are all found in Napoleon Hill's amazing book of Think and Grow Rich. If you're not familiar with that, I want to encourage you to read that book, digest it, live it, breathe it. There's a lot of amazing nuggets within that book. There's people I know that read it every single January, every single year, because you should always be growing and changing. And when you grow and change, you have these aha moments, even when you read the same material over and over and over. So I want you guys to think about where you want to go. I'm in media over 500 times a year. So think about where you want to go, and then think about what you actually need to do to get there. Do you need to be more consistent with your newsletter? Do you need to actually learn how to pitch media? Do you need to hire someone, to do some pitches for you, but yet still understand the decisions that need to be made for your business in guiding that whole process, even if you hire someone? Do you need to practice your speech, your speaking, your stage presence, all of these different things? I can tell you that when I was first transitioning out of being a full-time business professor, I basically had kind of two jobs when I was in transition. I would teach all day for the university, and I would pretty much be up all night on different broadcasts around the world, different podcasts, recording videos, developing out curriculum. Now, is that a very healthy thing to do long term? No, but my desire was so deep that it wasn't about the time off for me. I knew that I had a calling and a mission, and I was willing to do whatever it took to actually make that smooth transition so that I can get to be where I am today, which is speaking to all of you amazing people from the Bahamas, which is what a lot of people want. You want to travel, you want to do things. You have your boundaries, absolutely. But some of you need to realize that there are no days off. There are no times off. I have people ask me all the time, well, Lori, you work on Saturday? You work on Sunday? Yes. I work whenever I need to work. I work all the time. And that's what a lot of people need to realize. And I'm saying some truth bombs that may sound simple, but it's for a reason. And I just really feel in my heart that I need to share some of this with you. Because when you understand who you are and who you were created to be, and what God and the universe have for you moving forward, then you are laser focused and you are on that mission. And it is about your mission. It is not about you. So that's what I want you guys to understand, is that when you give and when you serve and when you dig deeper into that desire, you will get everything that you are supposed to get in this life. You will get and be, you will benefit from everything that you want. You just have to understand the connection of how to get there and how important it is for you to more or less have some of these sacrifices. Are you going to travel? Are you going to be on media multiple times a day? If that's what you want, if that's what needs to happen in order for you to get to where you want to go, yes. I'm on broadcasts all day long, bouncing between time zones all day long. And is it kind of crazy? Yeah. But my desire and my mission is stronger than, whatever the inconvenience or whatever the frustration or whatever it might be that is happening that day. And it's not like this is an everyday thing. I'm just saying these are very real things. So if you want more media, you've got to learn the world of media. You've got to understand how to pitch. You've got to understand how to show up. You've got to understand your messaging points. You've got to understand what is the desire is that people are wanting, so that you actually are a raving fan and get asked back, which is like the ultimate compliment. So I want you guys to understand that you need to be consistent with your social media. You want on more stages, you've got to be consistent with what you're doing. You've got to show up on social media. You've got to do your newsletter consistently. There's all of these different things that you have to be consistent with. And most entrepreneurs are actually not very good at the consistency, and you're not very good at the follow through. And then you're wondering why nobody knows who you are and why you're not getting asked to do certain things. So the consistency is basically the secret sauce of that formula. And again, so simple, but most entrepreneurs are not consistent. I have people say to me regularly, Lori, you're one of the most consistent people on social media. I see you on my feed on just about any platform all day long, every day. Yes. And guess what? It works. It absolutely works. So when you, the other thing I get asked is, how do I know which platforms to show up on? When you know who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve, then you understand the demographics of which platforms that you need to be on. Do you need to be on all of them? No. You need to be on your dominant ones of where your ideal client and customer are hanging out. You need to be consistent with that. Show up, show up, show up. In the very beginning, I was doing tons of Facebook Lives or videos or different things. My numbers weren't very high because you have to start somewhere and be consistent with that. There are times when people might not be watching you at all, or maybe you'll get low numbers in your views or low engagement. Okay, there's the part of that is the consistency, and part of that is that you need to pay attention to what people are engaging with and pay more attention to what they're engaging with and do more of what they, through their likes, through their comments, through their interaction, they're telling you what they want. So pay attention to what they want. Is it the text of what you're saying? Is it the content of the video? Is it doing more video? Is it doing more graphics? Is it doing more branded graphics? There's all of these different things, because I have people ask me all the time. They're like, well, Lori, my views are really low. Okay, be consistent with that, but pay attention to the videos that are getting the most engagement. What are the topics that you're talking about? How are you showing up on the videos that are actually getting you the most engagement? Because that data is telling you something, and you need to pay attention to that. The other trick I want you to just share with you, for those of you who don't know this, is that you need to make a post and allow about 30 minutes before you go in and add any links or any hashtags. A lot of people will do that right away. It completely screws up the algorithm, and specifically on Facebook. So you want to wait about 30 minutes, wait for about 30 to 50 people to engage in that, likes, hearts, comments, whatever it is, views, whatever it is. After you hit about that 30 to 50 range, then you go back and add the hashtags, and you add the website links for your call to action or whatever that is. And you can change up even the verbiage within the text, because the algorithm has already kind of been set, and it's telling Facebook, oh, there's quite a bit of engagement in this. So Facebook is smart. The people at Facebook are, they're intelligent people. They understand what you're doing. They understand that you're trying to pull people away from Facebook, that you're trying to sell something. So you have to try to beat them at their own game. So you want to wait about 30 minutes and make sure that you have a little bit of engagement, and then go back. Does that take time? Yes. But are the results worth it? Absolutely. So that's the part. All of this takes time. There is no fast track to success. As much as people are trying to search for that and find that, you really can't fast track it. I talk to people all the time who try to sweep things under the rug, not building some of these foundational things, not understanding them. And then eventually they're building a house of cards. Or even if they're at that 6-figure mark or that million mark or whatever it is, the question I always want to ask them is, how much more successful, how much more of an impact can you have if you actually backed up and did things correctly? Because you can only fake it till you make it for so long, and pretty soon you're going to hit some kind of a roadblock, or just limit your own success because of how you're doing things and how you're not doing things. So I want you guys to understand that the foundation of some of these things that I'm sharing for you is so important. And when I'm talking about the internal, it absolutely has a direct correlation with how you show up in media, how your brand is perceived, how you show up with your marketing messages. You have to start with the internal before you can move forward and understand how to even make some of those decisions and really put that trifecta in place. Some of you need to understand the direct connection between marketing and branding. Marketing through your 3 main messaging points is what gets people in the door. Branding is what keeps them coming back. They are 2 separate things, but when you use them together, they are powerful when you understand how that works. So your messaging is super important. Once you do the deeper dive of who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve, and you understand who's coming into your world, who you're attracting, then you understand the emotional connection that those people need to connect with in order to work with you. You understand the colors behind what you're doing. You understand the typography. You understand the social media platforms of where they're hanging out. You understand who they are and what's important to them, not just the problems that you're trying to solve in the business world, but the emotional connection of what gets to them on a deeper level to where they like, know, and trust you. And everything within your messaging, everything within your branding needs to maintain that continuity. I can't tell you how many people will hire someone to write their copy for them, whether it's a newsletter or social media, whatever that is. And then they show up and their branding is totally off. They're unprofessional. They speak differently than their copywriter, writes the written material. There's all these things that are raising red flags for people consciously or, subconsciously, and they might not be able to figure it out. And that's a lot of times why you end up being frustrated as a client or customer and why you end up working with the wrong people. So if you hire somebody, whatever it is that you're hiring it out, you still have to steer your own vehicle. You still have to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. So it's super important for you guys to understand all these connections, even when you're hiring different pieces out. That's why I teach, and this is the educator coming out in me and the coach coming out in me. It's important for you to understand why those decisions need to be made, even if you're not the one actually doing them. You need to always maintain control of your company, of your brand, of the decisions that are being made under your brand. This is why a lot of people get so frustrated thinking, oh, I just hired the expert. I just trusted them. They were just supposed to do what they're supposed to do. Yes, that's true. That's why you hire experts, but you still need to be in complete control of what is going on under your brand and for you, and maintaining that continuity across every experience that people are having.
It's like she froze a bit, so we'll just wait until she unfreezes. I guess everything else is perfect in the Bahamas, but maybe not so much the internet. I'm coming back on, she says. Okay, she just messaged me.
Oh, perfect.
Let's try to see. Oh, there she is. I know Lori always has such great information, and thank you everyone so much for the comments. Please keep them coming. I can't see everyone, so I can't say individually hello to everyone, but here we have Lori back, so I'm gonna give it away to Lori. Okay.
Well, that's technology in the Bahamas for you, apparently.
Exactly what I said. I go, I think the universe does that on purpose. Bahamas is a vacation place. So if we have perfect internet, that means we're working all the time, right? So
that's right.
All good. All good.
Yeah, thank you for your patience with that. So what I want you all to understand is that there is a direct correlation, and we've heard this, but you don't always hear about how important some of the internal mindset issues are when it comes to some of the branding, media, and marketing, because those are more like visual identifiers, visual assets. But what I want you to understand is that can't happen to the extent that it needs to happen for you to attract the ideal client and customer unless you understand all the internal stuff and all of the mindset stuff behind it. It's not any different than any of the other internal mindset shifts that have to happen in order for you to be a rock star in your own industry. Don't think that does not apply to media, branding, and marketing, because it absolutely does. And when you understand that connection, then you want to dig deeper so that people are seeing you. They're seeing your brilliance. They're seeing who you are. They're seeing that you can help them with solve their problem, right? We're solving problems for people. So I want you to understand that these pieces are just important to dig deep into, just as much as they would be any other pieces as you're developing yourself as a leader, as a professional, into the greater version of who you were created, to be in that space. So that's why I'm stressing this so much, because this seems to be a huge mindset shift that needs to happen around media, branding, and marketing. And I'm realizing it more and more and more and more when it comes to the mindset shift that has to happen in order for you to be seen more, in order for you to reach those people. So we talked about marketing messages being what gets them in the door. Branding is what keeps them coming back. You want raving fans, you have to understand this connection and how those pieces fit together. Then you add in the media opportunities. You add in opportunities for podcasts. You add in opportunities for, for television and for different stages and different things like that. That's why I call it the trifecta that absolutely has to be a part of your foundation. All of these pieces have to fit together. And you can't just do everything virtually. You have to have that combination of different things that are both live and in person. You've got to show up. You've got to have that, on screen, off screen, whether it's meeting at your local community or, Marianne just got back from Maryland or whatever it is. Like, you have to have some kind of a plan that works for you that actually incorporates both the virtual and the in-person, and understand that there's a strategy behind that as well when it comes to stages, when it comes to media, when it comes to all these things. And the other aspect I want to share with you guys is that there are 3 different ways to make money from speaking on stage. And a lot of people don't realize, because you're in such a hurry to get paid as a speaker. And yes, that is one way that you can get paid. But I can tell you that there's a lot of people who actually make the most money from the back of the room having a CTA and selling a product than they do as whatever their speaker fee is. There are so many different ways. So if you're trying to make money as a speaker, I want you to understand that that is not the only way that you get paid and make money as a speaker. So if you're trying to build that part of your portfolio that also is the portfolio that needs to be built when you're having that strong brand and when you're building out your marketing and your media and speaking on more stages and all of these things tie together, then I want you to understand that it's more than just about the speaker fee. It's more than just about, they have to pay my hotel and my plane ticket if I'm going to show up. No, what a lot of you might not realize is that when you get earned media, for instance, you get earned media, meaning you did not pay for that placement. And for most 3 to 5 minute national television spots in the US, it's about $3,500 to $5,000 for that particular media spot. When you actually pitch and you gain earned media, you're paying for your own plane tickets a lot of the times, or your own hotel, or some of your own expenses. You don't have to pay for that spot to be on television, but they already know the value that they bring. They know that you're after those logos. They know that you're after the status. So you need to understand the value that you need to bring to them during that 3 to 5 minutes, and understand that they're not going to necessarily pay you to show up, especially if you're more or less an unknown, right? So now if you're on bigger television networks, maybe like potentially Oprah, Dr. Phil, things like that, some of those expenses can be taken care of the higher that you go in the media ranking. But I want you guys to understand that just to be on an ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox type of an affiliate, that you're going to be paying those travel expenses if it's an earned media spot. If it's not an earned media spot, then you're also going to be paying the $3,500 to $5,000 if you're just going to buy the air spot. So there's different ways to look at that. So you have to understand that it's an investment in your marketing. If you pay to be on a stage, if you pay to be on a media spot or whatever it is, it's actually a marketing expense. Don't look at it as, I don't want to pay to be on any of these. It's a marketing expense. And that's what I want you guys to understand, is that there's strategies involved in both investing and in getting paid and in making money in the back of the room. And you have to understand how to navigate through all of those. I can tell you that I still engage in all of them, even as a paid speaker, because I understand the strategy of also sponsoring events. I understand the investment piece of, and by the way, when you can go VIP, always go VIP. You will get so much more exposure, so much more opportunity, so much more out of going VIP and sponsoring the event. That changes the game in your mindset from, I don't want to be paid, I don't want to pay to be a speaker, to I'm sponsoring this event, I'm engaged, I'm a participant, I'm actually part of the team that's, engaging and putting this event on. It's a game changer. You're investing in that. You're not paying to be on the stage. There's a huge, huge difference. And some of you need to understand the importance of going VIP and the importance of actually sponsoring events. So when you understand how these pieces fit, then you start to get momentum and you start to understand what needs to happen in order to get to that next level that you're after, that all of you are telling me that you want. You want more stages, you want more media, you want more this, you want more that. Then you need to show up and actually understand the time and money investment that it takes, especially in the beginning when you're still trying to be kind of known in your industry. So I want you guys to really understand realistically what that looks like, and understand really the investment, the mindset behind the investment of your time and money, and then how that shifts and evolves as you shift and evolve into that. So when you know your messaging and you have the right marketing, then you're attracting the right client and customer. Then you're getting to that emotional connection with your branding, with your typography, with your colors, with everything that represents you and who you are. You're building your brand, you're building your notoriety, you're getting on more podcasts, you're getting on more stages, you're getting on more television. And this, you're creating this beautiful, beautiful strategy that allows you to be seen, heard, get results, and get asked and get invited more and more and more. So hopefully you guys are starting to understand why this is so important to put these things in place from the very beginning of your overall business plan. You can know your numbers, super important. You can know where you want to end up after 6 months, after every quarter, after the year. But then there's going to be a piece of that that's missing if you're not implementing the trifecta of the branding, media, and marketing as part of that overall business strategy. So if you're struggling to figure out why this, why not this, why not, you need to take a look at some of this stuff that I'm talking about and see what a difference it makes in the impact that you need to make in the world, that you were created to make in the world, and really the results that you're wanting to get out of your own business, out of your own life. I love doing what I do every single day, which is helping entrepreneurs just like you get from wherever you are to where you need to be. And if you guys need help, if you have questions with any of this, just reach out to me. I'm available. I get back to people pretty quickly. Just let me know how I can help you, whether it's social media, branding. I live and breathe this stuff every single day, and I've been doing it for 28 years, and I absolutely love it. Don't stay stuck. Have the courage, have the confidence to do something different and not keep doing the same thing, expecting that different result. So reach out to me. LoriMcNeil.com is my website. You can download my free guide on business essentials and reach out to me with any questions or comments that you have. And I would be more than happy to help make some of these shifts for you quickly so that you can get onto the path of where God and the universe have created you to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lori. So it's actually been more than a half an hour and more than 30 minutes. So you could post your link as to where they can go. And there was a question posted earlier. I'm just going to read it. What are your dominant platform? What is your dominant platform, or what are your dominant platforms, and where your ideal clients hangs out? I'm going to say she probably meant hangs out.
Mine personally?
Yes.
So I have different strategies for different platforms that I have a very specific strategy for my brand and for my business. So for LinkedIn, my whole LinkedIn is created specifically for corporations and corporate. So everything that I do with my newsletter, with my articles, with the content that I post on LinkedIn is specifically for because I'm both a coach and a consultant. So those are more my consulting clients and those corporations. Facebook is designed mostly for small business and entrepreneur. My LinkedIn is also a little, my Instagram is a little bit more geared toward entrepreneurs as well. And my Twitter and my TikTok are designed mostly for level 4 and level 5 publications, as well as my website. My website is not meant for client acquisition. My website is specifically designed very intentionally for level 4 and level 5 publications, such as Forbes, Entrepreneur, Inc., things like that. So I have a very different strategy than most people, but as far as small business and entrepreneurs, it would be mostly Facebook.
Awesome. Yeah, I kind of knew that, but I didn't want to answer for you.
Yeah.
I find that I spend most of my time on Facebook and also LinkedIn, because I have almost 20,000 people on LinkedIn. I used to be a recruiter, so I lived on LinkedIn. It was like a daily event. So it's a good one. How do you feel about TikTok?
How do I feel about it? I'm not against it. I mean, it's a very powerful platform, but again, just like any other platform, you have to know what your demographic, and is that where you need to be?
Right, there you go. So there's your answers, everyone. Lori McNeil, I have pages of notes, and I hope everyone here took notes. There was a ton of comments. I think we're at like 150 comments right now. So please continue, everyone. Thank you so much, Lori. So thank you again so much. I mean, I'm following this lady around the world, and I'm so blessed to have her on all of my summits, and she opens for me every single time. And each time it's now almost this entire year, it's always been from a different geographical place, right? Like it's just
It has been. That's been fun.
and she's absolutely right. She makes it happen no matter what the internet's doing, no matter what the lighting is. I remember one time, I don't know where you were, maybe Vegas, which of all the places in the world, and the lighting was literally,
It was
she
weird.
was in light on one side of her face and it just went like this, and on the other side was dark, and I'm like, oh, if that doesn't speak of Vegas, then I don't know what does, right?
That was pretty funny because the lighting started off really good, and then the sun was coming. It was super early in the morning, and so the sun was coming up, and it, yeah, I couldn't reach any lights or anything to fix it. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, and I don't think actually Lori mentioned this, but I don't think she sleeps. If she does, I don't know when.
I do.
We're up late at night talking sometimes. We're up in the morning and she's here. I mean, look at it, 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe not where she is right now. Is Bahamas should be Eastern Standard,
No,
right?
it's Eastern. It's Eastern.
Oh, for once. I didn't
This is
make
probably the only time. Yeah, that's true. I'm usually like up, I don't know, 4:30 and speaking for you live by like 6 a.m.
honestly, like who would do that, right? Isn't she wonderful? So thank you again, Lori, so much, and have a wonderful day, and have fun keynote speaking. I'm blessed to have you as my keynote, so they are also equally as blessed. I know whose it is, so I hope you have fun, because there's some good speakers there too. So
Absolutely. Well, thank you again, Marianne, for having me. And anyone who wants to reach out to me, reach out to me. But you guys have a great rest of your event. Thank you so much.
thank you so much. I just posted Lori's website into the chat on my Facebook, so feel free to go in there and get it. And if you need it, I will connect you to her anyway, so don't worry about it. Thank you so much, Lori.
Thank you.
And up next, we have Alka Sharma. So Alka Sharma is a real estate investor, a girl after my own heart. I love it. She guides women to gain the knowledge, understanding, and confidence to invest in real estate. That's kind of funny because I do a lot of that as well. Helping her clients in the utmost concern. Alka is an accomplished ballroom dancer. I saw some of your videos. That's amazing. She is an amazing dancer.
Oh, thank you.
Having competed both nationally and internationally, she enjoys the high of dance performance and training. Wow, isn't that wonderful? No wonder she has such a great figure. Alka is grateful for all of her experiences that have shaped her today as an entrepreneur, real estate investor. And with that, I give you Alka Sharma.
Well, hi there, Marianne. Always great to be with you. Great to have me again. And it's so truly just amazing. I mean, when we talk about today's summit is about leadership with God. And I absolutely believe that, and I was thinking about this when I was just driving this morning. I was thinking about to become a we leader, you've got to be a me leader. And what stemmed from that was to be a we leader. God has to guide you to say, okay, you are a we leader. You are guiding women to be on the path of building their financial future, as I had to rebuild my financial future after my marriage had dissolved. So to become where we are today, who I am today, who I am becoming, and what I have achieved, I give thanks to God. Because if we, as a faith-based woman, as you are, Marianne, if we don't have trust in God, if we don't have that communication with God, how can we be in that leadership role? So I think this is an amazing summit, because it truly brings about how are we living our lives, what needs to happen. And what needs to happen is that you need, and of course, I mean, I do this every day. The moment I wake up, I'm always in communication to God, because everything, but when I put my feet on the ground, I'm giving thanks to God, because I give thanks to God because he allows me to carry on every single day, whether it's, my real estate projects. He allows me to carry on. And I want to talk to the ladies. If you are facing any kind of adversities, as I had gone through a breakup of a very, when my marriage had dissolved, I was left emotionally broke. I was left financially broke. And how difficult it was for anyone to navigate through their lives and to then begin to rebuild their lives. And I'm here to tell you that yes, it's possible. It can be possible if you don't give up, if you don't quit, and you just crumble and die and say and become a victim. And to say to yourself, well, I'm just going to crumble. I'm just going to go inside that cocoon because it's comfortable. And yet, absolutely, I understand it's comfortable. We all want to be in that comfort, be warm inside that cocoon and not to expand and to grow. But so I had to rebuild my life. And Marianne, I had God by my side. God took me out of the darkness and into the light. But I'm here to share with you, my friends, that you too have to do the work. And I had to do a lot of internal work, but that was the guidance from God. And you got to listen. You got to listen what messages you get from God. So Mira, this is such an amazing summit that, leadership with God, leadership starts within you. And the guidance that you get, the guidance that I get, I can only trust the higher source. I can only trust and go by what I'm doing every single day. So, you have to really pay attention to the message that you get. And I want to share with you also, when I began my journey after when I decided to get into an entrepreneurship, when I opened my first business, and that was in the health and fitness space. I had no knowledge of the health and fitness space, but I knew that I wanted to open a gym, have a space, and it was a boutique studio whereby I can have women come in, no matter what your shape, no matter what your size, but I created a safe space so that women can feel comfortable and work out. And because I know, based on my story, when I was in my teens, I felt so conscious just walking into a gym that I did not feel welcomed. And I knew when I had this vision to open a studio that I wanted to create a safe space. But that was all the guidance that I got from God to say that, what, you are on this path, you are meant to be on this path. And there are times when yes, we know we have this calling, we know that we're meant to be doing something bigger, that we know we all have this potential in us to really navigate our lives the best way possible. So when I opened my studio, it was so beautiful to see my clients, how when they first walked in, they were lethargic, they felt tired, they had, lacked the energy, and I could see their face and that they were pale. But when they began to work out, that seeing their journey was so truly transformative. It was just absolutely amazing how they transformed. They got the energy, they were glowing. But these are all the guidance that I got from God to say that yes, you are on the path you meant to be doing. Open the studio, you're meant to be doing that. And so you got to listen to what is in your gut, what's your gut instinct, as they call it. So your gut is your second brain. And so if you got to listen, you got to pay attention. And when I did that, Marianne, everything changed. And today my life, yes, really has changed. But how has it changed is, number one, I believe in God. I communicate to God, and God always gives me downloads, and I go by my instinct, what feels right. And if it feels right, yes, I do it. If it doesn't feel right, there's no pressure. You don't have to do it. So rebuilding your life, right? Rebuilding your life. yes, it takes work, but are you willing to do the work to rebuild your life after you've gone through a breakup of a marriage or a relationship? Are you willing to put in the work and to internalize, as Laurie talked about, internal work? Are you willing to do that? If you're willing to do that, God will guide you. Yes, He will. There's absolutely no reason why He won't. He will guide you to the best that He always knows. So you got to always do your part, and God will do His.
Absolutely. So true. Like we really, not just as women, but I know that both you and I work as coaches primarily for women. And we actually met when you had your fitness center, I believe, at Dr. Van's
Yes,
office. Yeah. So that's
yes,
like
yes.
5, 6 years ago now. Yeah. So,
Time flies. I know yes, we did. Yes.
which is amazing. And you look the same. She hasn't changed one minute.
Oh, thank you.
It's not 6 years, but not even same thing. Awesome. Yes. And absolutely. It's crucial actually for us to follow our intuition in business, because sometimes that's the answer that we're looking for. And we're looking for it
Yes.
externally in a book, in a course, in a coach. But sometimes you have to just take that step, I get a lot of, I get a lot of people asking me, wow, your coach did a really good job with you. Yes, my coach did an amazing job with me, but also I did the work. Like you have to actually
Right.
follow, like to think about all the clients we've had that have followed what we've said to them, here, go do this. And then they go do it. And then they have results. And then
Absolutely. Yes.
there's people that are just like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I don't know what she's talking about. I'm not going to do that. And of course, they don't have results, but of course, then we get blamed anyways. But it's all good. It's all good.
Right. I mean, everyone, people are gonna there's always that blame. Oh, well, I didn't want to do this, or I couldn't do this, but I wasn't taught the right way. There's always that. But it's up to you. You got to take ownership of what are you willing to do.
Yeah, I find when people taking responsibility for themselves, that seems to be a little bit of an issue. It's like we're always the human mind is always looking for someone else to blame. Oh, I'm not like this because of the way I grew up. I'm not like this because I had to file for bankruptcy. I'm like this because, oh, well, I never had any of the advantages. I'm like this because of that. Are you kidding me? Come on. I have, well, first of all, my coach, who and
Yeah.
he's overcome outrageous things in his life. I've had a divorce. I've had a closing down of a business. I had a very close family member, my mother, who I consider really to be my biggest unconditional love person, pass away, and a bankruptcy, all in a course of about a year and a half, which is tough as an adult. I mean, I was in my 40s and I was just like, oh my God, I feel so lost. I feel like a child. When you lose your mom and then, nothing's working, like all your energy is all whatever. So yeah, you sometimes have to overcome it. Like, what are you going to do? Stand there in that energy forever? No, take a minute.
Yes.
Do what you need to do, and then let's move on. Let's, do what we need to do.
Absolutely. Don't be a victim. First of all, sorry to hear about your mother,
Oh,
but absolutely
don't
be a victim. Don't be a victim. Carry on. Life always moves on. But
right?
How are you moving on with it?
Right.
That's the key. How are you moving with it? Are you standing? Are you conquering?
Right.
That's the key. Yeah.
And sometimes you just have to, it involves a lot of faith in God for me. So,
Yes,
faith in a
absolutely.
higher source, and a higher us.
It's
Anyway,
a higher us. Yeah.
thank you so much, Alka. I'm not sure where you're coming from. I know you live in Toronto. She's practically my neighbor, not quite. But I don't know if you're in Toronto today.
I'm in Toronto. I'm in
you are.
Toronto today. Yes, I am. Yes.
Great. And that's why we have such good internet.
That's right.
A rain out today. I'm super grateful for that. I always get scared when I don't look at Mercury retrograde and I've scheduled a summit and I'm like, oh no, here we go.
Right. I know you can predict sometimes.
Sometimes you can't. Anyways, thank you again so much. So I have
Thank you so much.
I have a lot of regulars here, and Alka's starting to become a very regular person on here. Lori's a regular. She's a regular. And I have a newbie coming up now. So thank you so much. Alka.
Nice.
Great
Thank
day.
you, Marianne. Thank you. You too. Have a good one.
You too. And today we have a lovely new lady. I am going to go to speaker here. Oops, no, that's not going to work. Okay, let me go here and let me read this lovely young lady. So I had the pleasure of meeting this lovely young lady in Maryland. Is where I met her for the first time, but I met her prior to that on a Zoom, and we hit it off like a house on fire. So Dr. Barnsley Brown helps big-hearted women and business owners let go of the past and soar into six figures and more. Fast with fun in her business motivational presentations, kick-ass coaching programs, and transformational Reiki seminars. For over 20 years, she has trained thousands of people in Reiki in 5 countries worldwide and presented for over 2,000 organizations such as the Environmental Protection Agency, Deloitte and Touche, eWomen Network, Women in Networking, the National Association of Women Business Owners, Career and Technical Education Associations, business centers, chambers of commerce, churches, nonprofits. This is coming out of your time, Barnsley, and more. This list, look at how long this list is. Can you see why we connected so quickly? And many, many more, she says to me and gives me a break. Yay. Dr. Barnsley is a sought-after radio and podcast guest and host, the weekly Bold Badass Business Owners Show. Be sure to grab your complimentary VIP copy of her book, How to Overcome Overwhelm in 7 Easy Steps. I am going to let her post her website on here. It's www.spirited-solutions.com. .com, sorry. If she's got it down here twice, so I don't want to mess it up. Okay, with that, I present you the amazing and spectacular Dr. Barnsley Brown. Take it away, Barnsley.
Oh my God, who is this wild woman? Where is she? Where is she? Where is this woman? I want to know. I'm so happy to be here, Marianne. You all have to know that when I met Marianne, it was like, she is my sister. She is my sister. We are so similar in our interest and our energy, and we just immediately bonded and felt like we had known each other for ages, right, Marianne? And you all, today, I'm going to take a little bit of a different, that might surprise you, a different approach here, because, you know, life is not all business. Life is not all business. And what I have found in working with thousands and thousands of people across the globe is that whatever is happening for us personally is also bleeding over into our professional life and into our businesses. And so while I'm a creative marketing strategist, and I would talk to you until I'm as blue as this shirt about marketing, I am not going to do that today. I'm absolutely not going to do that. I want us to look at another thing, and that is how we are absolutely sabotaging ourselves at times. And this has to stop. So you've already heard that I love helping big-hearted entrepreneurs soar into 6 figures and more. Why is this important to me? Quick statistic, 86.3% of entrepreneurs never make it to 6 figures or more. Let me repeat that, 86.3% of people who are business owners never make it to 100K. Now, this to me is just abhorrent. We have to change it. And it is not, you all, about strategy. Here's the thing. If our mindset is off, we don't do the strategy. If our mindset is off, we don't implement. If our mindset is off, we stay on I wish I could island. which is very near Someday I Will Island. They're both islands in the Bermuda Triangle, you all. And when you go there, you get lost. So let's not go there. Or if you go there, for goodness sakes, get the heck out of there, all right? So I want to share something in January, something that happened to me in January. Has anyone else here ever driven in circles at a gas station? Oh, yes. Just raise your hand in your virtual place, wherever you are. You might be in the bathroom, you might be in your office, you might be in a coffee shop. I don't know, but just raise your hand. Make people wonder. Yes, I have driven in circles at a gas station, but it was not because I was looking for a pump. It was because a dear family member of mine in January began to have a mental health crisis, and was having anxiety and panic attacks. And these were preventing her from taking on and doing her ordinary daily activities, you all. And I will tell you right up front, because I am very forthright, I did not know what the heck to do. Here I was in this situation, and I was expected to lead with God, to lead this situation, to lead this person who I love, because they at that moment were not able to. And I did not know what to do. I finally parked at the gas station at a pump, and we sat there for probably 40 minutes. And I'm sure inside that Circle K, they were thinking, what the heck are those people doing out there? Are they dealing drugs? But literally, I had to calm myself, calm my nervous system, tune into my inner wisdom, and ask for guidance. I also was able to get a counselor on the phone because this was a crisis situation, and then able to create a plan of action. Now, you all, what came up immediately in this situation was doubt. And I want to suggest to you, and by the way, this is a talk I've never given. I just prepared this just for you today. Leadership with God means leadership with getting over doubt. All right? Getting over doubt. We have to do that. And in fact, most of us have an inner critic, an inner naysayer, an inner, we might use a word that rhymes with witch. We have that inner thing. Yeah, go ahead and laugh. It's okay. Cough it up. It's just a hairball. It's okay to laugh. We all have that. And guess what I call mine? I call her Helga with 2 L's, because that's where she wants to put me, in hell. She'll say things like, oh, you're too fat, or you're not good enough. You don't know enough. You need to take another course. You need to do this, whatever. So here's the thing. I want you right now in the comments to name your inner critic, inner blank, inner naysayer. I want you to give a name. It might be Death Eater. It might be Mortimer. You know, mort comes from death in French. It might be Gertrude. Hopefully there's not anybody named Gertrude here. If you are, please forgive me, but give it a name. And you could take Helga if you want. Put it in the comments. All right. And I want you to call her out. And here's how you handle her. You send her to Antarctica on a vacation with a one-way ticket. Yes, you all. You send her ice fishing in Antarctica, and you send her where there's thin ice with a one-way ticket, because Helga doesn't run the show. Helga is not the one in charge. It is your divine self, that spark of the divine, that power of the divine that is within you that gets to run the show. However, you must make the decision. You must practice diverting Helga. She's really good to do your taxes, by the way, because she loves to criticize everything. Just put her on your taxes, right? Or put her on something with database entry where she can talk about what a bad typist you are, and then get on with your work and your vocation in the world. All right, you all, how often do you doubt yourself in your life and business? And guess what? We can't keep doing that. We are charged each of us with a vocation. The word vocation comes from Latin vocare, which means calling. You have a calling, and it is yours and yours alone. And if you do not do it, someone else will not do it. If you do not do it, you will go to your grave carrying a precious, precious gift that could have helped so many. So how about freaking getting out of your own way? How about pushing Helga aside? It's a great story. One of my favorite writers, Sark, Succulent Wild Woman. If you don't have that book, you've got to get it. And by the way, she talks about succulent men too. She doesn't leave you all out. Succulent Wild Woman. She has a story about her inner critic. One day, her inner critic, and by the way, she is just huge. I love her. She's one of my favorite writers ever and an artist. She was having a real hard day, and her inner critic was just taking her to task. She was in a parking lot. There was a policeman there. She went over to the policeman and she said, "Sir, would you kindly help me with my inner critic? Would you kindly arrest her?" And the policeman went over, opened her car door, escorted, said, "Let me take the inner critic," and put it in the back of his car. All imaginary, right, you all? But he played right along with this. Isn't that a beautiful story? My daughter, when she was little, sometimes, as all of us do when we're little, we whine. Some of us never outgrow it, right? So we had a name for this. Yeah, some of us don't. And if you haven't outgrown it, you need to spend a little time with me, all right? Let me just say, we'll set you straight. So my daughter would get whiny. And we called that part of her. I said, "Well, honey, let's give her a name. Let's call her, how about Whiny Girl?" And she said, "Oh, I love it, Mom. Let's call her Whiny Girl." And so when we were going to go have an adventure, I'd say, "Zelia, honey, you know what? Why don't we just lock Whiny Girl in the closet today so we can go have fun? What do you think?" And she'd be like, "Okay, Mom." And we go and we literally, okay, don't do this to your children, y'all. I'm talking about an imaginary character, Whiny Girl. And we'd open the door to the closet, the hall closet, and we put Whiny Girl in and we closed the door. And I'd say, "Yay, now we can go have fun. Now we can go have an adventure." So what part of you do you need to lock up in the closet? Seriously, what part of you is running the show and it's not your God self, your divine spirit within? Good question. Leadership with God is getting over doubt. G-O-D, getting over doubt. So name that part of yourself. That's your first action step, and call her out. I'm a coach, I'm a business coach, and I'm a speaker, and I want to give you action steps. I will not be happy unless you take away action steps. All right. So first one is name it, give it a name, give it a name that makes you laugh. Debbie Downer, Saturday Night Live, love it. Go watch some Debbie Downer on Saturday Night Live, and you could call yours, you could call yours a version of Debbie Downer, Deidre Downer, whatever. Second action step, I want you to think for a second. Everybody has different names for God. And by the way, I believe that God is in every culture. And if truly we are made in the image and likeness of God, then that means God is male, female, trans, white, black, yellow, purple, green, French, Tasmanian, North American, South American. God is all of those things. If we are indeed made in the image and likeness of God, then God shows up in every culture and in many cultural traditions. In every cultural tradition, in some way, shape, or form, that divine spark is there. Now, you may call it something else. You may call it Allah. You may call it Source. You may call it Great Spirit. You may call it God. Whatever you call it, just have it, right? I want you to put in the chat some qualities that you ascribe to that source energy. What are qualities you ascribe to that source energy? Maybe things like love, maybe things like power, maybe things like faithful, loyal, true. Put those qualities in the chat. Just throw them in there and feel free to look at everybody else's to get ideas as well. And what I want to say to you as you put those qualities that you see in source up there is that every single quality you have listed there is within you. Every single quality you have listed there in the chat is within you, or you would not be able to recognize it. Have you ever heard that saying? It's usually used in a derogatory sense. If you spot it, you got it. Well, in this case, this is the positive side of it. If you spot it, you got it. If you spotted love, then you are love. If you spotted power, then you are power. If you spotted faithfulness, then you are faithfulness. And notice I said you are. I didn't say you will be. I didn't say you feel. I said you are. You are. Yahweh, I am. You are that. So that's the second thing, is I want you to recognize that those qualities are within you. And at those moments when you feel doubtful, when you are driving in circles at the gas station, when you are going in circles in your business, when you feel like you're slogging it out and you're not getting where you want to go, and that does happen to all of us, you all, every single person in business has stories of this. It happens. It happens. There's no buffer zone. Like somebody pointed out earlier, there's nobody to blame. Who you going to fire? Not Ghostbusters. You're going to fire yourself. Think about it. Okay. Anyway, so you all, Marianne's cracking up. I love that. Thank you for laughing, Marianne. So, and it's good to laugh, you all. By the way, it gives us a dopamine hit. It gives us endorphins. It gives us joy. It gives us energy. So laugh, guffaw, as we say in the South. The qualities that you saw are within you. And at those moments that you want to throw in the towel, at those moments when you're contemplating going back to a crazy cubicle in a job you hate, because you're not making the money you want to make. Well, first of all, you need to talk to me. Let's monetize your passion and your vocation. But also, it's time for you to say, I am love. My business, here's an affirmation for you. My business is God in action. Or change it to source in action, whatever word you use. My business is divine energy in action. I am divine energy in action. Everything, here's a good one. Everything I am, have, and do is God in action. There's that wonderful transformational formula that probably some of you have heard, be, do, have. Not doobie doobie do, that's a song, but be, do, have. It is our state of being that determines what we do, the actions we take or do not take. And then based on the actions we take or do not take, because inaction is an action, then we have or don't have. Our state of being is first and foremost. And that's why I'm talking about this today, instead of sitting here and saying, okay, let's talk about social media, or let's talk about this, or let's talk about, how about we talk about your presentations that you're giving and how to make your CTA, your call to action. Nope, I'm not doing that, because I realize that you're not going to do any of those strategies unless you get what's up here right, and what's in here, i.e. in your heart, right. Both must go together. So the third thing here, you all, is, and I think this is so important. Sometimes when we think leadership in God, can I say this, Marianne, because I am going to, when we think leadership with God, she's like, I mean, I can't stop you. When we think leadership with God, you all, we think, oh, we'll be a servant leader. We're going to take care of everyone. We're so magnanimous. We're so beautiful. We're so sweet and kind and good. Well, guess what, you all? Jesus got pissed off. Jesus turned over the tables in the temple. Jesus got mad. I have actually a talk. I've given it at a church that was Jesus got pissed off too. Sometimes we need to have great boundaries. That comes up in business in the form of policies, contracts, everything that we have in writing. All of these things prevent us from having problems down the road, and they're essential. So being a servant leader as we'd like to think about with leadership with God, right? Servant leadership in the great tradition of Jesus, Buddha, a lot of Gandhi, a lot of the people who have come on the planet, as well as the divine avatars who have come on the planet. Well, guess what? They were servant leaders, but they had pluck. They weren't just sitting back and saying, oh, you know, let me please people, let me make everybody comfortable. They were marginalized. Jesus was hanging out with the tax collectors, who were the most hated, and with the harlots, for goodness sakes, you all. Do you think that he wasn't an outlier? He was an outlier. So was Buddha. By the way, there's some people who think that the energy is the same. It's just different stories of the etymology of God, the etiology of God, if you will. Interesting, huh? So we need to realize that being a servant leader does not mean we are a servile leader. Let me repeat that. Being a servant leader does not mean we are a servile leader. And by that, I mean we are not slaves to our work. We don't need to be slaves to our work. I work no more than 25 hours a week, and I'm enjoying six-figure income, and you can too. It's absolutely possible. You can be part of that 13.7% that actually make it to 100K and beyond. And you could be part of the 7-figure club if you want, and multiple 7-figure club too. That's about 1% of the population, by the way. You can do that too if that matters to you. So we're meant to lead ourselves. We're meant to be to lead our clients. We're not meant to be people pleasers. We're not meant to be people who just are yes men and yes women. Yes, 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 yes. Servant leader does not mean servile leader. So when we talk about leadership with God, I'd like you to remember that, because sometimes we want to make it all flowery and pretty and sweet. And there's a side to this of tough love. In fact, I believe that people who truly love us tell us the truth. They aren't afraid to tell us the truth. They care enough to risk telling us the truth. They care enough to cut through the BS. And we've all heard BS can also be belief system, the negative belief system that's there, to just laser through it and say, hey, here's what I hear you saying. Just had someone the other day talking to me about how she felt very uncomfortable. We were having an enrollment conversation to bring her into my Make It Happen mastermind coaching program. And it was very uncomfortable. And I get it. Guess what? When we are uncomfortable, do you know what it means? It means something big is at stake. We really care. We don't want to stay small. We don't want to stay in our comfort zone. We want to kick the walls of the prison we've put around ourselves down. And so what I said to this person is, you know what? It's a great thing. It means the stakes are high. And we all know that growth doesn't happen inside the box. Growth happens outside the box, or even outside the window, or even when we blow the roof off. That's when growth happens in our lives. Growth happens when we're circling at the gas station, wondering what the heck we can do to help the person we love. Growth happens when we care about leading ourselves and leading others. Growth happens then. So real love is direct and forthright. Real love speaks truth. Real love doesn't mince words. And if you go to the great spiritual text and look there and you look at the red and you just read the red, you do okay. Guess what? The red words spoken by Jesus, pretty direct. Well, you might say some of the parables aren't and some of the images aren't, but a lot of what Jesus said was very, very direct. There were no words minced there. Love each other. Very simple. Very simple, right? So let's banish the naysayers in ourselves and around us, you all. That's what we get to do, is banish the naysayers who are within us, the Helgas, the Mortimers, the Gertrudes, the Deidre Downers. We get to banish those. We get to celebrate and embrace our I am presence. I am the divine in action. I am love. I am faithfulness. I am goodness. I am truth. I am love. And we get to stop holding ourselves small. I want to leave you with one thought. And Marianne, I did think I was going to do a meditation, but I think right now my feeling is I'm going to leave that. But what I will do, if everybody would like this, is we'll do a very quick little, let's get that crap off of us, Reiki. How does that sound? And then I have one last thought to give you. So everybody, I'm going to suggest to you that you just, for a second, close your eyes. And Reiki is a natural method of stress and pain relief. And this will be just like a very, very quick meditation. I'd like you to close your eyes and imagine that there is a whirlwind of light around you. You're standing in the middle of a whirlwind of light. It's like a cyclone of light. And that light represents the God presence. That light represents love. That light represents healing, peace, all the good qualities that we all desire to be in the world. And just imagine that that light is circling around you, that cyclone of light, that tornado of light, that whirlwind of light is circling around you and pulling off of you all of the Helga energy, all of the negativity, all of the doubt, all the parts of you that think I can't. It's never going to happen. I haven't made it yet in my business, so I'll never make it. Maybe I'll just give up. How about, are you willing to release those into this light? Are you willing to let them go? Just imagine that that light is like a big magnet swirling around you, pulling off of you all of this negativity. Are you willing to let it go? If so, in your mind, say, I am willing to let this BS, remember, belief system, let this go. I am willing to let it go, and I do so now. And even say it aloud, because we can't hear you. Make people wonder in the coffee shop. I am willing to let go of this now, and I let it go now. And that light energy pulls off all that negativity off of us. And imagine that it's going into a special machine. And that negativity is being transformed into positive healing energy. Positive healing energy. Good. Yes. Let it go. And now that energy that has been turned into positive healing energy, guess what? It showers over us. Imagine a waterfall of light that comes down from the heavens onto you. It is unconditional love washing away any other negativity, any other stress and tension, any other worries and concerns that you have. Let that beautiful waterfall of light flow down your body and wash those into the earth, where Mother Earth transforms it into nourishment. Nourishment for the plants, nourishment for the soil, nourishment for our beloved planet. And finally, let's put a seal of golden white light around you. Imagine it like in the great paintings where we see the aura, we see the energy field of Jesus, and we see the energy field of other great characters in those paintings. Just imagine that beautiful light energy around you. We place that seal of beautiful light there so that any negativity is deflected from you and you are empowered to live your passionate, purposeful, profitable vocation now. And so it is. And you can open your eyes and bring your awareness back here. My last thought for you is this. When you hold yourself small, when you hold yourself small in your life and business, you hold God small, and that is unacceptable.
Amen to that. Thank you, Barnsley. Thank you, Dr. Barnsley Brown. Was that something else or what? I just want to tell you that my people are called the committee because I have more than one. So you have Helga, I have the entire committee. So they've been with me my whole life.
Just don't make them the board of directors, Marianne. Don't let them be the board of directors.
But they're still there every once in a while. They pop up and then we're done. But anyways, thank you so much for that. I love your rendition of God getting out of doubt. Like, that's perfect. I totally love that.
Getting out of doubt.
Thank
We
you so
can't
much.
do it. The world needs us now.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. And I see our fearless leader, Jose Escobar, who earlier I was mentioning Maryland, and it is Jose Escobar's event that Barnsley and I met at in person, and about 200 other people I met in person. So I am now going to read Jose's. No, I clicked the wrong button here. Hang tight. I am now going to read Jose's bio. Jose Escobar is an award-winning, nationally recognized personal development speaker. How much is it now, Jose? Like 12-time international bestseller? 13.
13 time, yeah.
13-time international best-selling author. I'm gonna have to change that each time because it's like every so often he just pops out a book or he's in someone's book, and he'll be in mine later on. Sales professional. So Jose, published author, 13-time international best-selling author, sales professional, husband and father of 5 absolutely amazing children with a 6th one on the way. Woohoo! And I had the extreme pleasure of meeting these children. Oh my gosh, they are so beautiful. His family is amazing. His wife, Katie, is truly just beautiful inside out. So back to his bio, sorry. He leads compelling high-level communities consisting of entrepreneurs and advanced leaders through 2 multi-6-figure models. I can't believe it's only 2 that have now surpassed 7 figures. 7, you heard that right? 7 figures. The Entrepreneur's Bookshelf and the Connected Leaders Academy. Jose's magnetic personality is the reason all of this is happening. Sorry, that's my part. Shines in his presentations where he has reached audiences collectively over 30 million and radiates throughout his dynamic coaching programs, inspiring his international 350 plus entrepreneur. I'm sure that number is around 400 by now. Entrepreneur and executive clientele to master their personal and professional excellence. His past sales experience led him to amass over 30 million in revenue for the companies he served. And this family man's sales and coaching in the martial arts industry has positively affected the lives of well over 500,000 families for the better. Learn more about Jose's products and services at www.connectedleadersacademy.com. I will post this into the chat on Facebook. And with that, I present you Jose Escobar. The amazing Jose Escobar.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Marianne. If I haven't said this before, I'll say it today for the first time ever. Although I don't think this is the first time, but just in case, I've got to say, I love Marianne. She is amazing. She is a tremendous leader. She said, I'm a fearless leader. As a matter of fact, I'm actually afraid of spiders. So if anybody thinks I didn't have a phobia, I do. I'm semi borderline arachnophobic, full disclosure. I don't really have arachnophobia, I don't think, but I definitely am not a fan of spiders. And the bigger they are, the worse they are for me, especially in Texas. They say everything's bigger in Texas. I went to Texas a couple of times, and I remember every time I've been in Texas, I always see these large mammoth looking spiders, but not my thing. But I love Marianne, and she is a fearless leader. She is the one who's putting on this event for all of us, right? She doesn't have to do this, right? But she's doing it because she wants to serve, and she wants to give people, her people, an audience, right? She wants to give them a platform. She wants to serve and lead, and these are just amazing things. And I just greatly appreciate you, Marianne. So I have to say that before I say anything else. So thank you for the opportunity. All right, now. I always go back to watch the replays of a lot of the speakers here from these virtual conferences or summits that Marianne puts on, because a lot of times, like right now, for example, my wife just left for 2 days. So she left to a little, I guess, like a resort, kind of like a spa kind of thing with one of her best friends from college. Her name is Gina. She came here to visit. So they're going to go and they're going to enjoy some, facials and just kind of relax and just to catch up, because it's been a while. She's from Texas. Her friend's from Texas. She flew in, so she's staying at her house till Sunday. But anyways, they're going to be there today and tomorrow at this resort. And guess who's on daddy duty for the next, 72 hours? And that would be me, right? So right now, I literally just put on a movie for the kids. And my youngest one, he's a year and a half. He's in the crib. So he's old enough to kind of be able to take care of himself in the crib with some books, and he's in the room right now with all the other ones, and they're just watching a movie. So I said, this is a perfect length of time while I'm here with you guys. They're entertained, and I'm going to go and I'm going to be daddy. So I'm really not taking many calls today, and I'm saying all of this, the details of what I'm saying, because life is that, right? You might see on social media, oh, this celebration, this event that he just had, he's doing this, he's doing that, but I'm also a husband, I'm also a father, and we have those things that we have to balance, right? So in life, it's important to have the balance to where you're being your best at all different areas of your life. And one of those areas that I want to focus on today is God, the spiritual life, right? Because this is leadership with God. That is the topic of the summit here. And that's a topic to me that's near and dear to my heart, because there wouldn't be Jose Escobar without God. There wouldn't be Connected Leaders Academy without God. There wouldn't be anything really without God. Now, whether you're a believer or not a believer, that's neither here nor there. Just take what you would like to take and leave what you would like to leave. I am not, and I'm just a disclaimer up front. My perspective on faith, God, and religion, which I think they're all interconnected in some capacity, is not what has to be for you. So you don't have to take everything I'm saying as like it's gold and say, oh, well, Jose thinks that he's right and I'm wrong. No, do you, okay? I'm just going to tell you now, the full disclosure, do you. What I am going to suggest is that you do have a relationship with God, right? A higher power. I believe you should have a relationship, and you should seek that relationship, and you should take it very seriously. That's what I will press upon you today. But I am not saying that you have to live your faith the way I live my faith, because I live my faith as a Catholic, born and raised cradle Catholic. I have my sacraments that I follow. I have my faith that I follow. I have certain things that I do. But you don't have to do that. And I'm not here today to tell you that that's what you need to do. I'm just here to tell you that you should have a relationship with God, and that in order to be a tremendous leader at the highest levels, I believe that true leadership starts with serving God. Because in order for us to be a tremendous leader, we must serve first, right? Servant leaders. So my purpose, and again, everything I'm telling you today is from my lens of how I live my life and what I believe. Take it or leave it. But I believe that in order for us to serve and lead at the highest levels, we have to first serve God, right? So He is our creator, and only when I am serving God at the highest levels can I serve the people that I serve at the highest level. There's a great quote by Chuck Miller. He says, "Godly leadership is an extension of the leader's relationship with God." I'll say that quote again. Godly leadership is an extension of the leader's relationship with God. I believe that to be true. I consider myself to have godly leadership because I pray every single day in my morning routine, in my evening routine. I'm a man of prayer. I'm a man of faith, and I live my faith. One thing is saying that you are a believer in God, or you're this particular religion, or whatever it might be, right? That one thing is saying that. Another thing is living it, right? You have to live your faith. You have to live in pursuit of that relationship with the Lord, with God. So I think that's critical. It's important. For example, the word love. What is love, right? Love is God. That's what love is. And God is love. I'm going to pause on that for a second. What is love? God. And God is love. God is love. There is no love without God, and there is no God without love. And love is a decision. It's a choice. It's a verb. It's not a noun. It's not a feeling, right? A lot of people say, "Oh, I love my wife. I love my husband." Okay, that's awesome. But do you show that in your actions? Those are two separate things. Because you know why? Because feelings come, and feelings, feel free to put it in the chat, right? Feelings come and feelings blank. And you know what that word in the blank is. And if you don't, let me help you out. They go. All right. Feelings come and feelings go. My wife might be hot, which she is, by the way, attractive, beautiful, gorgeous. She might be that today, but in 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 60 years from now, anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. She might not look the same. She might not, she can easily, heaven forbid, she might go down the street and a plow hitting snow might hit her and she might lose a leg. Anything can happen. She might get in a car accident and she might lose an arm, right? So feelings come and feelings go. Attraction is here and then it's not, and in most cases, attraction stays if you're married long term, right? But people always ask, why did you get married? Oh, because I love my husband, or because I love my fiance, or I love my, I just love this person. Okay, well, what does that really mean to you? Well, I just, she's beautiful, she's smart, we get along, she makes me happy. I mean, we hear those kind of comments all the time. I believe that my wife and me marrying my wife, I didn't marry her for her to make me happy, because happiness is an inside job. I am already happy. I was already content. I was already fulfilled. I already have joy in my life. I married her so she can add to my happiness. And so I can add to her happiness that is already in existence. And my goal for her in our marriage, from the Catholic perspective, is for me to get her to heaven. And her goal is to get me to heaven. And we are called to what I call holiness. We are called to holiness, to live out our lives the way we are called to live it, which is, following certain things in the faith, right? So I have to stay close to what I call the sacraments. And the sacraments is going to church every Sunday and Mass for Catholics, right? I go to Mass every Sunday. We go to confession once a month. We're in prayer, those types of things. Very important. So for my wife and I, right, we've been married, 8 years now? We just officially married in the church 8 years. We've been together for many years before that, but we've been married for 8 years. And I believe that what God puts together, nothing can destroy. And where God is the center of it, whatever that it is, nothing can come between that. So a marriage is a marriage of three, not two. It's husband, wife, and God, right? That's God is the center of that marriage. So in that case with me, in my house, I am praying. I pray the rosary every day. That's something I want to talk about today at some point. And that has helped me so much. I can't tell you how many times my children have caught me in prayer. Oh, Dad's praying again, right? That's important. It's important because, again, leadership means you are leading by front. You are on the front lines. I'm not telling my kids, hey, you should pray, by the way. It's probably a good idea. No, I am praying, and my actions speak so loudly, they hear not what I say. So our actions need to be in alignment with our words and vice versa, right? Congruency. We have to live what we're saying, and we have to be the first ones in it, doing it. So love is a verb. It's an action. I have to choose to be kind to my wife. I have to choose to be honest with my wife. I have to choose to be selfless. And selfless doesn't mean you think of yourself less or you think less of yourself. It means you think of yourself less, right? I think a lot about myself. I have confidence. I have high self-esteem. But there's a fine line between confidence and high self-esteem and being an egomaniac and thinking you've arrived, right? That's not me. But I do have confidence and I do have a high self-esteem, because the reality is your income will never surpass your self-image. So you have to have a really high level self-image that comes with confidence and comes with what you say to yourself and what you're listening to and what you believe, and your income will eventually catch up to that, but it will never surpass that. So if you have a $50,000 a year self-image, that's where you're going to stay. It's just that simple. So I got off track. Let me get myself back on course. So in terms of this piece, I have to be honest with my wife. I have to be kind to my wife. I have to be selfless with my wife. I have to forgive my wife. Do you think she's perfect? Can I tell you something? She's not. Am I perfect? No. But forgiveness is a big part of life. It's a big part of leadership. It's a big part of relationships. If you don't have the ability to forgive, then expect to not be forgiven. Right? Forgive those who trespass against me, as I forgive those. Our Father in the Catholic Church, right? It's classic faith, classic prayer in the faith. So it's important. So these are actions. I choose to love my wife every single day, no matter what. And she chooses to love me no matter what, because it's a verb. And the center of our home is God, because God is love. So we have love very present in our marriage. So that's a bit of kind of like the backbone of what we are. And by the way, that whole love piece I just told you about came from this amazing, amazing book, which of course is not in front of me, but there's a phenomenal book called The Servant Leader, or Servant Leadership, I believe it is. Servant Leadership. And as a matter of fact, in real time, I'm going to find it right now. Servant Leadership book. Found it. This one. It's the Servant Leader. Oh, no, it's called The Servant. Excuse me. It's called The Servant. And the subtitle is A Simple Story About the True Essence of Leadership. And it's by James C. Hunter. And I'm putting it on the screen here. That is what it looks like. The Servant by James C. Hunter. It's a great book. It talks about servant leadership. Thank you. And it goes deep into the flipping leadership, right? Because a lot of times you have the person at the top who's giving out orders, right? Like seagull managers. You know what a seagull manager is? A seagull manager is a manager who flies in occasionally, makes a lot of obnoxious, loud noises, makes you feel bad, poops on you, eats your lunch and flies away like a seagull, right? That's a seagull manager. Servant leadership is the manager who will come and say, let me show you how it's done, and will do it first, right? There's a difference. So it's like flipping the pyramid of leadership upside down, right? So really good book. But what I want to do with you guys today, with everybody who's watching live and catching the replay, I'm going to do something a little bit different, because this I wrote a chapter in an amazing book by this amazing person, Dr. Reverend Marianne Padjan, right? Self-Empowerment Reset, Our Conversations with the Divine. So if you have not picked up a copy of this book, I encourage you to get it. There's so many amazing leaders and authors in here that share their perspectives on how they connect with the divine, right? Higher power, God, the Lord, whatever you want to call him, right? So I have a chapter in here, and it's short enough to where I can read it. It's literally like 3 pages. So it's short enough for me to read it to you, because I want to read it to you. I don't want to just give you little pieces of it, because I think what is in here took me hours and hours and hours to put together. Even though it's a short chapter, I had to really think about what I was going to say and how I was going to say it. And I think this chapter specifically is perfect for what today's topic is, right? Perfect. And it goes back to the quote I said in the very beginning. Godly leadership is an extension of the leader's relationship with God. And I can tell you right now, I have a very strong relationship with God. Now, have I arrived in that space? Absolutely not. Relationships are always being nurtured. They have to improve constantly over time. So I'm going to read to you a chapter here, a very short chapter, so bear with me, and I'm telling you it's going to be worthwhile. This is something I put together that I actually feel good about. I feel really good about this chapter because it speaks to my faith and how I live my faith and how I converse, right, with the divine, with God. So, and my chapter is called Conversational Tools for Spiritual Growth. Okay, so I hope you're ready. And if you're not, I'll give you 10 seconds to get in a nice cozy spot, get a sip of your coffee. And we're going to have a fireside read, okay? It's going to be quick, but it's going to come strong. It says, God is foundational in everything I do. As a cradle Catholic, I grew up very involved in my church. I went to Mass every Sunday with my family, went to confession regularly, attended catechism classes, received my sacraments, baptism, First Communion, confirmation, and more. And then I got married. I got, the wedding vows. I was even an altar boy for many years. Perhaps during these early years, I took my faith for granted. How many of us have done that, right? I took my faith for granted at some point. As I grew older, the allure of worldly things caught my attention. There was a stretch in my life where I strayed from choosing the good and behaved in ways that were contrary to my faith. I'll spare you the details. Many would say during those years that I was the black sheep of the family. However, even in the midst of what I considered to be just having a good time, in actuality, I felt empty inside, as if something were missing. What I thought would fulfill me left me completely empty, as if I had an unquenchable desire for something I couldn't pinpoint. St. Augustine said it best, Lord, our hearts are restless until they rest in you. The good news is I never got too far off track that I couldn't come back from it. With time and maturity, I began to realize that the hole I couldn't fill was a God-sized hole, as referenced by the best-selling author and speaker, Matthew Kelly. Now, I have embraced my faith as my own. And in hindsight, I can see that the Holy Spirit was always working in my life, even though I didn't realize it. I don't believe in luck. I believe in divine providence. There's a difference. There is tremendous power in having a deep connection with God. There is a relationship that must be nurtured just like any other. To maintain an earthly relationship, you have to talk to each other. In the same way, we must converse with God routinely. There are many ways to strengthen one's relationship with God as a Catholic. I practice several of these on a regular basis. I specifically spend time daily with prayer, the rosary, and reading scripture, aka the Bible. I'd like to share these three here with you in a bit more depth. Prayer is the most basic form of communicating with God. Saint Therese of Lisieux said, "For me, prayer is a burst from my heart. It is a simple glance thrown toward heaven, a cry of thanksgiving and love in times of trial, as well as in times of joy." End quote. Powerful. Prayer is powerful. Prayer is life-changing. It is critical that we pray not only during tough times, but also in the joyful moments when everything is going right in our lives. Prayer is something I do on the bookends of my day, my morning and evening routine. I pray before every meal and in moments when something is spontaneously placed on my heart that I feel I need to communicate to God. Matthew Kelly has a 7-step prayer process that I like to follow. So I'm going to give you right now, that's in the book here, a 7-step prayer process in order to pray with the Lord and build that relationship so you can be the most effective leader possible. Step 1, gratitude. Gratitude begins by thanking God for the good things in your life. Step 2, awareness. Revisit challenging moments where you weren't the best version of yourself. Number 3, significant moments. Identify a person, place, or thing that sticks out that God may be speaking to you through. 4, peace. Ask God for forgiveness for your sins and to fill you with peace. 5, freedom. Ask God how he can free you from anything that may be holding you back. 6, others. Pray for people you care about and specific intentions. 7, pray the Our Father. And if you don't know the Our Father, just Google it. It's a powerful universal prayer. Moving on with the chapter here. I find that by following this process, I can have a very complete conversation that guides me to be my best self. Another prayer practice that I depend on is the recitation of the rosary. The word rosary literally means a chain of roses. And in this case, the roses are prayers. The Our Father, Hail Mary, and Glory Be. During the recitation of the rosary, a person meditates upon the major events in the life of Christ and his mother Mary. The rosary is a powerful weapon to guard ourselves against evil. It helps shape our soul to win the daily battle of spiritual warfare. It has been said that you will either stop saying the rosary or stop sinning, but you will not continue to do both. It's hard to do both. Several years ago, I decided to challenge myself to pray the rosary every day for a year. This is not an easy feat, as the repetition of this prayer can become monotonous quickly. My spiritual life went to an all-time high that year, and sure enough, sins that had a stronghold on me faded away. Finally, I like to connect with God by reading scripture, also known as the Bible, every single day. The Bible is inspired by the Holy Spirit, which is why it is referred to as the Word of God. Just as I would have a conversation with the author of a book as I read, I am able to have a conversation with God as I read scripture. I like to incorporate a Bible study that goes along with my reading to guide my understanding and interpretation. One of my personal favorites is Dr. Scott Hahn. Reading scripture without some form of guidance can easily become overwhelming and confusing. In addition to a Bible study, I also meditate on what the scripture is trying to tell me at that moment. It's ironic how you can have the best conversations with God in silence. I can easily say that some of the greatest revelations I've had in my life came to me after being inspired by something I read in scripture, which was then elevated by silent meditation. I couldn't agree more with best-selling author Ryan Holiday when he says, "Stillness is the key." My life has never been better, thanks to my conversations with the divine. As I look back on my life, I've come to realize that I have had the tools to live my faith fully since I was a child. I just had to make a conscious effort to use them. A life filled with prayer, the rosary, and scripture is a life that requires intentionality and discipline. God is waiting on you to open the door to a deeper relationship with Him. My hope is that you found something in my words that could help you along your journey. What is your plan? Start today. So that is my chapter in this phenomenal book, Self-Empowerment Reset, Our Conversations with Divine. If you noticed, the common thread in what I was telling you is that one of the keys to that relationship with God is prayer. And I'll say it again, prayer, prayer, prayer. One of the most foundational things you can do. Just like you would have a conversation with a friend. Just like if you have your parents and you want to go visit your parents from time to time, that's what you do. That's why we go to church. It's like going to visit your parent, your father. That's why we pray. It's like having the conversation. That's why we meditate. And only in these building blocks of developing that relationship can we become the highest, most effective leaders possible. Because the greatest leader of all is God. And if we want to, in any way, shape, or form, get to some kind of a level of leadership that God has shown us, then we have to be in tune. We have to have that frequency alignment. And the only way you can be in the same frequency and hear that frequency and be in tune with it is to live it. It's to embrace it. It's to accept it. It's to entertain it. To engage with it. Right? So I say fully embrace your faith. Fully embrace your relationship with God. Because there is a lack of leadership in today's world. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think we can all agree there is a lack of real leadership in a lot of areas where we need leadership in the world. Somebody's got to step up to the plate to be those leaders. Is it you? Ask yourself that question. Is it you? Are you going to be the person to step up and become that leader that is required in today's society? In your backyard, in your neighborhood, in your state, in your city, in your country? Are you going to be that leader to step up to the plate? And if so, if you desire to be that leader, what are you doing about it? One thing is saying, I desire to be a leader. That's one thing. You're already going out on a limb by saying, hey, I'll be that leader. So that's step one. You got to believe that you can be that leader and you got to claim it. You got to say, I'm going to be that leader. But the next step is you got to execute. You got to create this master plan of how you're going to develop yourself into being that leader. And you got to pull the trigger and you got to show up every single day. Leadership is not a part-time thing. You can't be a part-time leader. And some people think they can get away with being a part-time leader. Leadership is required all the time. Leadership is required all the time. I just bought this new book recently from an amazing leader John Maxwell, High Road Leadership. If you've never read one of John Maxwell's book on leadership, I encourage you to do it. It's jam-packed with all kinds of golden nuggets on leadership. Anything he puts out is fantastic. But high road leadership, we got to take the high road. You know why? Because there's less traffic there. There's less traffic in the high road. We have to be high level, high road leaders. But that requires self-leadership. The first person you lead is you. Are you leading you is the question. Are you leading you at the highest level? Do you believe you? Or do you say to yourself, I'm going to make this happen? And then guess what? Wishy-washy. I said it out of emotion. I was excited. I changed my mind. That's not leadership, folks. That's called gut reactions to things. And you get excited and you just say, yes, I'm going to do it. Yes, I'm in. Yes, I'm committed. Oh, whoops, never mind. Just kidding. You're either in or you're out. Your yes means yes, and your no means no. But if your yes means yes in the moment, and then when that feeling is gone, when the moment you said it, right in the moment that you said, oh, I'm there, I'm committed, count me in, whatever you want to say, right? And then the feelings go, and then you change your mind, or circumstances change, and you're like, I don't know if I want to do this now. I will tell you right now, and if you get upset with me, whoever's watching this, then I still love you. That's not leadership. Leadership is an all the time thing. Your yes has to mean yes, and your no has to mean no. And you have to have the ability to say yes, and you have to have the ability to say no. Some people don't have it in them to say no. And they say yes, yes, yes. But then on the back end, they'll say no without telling you. They'll just disappear on you. Has that ever happened to you? People don't say no, but then they will never say yes to you, and they'll just disappear. And that's really a no in a more disrespectful way. So can I tell you something? If you're going to say no, just say no. Just say no. No is okay. No is a complete sentence. You can put no and put a period after it. So it's okay to say no. I encourage people to say no more often, because I know way too many people who say yes way too often, and they end up backpedaling and end up in situations they don't want to be in. Myself included. Hello. I have said yes to things multiple times to where I look back and I'm like, OMG. Now I owe all this money. Now I have all these commitments. Now I have no time. Now I feel overwhelmed. Now I'm burning the candle at both ends. Oof, why did I say yes to all these things? So it's okay to say no. I encourage you to say no more often. But if you say yes, let it mean yes. Okay, let it mean yes. And if you say no, let it mean no. But we are in a time right now where we need real leadership. We need people to step up to the plate, and if they are not in, then don't be in. And if you are in, then be in and be all in. But let's stop being in the middle. Let's stop being in the gray area. Whatever happened to black and white, right? Now there's like 50 Shades of Gray. Never read the book, right? Since when is there 50 Shades of Gray? Last time I checked, it's gray. Okay, it's just gray. Why is there 50 Shades of Gray? You know, whatever happened to black and white? Whatever happened to, you know, yes and no? Now there's like a somewhat yes, potentially yes, in next month yes. No, it's either yes or no, right? Let's just go back to the good old times where we just mean what we say and say what we mean. So my battle cry for people out there is to say, listen, I need to have a relationship with God. And if I have that thing inside of me, that's that little itch, everybody has that little itch. You know what that is? That is your instinct. It is your soul scratching at your skin, saying, hey, by the way, hey, skin, hey, flesh, this is me, your soul inside of you. And your soul belongs to God. And I am here to remind you that there is more to life than just the flesh. There is more to life than just waking up and going to get a paycheck. There is more to life than just having a relationship. There is more to life than just procreating and living and enjoying life and having a good time. There is something called the afterlife. There's something called heaven and hell. There's something called eternity. And we have to live this life that we have today in the pursuit of excellence to ultimately end up eternally saved with God. However that looks for you, right? So this is a reality that I see. So we have to first make that relationship right, because God is love and love is God. And if we cannot love God at the highest levels, how can we love ourselves? How can we love our neighbor? How can we love people that we serve? Certainly, who knows how we can love the people that offend us? The only way you can love people that offend you is by having the grace in your heart to forgive. And the only way you have that grace in your heart to forgive is if you're in alignment and in tune with love. And love is God. So I believe there's a direct correlation between unforgiveness and lack of faith. You'll find that the people who forgive quick and wholeheartedly and aggressively are the ones who are very in alignment with their Creator. That's my take on what I've observed, what I've seen. And you don't have to agree with me. It's okay. Life would be boring if everybody agreed, wouldn't it? If we all agreed on everything, what's the point? Life would be kind of boring, wouldn't it? If we all agreed on every single thing? No. So it's okay. If you're watching this and you're shaking your head and you're like, what is Jose talking about? Who does he think he is? The good news is I can't hear you, and I like that. So if you disagree with me, it's okay. I love you anyway. I'm just telling you my perspective. Okay. And I'm not trying to be pompous or arrogant or nothing. I'm just having some fun. Is it okay if I have some fun with you guys? I mean, come on. We need to loosen up too. That's another thing we got to do as leaders. We got to loosen up. We can't be so uptight. All right. So loosen up, have some fun, lead by front, lead yourself first. Make sure that you are expecting from others what you show up and expect from yourself, right? You can't expect other people to be forgiving and kind if you are not. You can't expect other people to be gracious towards you if you're not a gracious person. You can't expect people to respect you if you don't respect others. You certainly can't expect people to talk trash about you if you talk trash about other people. Think about it. If you fall into a category where you are out of alignment with what you expect from others, but you're doing those things that you don't want others to do to you, that is, I don't know what you call that. You can fill in the blank. But I'm just being real with you guys today. I like that word real, that 4-letter word, R-E-A-L. We got to be real with ourselves. How are you? How are you living? How are you showing up every day? Are you exemplifying and exuding leadership? Are you leading by front? Are you a person of values and character and virtue? Are you the same across the board? Or do you shift personalities and you shift personas and you shift the way you're perceived based on the room you're in? I'll tell you right now, the way you see me with my wife when we're on a date is the way you're going to see me when I'm with my kids, being a father, Is the way you're going to see me when I'm at church with people in my community? Is the way you're going to see me when I'm hanging out with my buddies? Is the way you're going to see me when I'm serving my clients? Is the way you're going to see me when I'm out building my business and impacting the world? I am the same dude, right? I am the same guy across the board. Now, am I perfect? No. Are there times where I might have maybe a few extra drinks than I should probably have? How about, yeah. And I'm okay with that. Last I checked in the Catholic faith, I'm not going to go to hell because I had too much to drink. Okay. Now, there's a fine line between getting blitzed where I can't walk and talk and doing all kinds of foolishness and to where I feel like a nice little buzz. Okay. That's more me. I used to be the latter, right? But now I'm more like chill and I can enjoy myself. And I'm every now and then I might have more than I probably should. And that's okay. It's okay. Let's not make things a big deal. That don't need to be a big deal. Are there times where a curse word might slip out of my mouth? Yeah. Do I think I'm going to go to hell for that? No. Do I think I'm less of a leader because of that? No. Do I think I'm a bad father or a bad husband because I curse on occasion? No. But can I tell you something? I normally don't. 98% of the time you won't hear me curse. But when I do, I do. Are there times where I have fallen short, where I have said I was going to do something and didn't follow through? Yes. I can sit here and give you a long scroll, a laundry list of things that I am not perfect in and things where I have fallen short and continue to fall short because this is life. What I am saying is that you have to make a concerted, intentional effort to pursue excellence across the board and to be authentic, to be real, and to be the same person all the time. There is no time to be putting on a performance for people here, and then over here, you're the complete opposite person, or vice versa. I want to build and grow with people who are real, who are authentic, who are genuine, who are down to earth, who are simple. Simple is good. Complicated, if you want to be complicated, that's up to you. But I like simplicity. I think life can be very, very simple. We as humans complicate things because we have all these emotions and feelings and thoughts and ideas and all that kind of stuff. So I hope what I'm saying today is resonating with many of you out there. And if it's not, well, hey, at least we had a good time together. But I'm almost certain that there are some of you out there. Cheers, Marianne. I'm almost certain that there's some of you out there that some of the things or one thing or something I said along the way jerked you inside and it gave you like this reaction where you said, yeah, I need to work on that. Or you know what? I should look into that. Or yeah, it's interesting because I've been thinking just that and Jose just said it again. It's almost like divine intervention, like I'm supposed to hear this right now. These are things that are going to happen when you hear people talk. And there's no such thing as coincidence. I believe it's divine intervention. I don't believe in luck. I think it's hard work. So things happen for a reason. We don't know all the answers. And can I tell you something? We're not meant to know all the answers. So stop trying to figure it all out because we're not meant to know it all. You're meant to know enough to get you from where you are now to the next step. And then at that level, you are meant to know enough to do the next step and the next step. But you're not meant to know everything. Nobody is. Not even Elon Musk. And he's pretty darn smart, right? So just know that the path to real, true, high level, high road leadership begins with you. It begins with you in terms of the rolling out of that leadership. But even before that, it's the connection to the divine. It's the connection to God. It's your relationship with the highest level of love and leadership. And only then can you mirror and attempt to be your very best off of the example that has already been set before us. And we all have those seeds of greatness within us. And those seeds of greatness that are ingrained within each and every one of our souls and beings is leadership. So how are you utilizing that? How are you watering that every single day? How are you engaging with that? How serious are you about pursuing leadership to the highest level? This is not something to play with. We go down this road of life one time, folks. So you're either going to maximize it to the fullest, or you're going to poke it with a stick. And if you poke it with a stick, I'm telling you right now, one of the biggest things in life you're going to look back on is the word regret. And you don't want to look back on the word regret. So now is the time to dig deep, to create a plan on how you're going to be the most effective leader, how you're going to pursue your relationship with God at the highest level, and how you're going to go out into the world and be real, be authentic, be down to earth, be completely and 100% all in on your yes is yes and your no is no. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Right? So I am encouraged today. I'm inspired today. You know what's crazy is when you hear yourself talk, you're hearing yourself talk. And you know what happens to you? You also get moved. I am feeling moved. I am feeling inspired. I feel like I should go into prayer after this. Like I just feel connected to God. I feel like I want to go and pursue leadership at the highest level. I want to go and go hug and love my kids right now and say, hey, thank you for being nice and quiet, enjoying your movie, and Daddy loves you and is here for you. Like those are things that, you know, you can't put a price tag on. Right? You can't put a price tag on the ability to be a leader at the highest level across the board. It starts with you, then it goes in your home, in your household. How are you leading within your own home? And then how are you leading outside of your home? Whether it's your day job, it's your business, the people you serve, in society as a whole. Because one person affects the next and the next and the next. It's a domino effect, the butterfly effect. If you want to change the world, start in front of your own front doorstep, right? If you want to be an amazing leader, before you lead anybody else, lead yourself. And if you want to be your best self at the highest level and you want to love people unconditionally, you got to love yourself first. And the only way you can love yourself first at the highest level is if you love the Lord, because the Lord God is love and love is God. That is all I have for you today. I am extremely, extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here. I'll open it up for any Q&A if there is any Q&A, or Marianne, if you'd just like to have a chat. But I enjoyed it. This is an amazing platform. I will be back next month. How do I know that? I don't know that. I'm just, assuming it.
I think we got somewhere over 200 comments while you were talking.
I hope they were positive.
They were. Of course they were. Okay. I just want to say publicly for the women out there, just for a second, especially the beginning, all of it was amazing. As Jose, all of Jose is amazing. But at the beginning, when he was talking about his wife, okay, who really, really wishes that Jose had like 10 brothers that you could choose from? That were twins. You know what I mean? Whatever 10 is. Somebody write it in the chat, whatever 10 is. Honestly, like, come on. Like the love, the respect. And I loved the family and the kids just because I could feel the energy was so amazing. And I loved Jose, like I've been there from the beginning. And I love Jose too. First of all, I loved him because, I already loved him. And then I heard he prayed the rosary every day. And I thought, oh my God, what? like, I don't know if anybody else was crying, but I was. And you know, when in business, someone starts off your chat, their speech with, I love Marianne. Like, I love that we can use the word love in business. And if you don't use it, you should. I'm marrying one of his brothers, Jessica Roman. Yes, yes, Raul is definitely one of his brothers. Jessica will be speaking a little bit later on here as well. So I still want to talk about how amazing Jose is. I wrote down, like, I don't even know how many different things. Hang on, I have like notepad. Okay, 50 Shades, 50 Shades of Gray. I think I'm gonna have to call one of these 50 Shades of Yes. What do you think of that as a title for a
That's a
summit?
good one. That's a good one.
Or book, one or the other, right? Because I could do both. I can't remember what else she said that I was just like, oh my God, this is so amazing. And then I started to cry. And then when you were reading your chapter, I felt like I was in church in prayer. And I just listened, and I swear to you, I just went on because I'm trying to make sure to see if there's any questions in the chat. So I'm on my phone on Facebook to see. And all of a sudden in my messenger and in my text message, there was an offer on one of my listings that went bad earlier this week. Everybody agreed on everything. So verbally, everything's been accepted. All I have to do is sign up, get this paperwork signed up as soon as it's over. So this is what happens, people, when you are surrounded and immersed in positive energy. And Jose reading, like Jose should have just been a preacher, but he's going to have 6 kids. So we're going to need some extra cash for that because there's a lot of really gorgeous kids. And he has I mean, you've created such a beautiful and such a healthy life for yourself. I can't, like, you know, I was in Maryland. I can't say, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but Jose is the classiest guy on earth. That's all I'm going to say. And if he wants to say it, that's great. If not, it's a secret. That's fine. It's our little secret, but he is so classy. Honestly, like, just classy, period. And it doesn't really even need any additional information around that, but that was amazing. You know what I'm talking about, right? My departure.
Oh yeah, I don't mind you sharing. I mean, it's no secret. I don't have secrets in life. I mean,
Right. And you know what? Jose sent a driver. He has his own driver, first of all, which I'm now going to adopt that because I'm in love with that idea. So if I ever when I do a live event, in-person live event, I'm going to adopt that. You know, and so I typically take the limos, the airport limos. So they're usually either a large SUV or whatever, but they're always a very nice and super clean car. The service is better. It's kind of like first class in an airplane and regular. The service is just a little bit better. Everything is just a little cleaner, a little nicer, a little everything. So it was just beautiful. And that was the exact kind of car that I got, that he sent over a driver. And I don't really suffer too much from fear, but being a female in a, you know, different country, and now I don't know, now I have to call a cab, or now I have to call an Uber or something. I'm not really sure what's going on. First of all, I'm not an Uber girl because I'm super spoiled. I like having a car and I drive everywhere. I'm okay with that. And, you know, so I was like, you know, and I called him up and I said, you know, I don't mind using your guy. I will certainly cover everything. I just feel more comfortable with someone that we know. And he's like, no, I'm gonna see if he's available. I'm gonna send a driver for you, and you're gonna be covered. And I'm like, oh,
it was my pleasure. My pleasure. I mean, you deserve it. I mean, you've done a lot. We've done a lot together, and this is just the beginning of what we do. And I'm the kind of guy who will fall on a sword for people that I love and care about. Right.
See what I mean? This is why I call him my little brother. Well, and plus he's like 20 years younger than me. So that's beautiful. We have like a minute to just maybe a minute to, do you want to mention our new adventure? We're going to have Michelle on the next one for sure. She's going to be speaking, and we're going to have a chance to speak. Do you want to mention it a little bit?
Yeah, we can very briefly mention it. I don't want to go into much detail, but
Oh, no, no detail.
Chris, what's up, man? Good to
What's
see
up,
you.
Jose?
Good to
After
see
you.
so in terms of the bank system, which is here, which is what we did at, oops, not this one, it's a gift card. This is the bank system, which is really it goes into biology versus psychology, right? Why people buy. So it's a really cool system where you can literally know in 60 seconds, what's going to move somebody to make a decision that ultimately is going to be good for them, assuming the product and service fits, right? It's not like a way to, hey, let me sell you something you don't need. It's more like, hey, sometimes people need to be sold a certain way because there's a psychology behind why they buy a certain way, right? So really cool system. The Connected Leaders Academy has fully adopted this program going forward. We're in partnership with Codebreaker, Sherry Tree, and Michelle Murner and their whole team. And the bank system is really awesome. And we have 10 founding members of the Connected Leaders Academy that are going to be certified trainers for the bank system going forward. They're going to be on our website. They're going to be people that are going to be at the front and center of this thing to be able to train and coach it at the very highest levels, which are going to do so many great things for a lot of entrepreneurs and leaders out there. And Marianne just happens to be our first certified trainer, founding member for the Connected Leaders Academy under the bank system. So that is our formal announcement. More details to come, but Marianne, you're amazing and excited to have you as founding member #1 for that certified trainer program that we're doing with the CLA.
Raul's going to be jealous because he's founding member #1 in Connected Leaders Academy, and he always says it, and I'm like, now I get to say this. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's super exciting. That's pretty much all we have time for this time, but the next summit is June 13th. I believe it's also a Thursday, and Michelle, who is our fearless leader, will be there. Hopefully Jose will also be able to join us briefly, and we'll get some of the other people involved, and there'll be a group of us, and we will tell you more on that. And if Jose can't make it and other people can't make it, because not everyone can, that's okay too. So we will still have a little segment with more information on that one. We're just settling into it, so I don't even know what to say.
One quick thing, like 15 seconds, because I want to take away time from Chris, but I will say this, that this system here is not designed to be another thing to do, right? This is designed to take your business and what you already do to a whole nother level. Right. Because what it's really doing is going to be amplifying your sales abilities at a whole nother level. That's what it's designed to do. So it's really, really awesome. And I don't just jump on board with everybody for anything, because I'm pitched just about every other day for something. It's kind of crazy. And I learned the art of saying no. You have to say no, and it's okay. But I said yes to partnering with this company, Codebreaker, because it is just that next level technology backed by AI, and the system is just brilliant. And I'm excited about where we're going to go together with both of our companies as we scale and grow. And again, thank you, Marianne, for being our first founding member as a certified trainer. And that is it. I'm going to run. I appreciate it all. This was amazing, and I'm eager to hear from Chris.
Hugs and kisses to the kids, and thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
And now we have Chris Burns, the gentleman who has created my website. It was his idea for me to have one, because I need to have people like Chris around me, because I wouldn't think, oh yeah, I should have a website. I'm not a techie person. I'm a people person. I should have these people around me and I should have this energy around me. But yeah, I lack in certain other aspects. So let me get on to his bio. And so we're all from Connected Leaders, Chris, myself, and Jose, and actually Barnsley before that. And Chris has over 20 years of marketing experience. He's helped hundreds of businesses, including his own scale, by doubling down on digital. Try saying that a few times after a beer or two. That success all starts by helping businesses differentiate and stand out rather than blend in. His approach makes things simple and easy. He'll make it so easy that you'll be excited to manage your own social media, and because you'll be generating results. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, I love fun. So fun is awesome. I think we should have fun doing everything. He is also a published author, podcast host, coach, consultant, and speaker. I think he's going to be a multi-published author soon. So with that, I present you with Mr. Chris Burns.
Well, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Glad to be here. And you've got more ventures, Marianne? What do you have, like 60 of them right now?
Something like that, maybe 61.
I don't know how you do it.
I'm so happy. Well, you know what? I was just saying while Jose was reading his chapter out of one of my books, I actually managed to almost close the deal. Not quite. We are talking offer while we're doing that. And I started with the bank. And then later I have the CEO of Think and Grow Rich Institute Canada, and I'm doing a program with him as well. So yes.
Well, the one thing I've learned is that successful people like you and Jose have others to help them with these businesses and projects, which is a big part of growth in success. But without further ado, we could chit chat all day, and I'm sure that might be valuable for everybody tuning in. But welcome, happy Thursday. Hope your day's off to a good start. I'm going to talk about a little bit of my journey, and my presentation / workshop is called From Busy to Results, because entrepreneurs, in my opinion, can you make me a co-host so I can share my screen, Marianne, please? We've constantly made things more difficult than what they really are. And I believe that finding success, that generating more business and growth is actually pretty easy. If we're focused on the right things, which as an entrepreneur, we're pulled in so many different directions that so often we feel like we are on the verge of burnout, or it actually happens. And so I'm going to talk to you about how to go from just being busy to actually generating big results within your business. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to skip over most of this. I'm just going to tell you that I've been in marketing for over 20 years. I've been an entrepreneur. I've owned and operated, started more than 5 different businesses. I've been a published author. And whether it be from sales and marketing or leadership, I've had personal experience enough to tell you what works and what doesn't. I've tried just about everything. I've worked on a lot of different positions and industries, and my experience, I'm pretty honed in on the things that don't work, because I've tried a lot of things that didn't work, and that's helped me get to the point of learning and growth opportunities. And so I like to start with that, because I've been here. I've been in this position many, many times in my life, and for probably longer than I'd wanted to admit as well. And so if you can resonate with this image, just think about that for a moment. It's a hamster spinning in a wheel. They don't get out of the wheel, and they just keep spinning faster and faster and faster, and nothing changes except you feel exhausted and you want to quit. And when you are on that verge of wanting to quit, it often feels like massive, massive failure. So rhetorical question, have you ever been there before? And it's likely we have, and it's okay. A lot of us have, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get to where you want to go. But this is what it leads to. It leads to burnout. And there are many, many ways to maximize your output without working more. So I want to just say this because it's important. I reached out to a podcast recently I was trying to get on, and someone's like, no, I don't think so. My audience is female, and we don't resonate with the word hustle. And I said, whoa, let's back the truck up here. Hustle leaders is a bit of an anti-hustle movement. We don't believe you have to work 60 hours a week to be successful. I don't believe you have to sacrifice health, mental health, relationships, and things like that to get to where you want to be. In fact, I'm really on a mission to bring hustle back to being a positive word, because hustle doesn't have to be associated with burnout. It doesn't have to be associated with eating like crap, not sleeping, and sacrificing everything else you have good going for you in your life. So let's talk about this. I'm going to ask you this question, rhetorical. I can't see the chat. So why is it that most entrepreneurs fail? Or in my eyes, many of them quit before things finally start to click, before they finally start generating results. And I get a lot of different answers when I ask this question when I'm on stage, and it's fun to hear all of them. Some of people will say, well, Chris, I didn't have a budget. I didn't have a lot of money. And I don't think you need that. In fact, every business I've built that's been successful has been bootstrapped. No inheritance, no loans. I think if you do it the right way, you can find success. So I want you to think for a moment, why is it? Why do you think people see failure? Now, you could argue burnout, right? We've already kind of covered that. No doubt that's part of it. But I'm going to tell you something that you probably weren't expecting. And that is most people fail, entrepreneurs, business leaders, marketers, whoever, because they don't have a strategy. And I don't mean the one in your head because that doesn't count. But I'm going to tell you a quick story is that I speak on stage at this in-person summit that I founded a few years ago, about 200 plus people in the audience. And I asked them to raise their hand. Who here has a strategy? And it's amazing how many people don't have the strategy. And I'm telling you right now, about 10 people raise their hand and they say, yep, I got a strategy. And I'll say, okay, keep your hand up if you have it in a document format that you can print out or have it somewhere in your office. And we're left with about 5 hands. How is it that literally 2.5% of entrepreneurs in that room and business leaders have a strategy? Now, if you're a professional basketball or football coach in the NBA, WNBA, NFL, whatever, college basketball coach, any sport, and if you show up to a game without a plan, you should expect to fail and get fired. Because if your AD finds out you don't have a plan or a strategy, you're out. They'll find someone else who does. So why is it that you'd show up to coach, and I would, a 3rd grade girls basketball game with a plan, but not show up every day to work without one? Now you say, Chris, 3rd grade girls basketball, you have a plan. Yeah, of course. Now it's one or two things. It's simple and easy. I know what my players can do well or not do well. I know the types of teams that we do well against and the types of teams we don't do well against. And they understand that there's one or two things we need to do. This is what we're going to do today. This is how we're going to win the game, keeping it very simple. But if I show up and I'm like, hey, just, go out there and have fun, do whatever. That's not a plan. I shouldn't expect any level of success. And so it's really important that if your expectations are up here, your plan needs to be up here too. I've got a QR code here. This is a free digital download if you want to follow along. It's something you can do a little bit with me today, and then you can do a little bit on your own. It's our 2020 Vision Guide. We have workshops that we literally charge about $1,500 to attend, that you'd get access to this. You get the full training. I'm going to give you a high-level version of this today for free, so feel free to download that. All you have to do is put in your email. You can click the download button, and you'll have it immediately. So number one, kind of moving into strategy, is that so many of us, we're busy. You hear that, oh, I'm just so busy. I'm busy doing that. And it's like, but what are you really doing? Are you chasing your tail? Because that's what motion is right here. It is, I'm going in circles. I'm spinning in the hamster wheel. This looks really nice, but I should just put a picture of a hamster wheel in the middle of it, because that's typically what it is. We are picking all the low-hanging fruit, which doesn't equate to much. And at the end of the day, we feel like we didn't get anything done. Well, guess what? It's your fault. It's my fault too, because I've done it many times. Whereas if we juxtapose that to where we want to be, it's progress. We are picking the high-hanging fruit. We are working on the most important things that help advance the business, and we're doing it to start our day. We're not doing it at the end of the day when we're running out of time. We're going to talk about that coming up. So the question I like to ask now is, how many of you actually have a strategy? Whether it's marketing, whether it's a business strategy or something else, a growth strategy, financial planning, sometimes for your own home and your marriage and your own life. And so often it's not very many. And I'm going to assume that if you're not where you want to be in your life, whether it be personally, financially, professionally, whatever, that this is the reason holding you back. So before we go into like, oh, Chris, I'm just going to go make a strategy. No, stop right there. I'm going to introduce you to something that I've coined. I don't know if other people use it, but it's just something I talk about a lot. It's called the light switch theory, where so often my clients have always said, well, Chris, let's just run some ads, or Chris, let's just post about that on social media. You can't flip a switch and expect results. Nothing works like that. Marianne, you've been in business for a long time. You didn't just grow to become successful overnight. I'm sure Jose can very much say the same.
I wish.
It is a long road. It's a big journey. And so I'm going to give you an example, and it's a marketing / social media example. So often people will say, well, my sales are down, or I've lost a couple of employees. We need to hire, we need sales. Well, that is very much reactionary marketing, and it's not strategic. Strategic is the opposite. If you were strategic with your marketing and strategic with your business, you would say, look, we know we always want sales. Obviously, right? We always want sales to be going up. We always need more sales. We're always going to need to hire people once a quarter, a couple times a year. So why not have that content in your pipeline? Why not plan to post stuff about your culture and the community that you give back to, and the volunteering that you do, and the intangible benefits that your employees have, and the fun they're having working there? Why not always post about that? Because then your social media will be a recruiting machine, always working for you. So when you do need employees to recruit or come apply to your job, it'll be a lot easier, a lot more seamless. Same thing with your sales. If you're always talking about your products and you're sharing content that is thought leadership, if you're sharing content that is people endorsing your products and reviews, you've got this social currency now, people are going to want to do business with you. You're not reactionary, you're proactive, you're strategic. And so we have to be this way with sales, with finance, with relationships, with a lot of things in life. But so often we're not. We think, oh, things are down. Well, they're always going to be that way. You're always going to be stuck in that hamster wheel. You're always going to be trying to flip the switch up and down because you're not strategic. So let's talk about, how do you become strategic? Now, again, this isn't a stage. I can't just ask people questions, but think for a moment, any guesses how we can be proactive and strategic with our business, with our finances, with our success? So this is not a plug for my planner, although it's there if you want it. It is a plug for planners in general. The number one thing that we can do to get back to a solid foundation of being organized, and yes, I'm saying organized, because we have to be organized to be strategic. We have to have our shit together, excuse my language. And so for me, the kumbaya moment was getting a planner. I couldn't find exactly a planner that worked the way I wanted. So my business partner and I, we just created one based on our training and our tutelage and what we do in our coaching program. I'm not here to sell you any of that, but this to me was my personalized strategy. It helped ensure I knew what was ahead of me every single day. It helped prevent things from slipping through the cracks, which I take on way too much stuff, as I'm sure Marianne, you do too. And the only way I can show up on time and show up as my best self is to make sure that I am organized daily, weekly, monthly. And also it helped keep goals in front of me, because out of sight, out of mind, guess what? And that happens to the best of us. It also yielded confidence because I had a higher follow-through rate, which meant a higher success rate. So all of a sudden, this was a new me. And having a daily planner is really, really important because it allows you to start setting new goals. It allows you to start stacking daily victories so you can stack weekly victories, win the month, and eventually win the year. So light bulb moment for me certainly was the planner, but I'm going to tell you about something that was really important. And I had a moment where in my life I had cancer. I was in my early 30s. I had just had 2 little baby girl twins, recently married, 3 kids, and a big, beautiful, expensive home. Hated my job though. I wasn't taking care of myself. I was staying up late. I had a side hustle that wasn't making any money. And I felt like it was probably incumbent upon me. I put this stress on me and boom, I got hit with a big health issue. And when you hear the word cancer and enlarged lymph nodes, you immediately think negative, you think you're dying. And I already had ulcerative colitis in the past, so I was high risk. And so I just assumed, right, if I don't take care of myself, I'm going to die. It was pretty negative. It was bleak. But this was way before the planner. And I realized that it doesn't have to be that way. And I know I'm unique, but I'm going to introduce you to a concept called CTFAR. It's not something we invented. It's just something that we use in our practice and our training. And it was this. My circumstance was exactly what I told you. My thoughts were negative. My feelings were negative. My actions were nothing because I was stuck in a hospital for 5 days, couldn't do anything. And if I were to take the doctor's orders, I'd be taking at least 16 or more pills a day. And I eventually found that, the pills I was taking for heartburn and reflux and this and that, it didn't do anything for me. Not a thing. And it does for some people, but for half the people out there, I found they were experiencing the same thing. So I said, what if I could change my circumstance? And I started to think that it was possible because I was doing my research. I was taking things in my own hands. And I said, once I get past this, once I get the cancer removed, I'm going to change my health. Now, I'm not an overweight guy. I'm not a big person. So I'm very lucky in that regard. However, I thought I could be healthier, and I knew I could because I wasn't eating well. I was drinking too much, fast food, not sleeping. Things weren't panning out the way they should be. So I said, if I could flip the switch to be positive, I can take things into my own hands. All of a sudden, I felt like I could do it. My actions changed. I went to bed at a better time. I stopped eating fast food. I stopped drinking as much. I stopped drinking soda and candy. And guess what? Fast forward a few years later, I haven't taken any of that medication. I haven't had any health issues. I haven't had any health scares. I feel amazing. Now, I know that not everybody can do that, but I think most people can. I really do. But there was a plan. There was a strategy. It wasn't just hope and pray or willy-nilly try a whole bunch of things. It was, I can change the results. I can change the circumstances. And it's a revolving loop here. But it all starts with your thoughts. It all starts with your mindset, which changes your feelings, which change your actions. You get a different result, and you've now changed your circumstances. This is real. This stuff really, really works. But the thing I want to ask you with all of that is, where are you now? Because some people don't even know where they are. And if you don't know where you are, you'll never know where you want to go. So I reside in Wisconsin, take a road trip to Florida every now and again. It's a 25, 27-hour ride, depending on where you're going there. You can't just get in a car and go, even if you've done it once or twice before. But you really got to have a vision. You got to have a roadmap. I got to map out where I'm going to stay. Where am I going to stop for gas? Where do I want to stop and eat? Do I want to stop and do anything along the way? When you have a long road trip, you have to be invested in the outcome. You can't just get in a car and go. Now, some of you may, but that's not usually the best outcome. So this calendar year, not 5 years out, not 3 years out, not 2 years out, where do you want to get this year? And the reason I say that is because I don't care where you want to be in 3 years. If you're an entrepreneur like me, that may be totally different 2 years from now. So let's just focus on this year because that's practical and that's real. So the big thing, and this is where the 2020 vision guide comes in, is you have to have clarity of vision. I asked an entrepreneur that I work with about a year ago who has a podcast and a show, makes about $750,000 in revenue. Highly successful, but he's hit a glass ceiling and he doesn't know how to get past it. He can't smash through it. And I said to Bill, hey, Bill, what do you want? And he says, well, what do you mean? I said, what do you want? He said, well, I guess, I'd like more downloads. I guess I'd like some more sponsors or, maybe some more sales. I have some merch, I guess. I don't know. And I said, I looked him in the eye and I said, are you just making this up? He said, well, no. And I said, well, you literally looked around at the ceiling and the walls and you were just guessing. I said, is this on paper somewhere? There's a plan? He said, well, no, but it's in my head. And I said, no, I think you just made it up. I'm calling BS on you. And he said, yeah, I did. I just made that up. I don't know what I want. And I said, well, if you don't know what you want, you're never going to smash through that glass ceiling. So why do most people not achieve their goals? Because they don't have clarity of vision. They don't know where they're going to go. So if you don't know where you're going to go, how do you know what needs to be done to get there? That's the big thing. And this is where the 2020 vision guide comes in. Again, if this is interesting to you at all, just click the QR code. You can download it 100% free. You won't get spammed, promise. But it starts with your personal why. My personal why is this. And it's in no particular order. I want to leave a legacy, both for my family and in my community. I want people to say, oh, Chris Burns was a very giving, generous man. He gave back nonprofits. He volunteered his time. He was a steward of the community locally. And then I want my kids, my wife, whoever, to say, you know, he left a legacy. He did something positive. He helped people. He was a positive, uplifting person. He had great friendships and relationships. He was successful in business. And I want to have strong relationship with my wife and my kids. And obviously successful business. That's probably least important of the bunch. But in every category, there is a health goal. Most definitely, because that was a big part of my life, a big turning point for me. Relationships, my mindset. How do I and what am I going to do to balance that? Well, I read about 30 minutes a day on average. I'm into my 18th book this year because it's a priority for me. I make time for it. Education, that's also a big part of reading books. I have a podcast. I listen to podcasts. I better myself. I've got some business goals. And then I've identified those this year. What are those goals relationship to each one of those categories? It's really not a lot. It's actually very little. It's very simple. It is, they all connect, because if you take care of your physical health, you take care of your mental health. When you take care of your mental health, you're taking care of your relationships. When you take care of your mental health, you've got better business relationships. You got better sales. You show up better. More people want to work with you. Big loop. It's all related. I wish I had time to go into that, but I don't. So this is the vision guide. If you don't have a vision, you are going to hit a glass ceiling, no doubt. And it's going to feel really hard to smash through that. So as part of moving forward, we have to build a recipe. And a recipe I use very interchangeably for strategy. So what is the recipe for a pot of chili? Travel the world and you're going to get a billion answers. Not kidding. It's beans, no beans, spicy, not spicy, ground beef, chicken, white chicken chili, traditional chili, Texas chili. I could go on and on and on. God forbid we get debate about noodles or cheese. So the concept here is, what do you have in the pantry? You don't have the same ingredients I have, I'm guessing. You might have to go to the store, maybe not. But there is no one magical recipe. It's build it based on your taste preferences, based on what you desire, based on what you have, maybe who you're cooking for, a lot of factors. But you need a plan. You need a recipe. And if you don't have one, it's probably a big reason why you're not successful or haven't gotten to where you want to be. So we have to build and craft a recipe, and it's going to change. You make one now. The recipe you make next fall is going to be maybe a little different if you're like me and like to cook. So with this recipe, we have to identify what our barriers are. So if I don't have chicken, I can't make white chicken chili, obviously. In life, it is more about what are the excuses. Well, Chris, I can't read 18 books like you. Why? What are you doing at night? And someone said to me recently, well, I like to watch TV when I go to bed. Okay, well, you like to watch. Is that adding any value? No. Is it helping you sleep better? No. So why not take that half hour and just invest it in reading? 15 minutes a day. I mean, I'm averaging probably a half hour a day, a little bit longer on weekends. Once in a blue moon, I've got an event in an evening and I can't read when I get home. I just go right to bed. But that's going to make you better. Just like in business. Well, Chris, I don't like to cold call. I don't like to do that. Okay, well, if that's the path to get successful, let's start with that every day. Let's get past the barriers and the BS excuses, because if you allow those barriers to stay there, they're actually hurdles is what they are. You have to leap them. And you're plenty capable of doing that. But we have to identify them so that we can move on past that. And it's up to you. So it's like, what can I not live without? Well, I can live without Netflix. I can live without watching reruns of Seinfeld, right? Friends, whatever. And then what are your non-negotiables? You have to have non-negotiables. This is a big part of our plan. And I've got a few of them. Like people say, hey, come do this call on a 6 o'clock on a Thursday night. I don't do that. That's family time for me. Non-negotiable. Unless it's super, super important once in a blue moon, I'll do that. But you have to have barriers, because if you don't, you're going to allow excuses to come in and take over. And that's going to be why your relationships suck. And that's going to be why your sales are going to be down. So can't live without. Non-negotiables are going to help you get to the result once you have the clarity. And what does all this mean? A lot of this means a fulfilled life. When you have a fulfilled life, you feel joy, you're stacking success daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. There are no excuses, because you see what success looks like with hard work, without having to work 60 hours a week, by the way. Creates fulfillment. And when you have fulfillment, you're on this road to financial freedom. You're on this road to, a successful journey. You're getting back to self-love. You're getting back to hitting your goals, crushing your goals, hopefully. And it's about having a direction, it's having clarity, it's having purpose and productivity, because that is where we get to success. Action is not productivity. Action is chasing your tail. Action is the hamster wheel. Progress is the opposite. It's getting out of the hamster wheel. So, almost done here. If you're interested in anything I have to say, a lot of people like to talk about the word hustle and how it carries a negative connotation. I just like to explain what that means to people, because we're trying to rebrand and repackage the word hustle. And so to us, H is hard work, putting in the hours, not 60 hours a week, but pace of play. Are we swiping through Facebook and Spotify, Netflix, whatever throughout the day, or are we honed in on the right things? It's being unrelenting, commitment, persistence, attacking the right priorities rather than opposite. A lot of us come into work, open up the inbox, and go about starting our day the wrong way. Working smarter, not just harder. 80-20 rule, Pareto principle, if you've ever heard of that. Goal setting and goal achievement, taking massive action rather than, again, chasing our tail in circles. Taking chances, stepping outside the comfort zone. Learning from others, investing in reading, podcasts, being a guest on a podcast, and enjoying the process, because in the end, when you do all these things that we teach, there will be enjoyment, there will be fulfillment, and there will be a sense of gratitude that you've really achieved those things that you set out. It's a very high level version of hustle, but if that was interesting to you, we've got a podcast. I don't make a dime from this. It's just a passion project. It's fun for me. It's a huge learning experience. You can feel free to check that out using the QR codes here. It's Hustle Nation Podcast, Spotify, iTunes, wherever you can find a podcast, it's there. And if you want to be surrounded with people who really embrace this hustle mindset, we just launched a private Facebook community. It's called the Strategic Sales Accelerator. It's all about sales and building your business through building sales and stacking victories. A lot of stuff in there about habits and taking action and being strategic, having a vision. 100% free, spam-free community here. A lot of fun, a lot of great members. Scan the QR code, type it in. It's private, so you have to apply to get in. And a lot of value here if you want to be around high performers who are focused on scaling their business through sales. All right. If there's any questions, happy to take them. Marianne, thank you for having me. Hopefully I was within my zone of time there.
Yes, you are actually. Sorry, can you stop sharing, please?
Sure can.
Gallery. Oh, there we are. Oh, and Linda's joined us. Awesome. Yeah, I'm just looking to see if there are any questions. So I have to look on my phone. So just give me a sec. That was amazing, as always. Chris is another one that's regular. We have a bunch of regulars. See what I have to, why I'm thinking of doing a second one, because it's just like a second day. I need it. I do not see any questions. I like the hustle framework. No questions. Thank you, Ivy Perez, who is absolutely a regular in my chat and is basically the boss of my chat room here. For some reason, it's really blurry visually. I don't know why. We look good to ourselves, so we don't know why we're blurry. There you go, Christopher. Christopher, why do I want to call you Christopher?
My mom calls me Christopher. It's fine.
Maybe that's why. Thank you again so much. You will see more of Chris next time, which will be June 13th, although he hasn't approved that yet. I'm assuming you're going to be okay. And if not, he'll be on the one after, so don't worry. Chris is going to be on all of them for the rest of this year. So yes, wonderful. Chris, if you could put your information, your links, whatever it is you want, into the chat on my Facebook, that's where the public will be able to retrieve it. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Will do.
Excellent. So Linda is here. Linda, are you able to come on camera? It is APL Go hour. So I try to always give myself an hour. Oh, there's Linda. I try to always give ourselves an hour or a half an hour, depending. This particular day, we are far too busy. There are so many people, so we only have half an hour. And I'm wondering if Julia will be joining us, and also Amanda. In the meantime, Linda, can you introduce yourself, and then I will message these young ladies.
I sure can. I'm Linda McBee. I struggled with my health like my whole life. I was a food addict after massive trauma from my childhood, buried that in creating those health issues, and ended up with massive absorbability issues, and a lot of products that I had tried, my body actually rejected. And in the meantime, while I was dealing with all that, I ran finance and marketing companies until the autoimmune issue had me to shut down my businesses. And so after that happened, I could have easily went back into that field, but I found this product that is immediately absorbed right into the cells and needed the world to know about it. And that was 4 years ago. I was at an event this past week, and people were like, oh my gosh, you look amazing. They knew me when I was super sick and like a lot of times wasn't able to go to events, or when I would go, they knew that I wasn't feeling well. So I feel like I lost a lot of that time, and now really wanting to make it up, and always want to be at stuff with friends and see people. So that's a little bit about myself. I am a mental health therapist as well, and a degree in that, as well as a functional medicine coach. And I really took a lot of those trainings to learn what was going on in my own body and work through what was happening and how I could figure out how to heal myself. And then that what typically happens in those situations. So I'm excited to be here today. This was definitely a godsend for me, and being able to share it with others and helping businesses with creating some residual income and offering products and services for their clients as well. And I see Julia jumped on, who's been a dear friend, and who shared this product with me. We've been in a couple ventures together, but because of both of our health issues, we weren't able to continue. But with this, it's just been super amazing of what it has done for our health, and as well as our wealth. So
awesome. Thank you for that. So Linda is responsible for me being with this company. And then, so she brought me in. Julia's responsible for keeping me here. So she's my keeper. She's my, I don't know what to call you, Linda, but I don't want to call you names because I just had the privilege of staying at her house. So I don't want to call her names. So the three of us actually had the pleasure of spending like a 3 or 4 hour journey from the airport. 6 hours altogether. Oh geez. So these two lovely young ladies were amazing, and they were able to come pick me up at Dulles Airport, which I know is not pronounced Duels, because that's what it looks like. Right? Because I'm like, and Linda's looking at me, where are you going? I don't know where that is. And I'm like, Duels. And she's like, oh, Dulles. And I'm like, oh, there you go. That's how it's pronounced. So I thought I was all like going to Washington, D.C. So it was just really the airport, kind of, not barely the border,
Virginia.
barely the border. So, but I did have a chance to see beautiful Virginia and beautiful Maryland. And honestly, if we didn't have those hours in the car and at that restaurant that I can't remember what it's called, and maybe I shouldn't even mention it because Lord have mercy, that was some meal. Yum, yum. It was good, but it was something I shouldn't necessarily be eating all the time. So it was fun. And otherwise I wouldn't have had hardly any time with Julia. And Linda and I, of course, I was sharing her house with her and her dog. not her husband. And also we were sharing a room at the hotel at Jose's event. So we're so interconnected here on this summit today. It's crazy. So yes, so Linda brought me in. I'm just going to briefly say how amazing my product was. I mean, I could talk about all the products because I do take all of them. But besides balancing my amazing hormones, which, you know what, when you hit menopause, you want help from the outside world. And I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's acupuncture, massage, but these supplements right now, I don't have the one I'm probably looking for, but I'm just going to tell you, these babies saved me. I do not get up 6 times in a night anymore to do, you know what? And I get up. In fact, last night, I don't think I only got up once. And that's, so we're down to either 2, and that would be, I'd have to drink a lot of water to get up twice in that night, or sleep for a long time. But honestly, it's down to 1 time or 0. I haven't had 0 since before I went into menopause. So since before I was 50, honestly. Here comes Brenda. Awesome. And so, you know what? It is absolutely an amazing product. The one I started off with was actually this one, Alt and Air. And it was because I had a really horrible cold, probably way more than a cold, that did not turn into anything. I've since then adapted this for allergies. If you are a seasonal allergy sufferer, you need to call me ASAP. I was on something that begins with a B and ends with a drill for 3 months. Okay, 3 months a year. I was on this. Now, 3 months a year, 3 months in spring, and then again another month and a half in the fall. I have since then stopped. So last year I used it the amount of, like, every day. So the amount of times I would have used that other B word, and now I was using the Alt the exact amount of time. Now this year I'm hardly using anything. I'm still using a little bit, but we're almost at the end of May, and I have not used even 1 box yet this season. I am so happy. I can't even begin to tell you. So I'm going to stop talking and let Julia talk, because I don't know if she has to get back to work or something. And there's all these lovely young ladies are super busy, and they're all going back to work. Hi, Tammy. Hi, everybody.
Look at these beautiful, beautiful women in this room. So, and we invited Nurse Brenda to join us as well, because she always has amazing things to contribute. And it's so good to see gorgeous Amanda and gorgeous Tammy. I mean, I love seeing Marianne and Linda all the time, but seeing your beautiful faces. We've changed the name of the company. It's now called the Benjamin Buttons. Aging backward. We were talking about it yesterday. I love this conversation with my friends. I love this conversation. I love looking at old photos and comparing them to now. So my story is not so unique. I was one of those people who was eating and eating and eating and not getting any nutrition. Know anybody like that? Know anybody who's gained any weight? Know anybody who was like in a pandemic and a lockdown for a couple of years, and maybe it affected their psyche? I was speaking with my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law is about the same age as my mom. She was born in 1948. She's a baby boomer. I'm Gen X. And, you know, the toll that it took on my mother and on my sister's mothers-in-law and my aunts and my mother-in-law, all the people that are baby boomers, the toll that it took on them. Here's why. They're not as savvy on the computer. They're not as savvy with texting. It did force them to become a lot more savvy. Everyone knows that. But what it did is it just took the wind right out of their sails. They were cruising along into life, going along, and then all the air got sucked out of the room, and they had to stop seeing their grandbabies and stop seeing their kids and stop traveling, and their bucket list got flipped on its head, didn't it? So I'm not so unusual because of that, because I was one of those people who I feel like my life got turned upside down, even though I work from home and have since 2006. So you would think I would have had no problem. But it's amazing to me how a product that has so many beneficial properties and so much good nutrition has not just changed my skin, my hair, my nails, my eyelashes. It's changed my marriage and my relationship with my husband, changed his life. He doesn't smoke as much. My little puppy dogs, I have 4. It's changed their life. Their hip pain is not what it was. It's changed my mother's life. She has MS. So her brain fog is subsiding. It's changed our mood. And when you have a better health system, your life is better when you feel better. When you feel better, you actually feel better. You actually do better things, make better decisions. And these girls will tell you we all do that. But one of those better decisions that I made was to say, is there a way to make money with this thing? So I'm just going to plant that seed. That was just a seed I scattered on the road, because you might want to ask that question of Marianne as well, because that was a question that was just really impactful in my life. But let's leave it there. Let's just say this. Have you ever started a habit that you didn't think you would do that led to many, many more habits that changed things in your life? Because I did. I started taking 1 supplement at nighttime for bed, and then 1 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon for energy and stamina. That was July of 2020. We're coming up to July of 2024. And do you know what those changes inflicted in my life? I now walk 5 miles a day. If you had said that to me in 2020, everyone would have laughed. Oh, there's no way. This is a life change of your life, of my life, of our lives, and it can make a bigger impact on the people you love. So I will leave it there, because you all are part of my life now. I love you, and you've made an impact on my life. And I am so excited. Thank you for letting me talk. I can talk a blue streak. Mwah! Love you guys.
Next time we'll have a whole hour, because we all need to talk so much. And I just want to say, Julia could talk forever about her hair. My hair is not only silkier, because menopause will dry the living daylights out of your hair. Well, it did it for me, so I don't want to say anything. And so one of the supplements will make your hair grow like crazy. The other one will also make it grow, but it will make it more shiny and more manageable. And look at Julia's hair. I just want to say Rapunzel's in the house. In the house, in the house, in the house. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
You guys saw that I cut off on Sunday. This is so funny. On Sunday, I just took the scissors to my hair, and I thought, I should let everybody know how much I cut off. I cut off 7 inches from my hair. It's in a ponytail. With 7 inches cut off, it's still this long. So I love it. I love my hair now.
Oh, awesome. Excellent. I know that Tammy needs to get back to work, right? You need to go back to your thing. Is that right, Tammy? Yes. So can you go next, please? Sorry, Amanda. Is that okay?
Everyone's on the move and on the go. And you know what? First of all, I'm going to say thank you so much, Marianne, for putting this on, because, nothing happens by coincidence. And I know the theme that you have is with God, and without even knowing that you were heart-centered, and also God is your source. I knew, because you're different. And the difference that you have has made a real huge impact on my life. And the other people around you that are willing to say, because some people will never tell you, but they can feel it. And so I just want to say thank you so very much. And, people talk about the body, the mind, the spirit, and the soul. And this here product really touches everything, just like what Julia said. And nothing happens without God, And so it's important. And I'm so happy and proud that you're doing this, and you're actually putting God at the center of it all, because the way you serve, it actually duplicates in the people that you actually surround yourself with, who also catch that and contagious. And from me, myself, I have a simple story. I'm one of those girls who's like the Energizer bunny. Who never had any problems. The doctor's looking at, take a blood test and telling my husband that she's anemic, and, she could have passed out just at any particular time. But my body had gotten so used to managing with the energy that I already have, I didn't have any symptoms of it. So they kept me in the hospital. I was going for a regular checkup. And at that time I was an employee, and I had to call my manager and say, I'm not coming back, because they keep me overnight for a blood transfusion. And that actually made me start to look a bit closer at what I'm doing, and also paying more attention to what my body needs. And now, Marianne talking about these vitamins. Okay, I had vitamins before. there's some supplements. She told me all this stuff. I didn't understand it. And do I need to understand everything? No, I'm not a scientist. So I started tasting them. Like, can I swear? I was saying SHIT, these taste better than the Skittles that's in my glass jar on the counter, which Marianne you've seen, and also Jubes. And you know, they tasted good. And I felt a little bit different, but I didn't know what that was until I paid attention to understand that there's certain things that is happening. And then I realized, like, I mean, people say black girl's hair doesn't grow. Well, I don't know. I just cut my hair again. Now I've only been taking for the grow product, and I've always had a whack of hair. People used to say this to my mom, like, what happened to that kid? Where'd you get all the hair? If you look at my mom and the father, you see. But this particular product, grow, and I cut my nails down. Now they're about this baby, but they're coming back. But my hair is, I just cut about 3.5 inches off of my hair. And people say black hair doesn't grow. Well, that's a lie. What I know is that the nutrients that I'm getting in here is more than the vegetables and fruits I have been eating. And I think I eat pretty good. I love food. So I'm not stopping that. So this is one of my favorite products right now. Also, too, I suffer a lot with allergies. And I haven't taken the alt. Mind you, have sold it to other people who've taken it and told me that now they're not taking the R word, which you said the B word. They were taking 3 R's a day, and now they're taking the alt. They have to buy more from me, but they did notice a difference. So this has been my big thing. And then also SLD, because I heard a testimonial from the lovely Brenda, and these 2 products alone helped me. You probably can't see if I stood up, you'll be able to tell, but I had like an inch loss of maybe 4, well, not inch loss because I don't want to find it, inch reduction.
Donation.
Of 4 inches, 4-inch reduction just from these 2 alone. And that's what got me into everything else. The metabolic reset. And my husband was saying to me, he's feeling some pain again. He's all out of STP. So I got to, and I'm glad there's a promotion on all these different kits so I can take advantage of that, because I guess what I have is credit card to do it. So thank you so very much for giving me a chance to speak. And I'm just glad that I'm fueled with it. And you know, you guys have put a great platform together, because we have that nutritional scientist, is it Mary Esther? And just listening to her speak to talk about what we're not getting from fruits and vegetables, because people think, oh, they're eating great, they're having 4 of this, but we're not getting everything because the soil has been depleted. These supplements are pretty much replacing what we need and what we're not getting. So I'm happy for this. I wish I could buy like everything all the time, but I just tell myself, be patient with yourself and buy what you can when you can. And when you see these big sales coming up, try to get as much as possible. So that's what I'm trying to tell people, just for them to try and see it. And what you guys told me is just give yourself a chance at you know, you don't go to GNC and get a sample of them, but we give out samples.
That's right. It's true. We do. We're awesome that way. And you know what? We are having a 50% off until 6 or 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So not like, and do not go, you know what? Just think 5 o'clock, because from 5 to 7, you're probably not even going to be able to get on onto the platform. Thank you so much, Tammy. Amazing results, awesome product. And, you know, there's trips to be won here. I could talk about this for forever. I really want to hear from Amanda and her experience, because she is one of our newer ladies, and she just recently became a diamond. So kudos to her. And she got new glasses, and doesn't she look lovely and hot and sexy? Sorry, go ahead.
Hi guys. I just want to say thanks for having me. So I joined APL a few months ago, and I have had some really amazing results. And the first products that I started with was the SLD for pain and the GTS for energy. And I'm loving both of them. I'm not taking as much over-the-counter painkillers. And the GTS, the energy, I was a big energy drink person. I was drinking like 2 or 3 a day, which is terrible, and I do not suggest it. So Marianne heard this, and she really wanted me to try the product, and I was a little bit reluctant at first, and then I was like, okay, let's do it. And I've gotten off the energy drinks and taking less painkillers. And I've also had issues with perimenopause over the last probably year and a half, where my hair was falling out. I was having night sweats. I was getting weird rashes, just like bloating of the stomach from taking too much sugar and just poor diet. All of these things were happening. And so over last 3 months, my stomach is like almost completely flat. And that is without exercise. I've been doing minimal exercise, but I'm just starting to ramp up the next week or two. And so I feel like the detox really worked because my belly is almost flat, which is awesome because everyone knows I had twins over the last few years. So that came with a little bit of extra weight. And of course, I used to really like the junk food. So I've been able to cut all of that unhealthy stuff down. And I've been able to sleep through the night with no night sweats. And my hair is actually growing and staying where it's supposed to. So that's a good thing as well. And also, I just wanted to say, just everything that I've experienced in the last 3 months, I just didn't think was possible. Because I've been to so many nutritionists. I've been to this doctor, that doctor, every doctor. My energy is doing so much better. I'm able to get through the whole day. I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I go to bed usually about 10 o'clock at night. And I'm not getting that like afternoon crash that we tend to get around 2 and 3 o'clock, where we need that caffeine, that coffee, a little pick me up. So, yes, the relax, that's the other one. I love it. So I've been taking that one at night over the last couple of weeks and tracking my sleep on my watch here, and my deep sleep. I'm finally getting proper deep sleep. I'm finally getting my proper REM sleep, and the results don't lie because I've been tracking them. So I feel better, more energized between the relax and the GTS. So if you're struggling with this stuff really works. It's really great. And APL Go has brought me to some really amazing, wonderful ladies who have helped me meet my health goals. And I have just been in such a great, better, positive space. And that's the other one that I like, is the happy. This is when I take this one twice a day. Oh, you probably can't see it. Hold on. There we go. Hold on.
You got to put it
trying to
right
show
in
you.
front of you. Put it like right here.
There we go.
That's what I do.
So this is the happy, and I take this one twice a day, and my mood is just a lot better. My son even notices it as well. He said, "You're in a better mood." I'm like, "Yeah, because I feel better, a lot better." And so APL Go is brought me to wonderful people and wonderful health results. So if you're looking for that, you definitely want to connect with Marianne. So
Absolutely.
thank you for having me.
Perfect. Thank you so much. You've heard a bunch of testimonials, as many as we could squeeze. I just want to show you the allergy relief because I know what it's like to suffer. I didn't eat, I was happy to just take these for the rest of my life because they're so natural. You can't go wrong with it. And I was happy to take those for the next 3 months instead of taking the B word for 3 months. And I'm now taking like a whole, I don't even think I've taken a whole box. So I think it'll be like 1 box for the whole season. So next year, who knows? I'll probably have nothing. And the relax for sleeping, I can't say enough about that. And happy will absolutely make you happy without, it's not weed. So don't be emailing me. It's not pot or weed. Okay, that's not what's in there. It's a all natural product. They're made from the DNA of the plant. They're 100% absorbable and they are infused with negative ions. We will talk about that more at another time. I do want to announce an amazing partnership that I literally just scored yesterday, but also at that Maryland convention that I went to. Go to in-person events. Okay, go. So we are now going to be partnering. So we will have people who will be able to purchase supplements to send to Africa, to an orphanage. Yes. Yeah, I thought I was going to do this without it. But anyways, The name of the charity is in the US. So we're just sorting out some stuff to see if we can get, in the US, all of you will be able to get a receipt and use it as a write-off for your taxes. In Canada, we're not sure, we're checking. We're just checking to see if that's going to be okay with the Canadian tax people. So either way, we will let you know by next time, by June 13th. I'm hoping to have Patrick here, who is the head of the charity. It's called All Kids Can Learn International. And I also found out about that. We had one final mastermind, and it was crazy. We were all in tears. Like, it was nuts. So I am so happy, because if there's anything I like more, it is making people feel good, but then making people feel good with a higher purpose. And when you couple it up, because I've been trying to figure out what to do. And so he came along, and I am opening up my own non-for-profit at some point. It takes a little while to do that here. It's a little bit different here in Canada than it is in the US. Me being a Canadian citizen complicates it, for me to start in the US. So that's why it's just taking some time. But I am so thrilled. I am so thrilled that we are officially associated with a charity, and that I'm going to be able to do this. These kids are going to get these amazing supplements that are going to help them in, I don't even know, 18 different ways, because we have 18 different products. So anyways, more on that, June 13th, come join us. It is, what's it called again? What did I say it was called, Julia? Our Rocky Road to Success.
The Rocky Road to Success.
Rocky Road to Success. Okay, one of those. And I'm so excited. That's actually going to be a similar title of a book. My next book, actually, so the next summit is June 13th. The Rocky Road to Success, or Our Rocky Road to Success. There's a book coming out after the forgiveness book, which will be coming out shortly as soon as I get everyone's chapter on here. And also, yes, yes, I love that. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yes, I love those faces. I'm so subtle, aren't I? And it'll be called, the next book after that will be called Our Rocky Road to Inner Peace. I love those titles. So I'm super excited. On that note, we will stop talking about APL Go. We do have the sale on until, let's just pretend it's till 5 or 6, because it is 7, but probably from 6 to 7, there's almost like zero chance of getting onto the computer. So try to get on there before it's 50% off. It's like crazy, but it's short. Hours left. So thank you, ladies, so much for joining me for this. Our next amazing speaker is Jessica Roman. So Tammy, thank you for taking off of work. Amanda, thank you for taking off of work. Julia, thank you for taking off of work. Linda, thank you for taking off of work. Everyone took off work to be here. Thank you all so much. Okay, Jessica, I am going to read your bio. And okay, let me see. Where do we have this bio? Because it's not, oh, look at this. As soon as I touch my computer, all kinds of funky things happen. Jessica Roman, a Brooklyn native. Brooklyn, I love the Brooklyn accent. Embraces her jazzy spirit and love for creativity from her hometown, New York City, known as the motivational caker. What an awesome title. I love it. She guides beginners in the kitchen to culinary competence, drawing from her 3 decades of professional expertise as a trained chef and cake decorator. Yay! First we're talking about candies, now we're talking about cake. Woo! There's a party going on here. Her venture, the Yummy Coaching Factory, offers an online cooking and baking program which blends mindset coaching with technical skills, taking you from rookie to the real deal. Even if you've never peeled a potato, I don't know about that. Okay. As a certified life coach who has overcome food addiction, she empowers others to take control. I'm just going to have to tell you, when I met Jessica and I found out what she did for a living, I was like, oh my God, can she deliver to Canada? And turns out she can deliver to Canada, people. And she did deliver to Canada. And it was absolutely amazing. What did I order, Jess? What are those?
You got like cake pops, like you got for your birthday. It was like 4 dozen cake pops. And you know, it was funny. I wasn't prepared for all the paperwork that I had to sign at the post office when I had to go through I had to do customs this and everything. So it was a learning experience for me because you were my first order going to Canada. So you helped me out.
All good. I'm actually someone else's first order and we're trying to sort that out. And now there's charity too. So it's okay. Anyways, I guarantee you, you won't be sorry. That's for sure. You will love it. Please take it away, Jessica. Thank you.
Leadership with God. Number one, I'm just so honored to have been invited to speak on this subject because it's something that I hold dear to my heart. And I think, as Jose was saying earlier, you can't be anything without God in your life. I thank you, Marianne, for putting this together and seeing the vision and choosing, I'm sure with your divine capabilities, the right people to come on and speak for this vision that you have created and birthed. And I wish you many blessings in the future. And I'm just so glad to be your friend. So thank you. So when I think about how spirituality and God mix in with leadership, for me, it's more about creativity. That's been the base of my world for the last 30 years. It's creativity. And I really think it's your superpower in life, not necessarily what you do, but how you do it. As a chef, like you said, and you told me I'm a chef, I'm a cake decorator turned life coach, namely teaching technical skills in the kitchen and empowering others to make better nutritional choices. Again, creativity, like who do you know that's a chef and a cake decorator and turned life coach and now teaching from experience? It was the creativity that God put in my heart to evolve over time. And my question to the audience, if you're listening live or to the replay, is, do you really believe that we were made to bloom and shine so brightly in our God-given gifts? Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that God made you so special and he took the time to create you with elegance and class and purpose and gifts, and that you had gifts before you were even born? He just allowed your mother and father to give birth to you and gifted them with his child. So think about that. Do you really believe that we were made to bloom and shine so brightly in our God-given gifts? And I'm going to show you some information from God himself on what the answer is there. The first line of the Bible, Genesis 1:1, in the first line, and you can grab your Bible if you want to check it here, is God made us in his likeness and image. That's Genesis 1:1. The very first line in the manuscript that we use to guide our lives with is that God made us in his likeness and his image. That's the first thing he wanted us to know, that we are like him, that we were made to think like him, to create like him, to do things like him. And he also goes on to say that he created man and woman in his image. So it's not necessarily one or the other. He might have made man first, but he made women as well to be in his likeness and image. So it's for both sexes here. And if you want to look at the definition of creativity, let's dive deeper into that. The definition of creativity is the ability to think about a task or a problem in a new or different way, or the ability to use imagination to generate new ideas. Creativity enables you to solve complex problems or find interesting ways to approach tasks. And if you are creative, you look at things from a unique perspective. If you think about it, look at all of the professions in the world that have sameness. Okay, we have doctors, right? We have nurses. We have life coaches, as many of you are here. We have authors. We have speakers. And yes, they hold the same title. But what's the difference in those professions? What makes you choose one doctor over the other? Think about it. What makes you choose or request a certain nurse in your local hospital when you go or emergency room? Why do you show up to hear some speakers and not others? They all have the same titles, but what makes them different? And I would allude to the saying that it's their creativity. It's how they do what they do, not necessarily what they do. So although we may have the same titles, we may be in the same industries, there's always that it factor, right? The X factor that someone has that makes somebody else say, you know what, I'm going to really listen to Marianne. I'm going to really join her program. I'm really going to rock with her because there's an X factor about her. So think about that. What X factor do you have? What makes you unique? And if you don't know the answer to that question, how many people have told you that you have, hey, you're very empathetic. Have you thought about talking to people about their feelings, just like the things that you overcame? When people start confirming your gifts, and you may be running away from them, but when God has a way of confirming what he wants you to know, but it's us who run away from that identity because sometimes we don't want the responsibility. If someone tells you, wow, you're really good at speaking, are you a speaker? You may shy away and say, no, I've never got any training. I just, motivate. No, God, if that happens with 2, 3, 4, 5 people, then you're meant to speak. There's a way that he communicates with us to let us know, hey, daughter or son, I've created you on earth for this purpose. And though you may be scared, and though you may be anxious, and though you're still trying to get over things like how you look, how you sound, where you grew up, I need you to get over those hurdles so that you can make a true impact in the world. It's your creativity that truly is your superpower that's going to set you apart from the masses, that's going to make people choose you. And all we have to do is start believing in ourselves to show up as that creative person, as that divine person with the X factor. And it's not necessarily cockiness, it's a confidence. It's a confidence that sometimes people will judge and say, who does he or she think she is? But it's because they haven't worked out some of the apprehension to move into their gifts. They've allowed the adversity to overtake them and they quit. But when they see someone actually going forth and birthing their vision and doing it scared, they admire you. But because they can't really admit it to themselves that they haven't done it themselves, they will project judgment on you. And that's okay. It's happened to me a lot of times, but I know that I'm doing the right thing when that happens. And if you've ever been a target, I just want to let you know that comes with the territory, right? You're not going to please everybody, but always know that you have purpose. Always know that the people who are going to be tied to you and impacted by you are going to resonate with the way you speak, your tone of voice, the way you look, the color of your hair. Is it long, short? There's going to be something about you specifically that's going to make people want to work with you. But it's up to us to show up. And it's up to us to embrace that we are truly creative, that we have something to offer the world in our gifts and purposes that God put inside of us. So think about this also. Ask the question, how did God think out of the box when he created Earth? Or how did God use his creativity when he created Earth? Also in Genesis 2:22, 2 through 26. I'm sorry, that's a tongue tie. It's 1, 2 through 26. It says that the earth was formless and empty, and darkness was over the surface of the deep. So he started from scratch. He didn't have nothing to work with. All he had was darkness and some water. And then God said, let there be light. So he took authority. Think about this too. If you're made in his image, think about the qualities that God has that he put in us and that we can also take authority with. He took authority with speaking it, creating the reality. And he said, let there be light. And he saw that the light was good. It was very good. Then he separated the water and created the sky, and then made a lesser light for the nighttime, which is the moon. And he also said, it was good. And then he made the creatures of the sea, made the birds and everybody, and finally made man. And he said, what did he say? It was good. So in regards to being created in his image, wouldn't you say that mankind has the same capabilities to create as God has? Do you think it's a matter of just maybe tapping into it or finding motivation, or maybe stop making excuses and to listen to those people who are confirming your purpose, your gifts that are so clear to everyone else but you? Think about that. How can I start creating what I want in life? How can I move forward? Sometimes it's also a level of self-awareness. We're often taught as coaches to do journaling and to do reflection time and meditation. I have to say, for me, it's worked wonders. Sometimes in the morning when I have my coffee, you guys have your coffee in the morning, and I go sit out on the lanai, because in Florida we have bugs, so I can't have the bugs come in. It's a screen lanai. But I do enjoy being outside, drinking my coffee and reading the Bible. When I do that, it's my space really to hone into what Jessica needs. Because as givers and us who work in purpose, we often have to pour so much during the day. And if you don't first take care of your own soul, take care of your own heart, have your own level of self-awareness, create some boundaries that are going to allow you to have the results that you're looking for around your time and your energy. We don't start with that, then it's going to be hard to navigate and balance and truly keep an organized schedule going forth. Because that's another thing. Sometimes we jump in too quick without thinking it through. Have y'all ever done that? I've done that. And it's been through trial and error that I figure out a system that works for me. So you guys have to just figure out a system that works for you. If you're not a morning person, don't have calls in the morning because maybe everybody, gets up. No, you just have self-awareness and say, okay, I'm going to have calls in the afternoon. And I'm going to work a little later into the evening to accommodate some of those people who work 9 to 5 or are in different time zones. That could be your gift, because some of us just want to work during the day and some of us are night people, but that's what makes you you. So find a system that works for you. Yeah. So now what do we do with this information? Now that you've identified that you do have individual superpowers, that you are meant to co-create with God on his visions for life, that you are special and other people need to hear your message the way you speak it, the way you handle yourself, the way you look on stage, the way from where you've come from, your experiences. There are people who need you that are not tied to my life, and there are people who need me that may not be tied to Marianne's life, but coming together, if we all take courage and step into our purpose, knowing that God made us special and creative and able to co-create our visions using our talents, then we can make a massive impact. So I'm going to give you a little analogy here on, of course, I told you I'm a cake decorator, and they call me the motivational caker. So I'm gonna give you guys a little analogy of life relating to cake decorating. My favorite, and type in the chat here if you guys have a favorite cake. I like red velvet with cream cheese icing, and I like a chantilly cake, the berry chantilly cake with the mascarpone cheese. Oh my goodness, so, so good. So as I'm creating these things in the kitchen, because God gave me these hands to do so, I'm also thinking, I'm a deep soul, I'm a coach, so I'm thinking. And this is what I found, and I'll share it with you now. The analogy of a cake and how it relates to life. First, flour gives the cake its strength, and it holds the ingredients together, thanks to the proteins that mix with water to form gluten. And without the flour in your cake, it would just be a runny mess. Who wants to eat a runny mess? Not me. Ironically, though, the flour is the most important ingredient of a cake, but it also is messy. Have you ever gone in there to do biscuits and to do things with your kids and it just got everywhere? Flour is very messy. But would you say that the flour and the mess in your life was necessary? That the trials and the tribulations, your ups and downs have made you strong? And if so, are you building your own recipes of life with the trials that you uniquely went through and have revelation coming from? It's your own testimony. The flour is the structure of your life. And those experiences, good or bad, have purpose. So take record of them. Second, when we're making a cake, aside from the flour, now we need butter and oil, right? For the texture, the moistness, the overall flavor. It's truly in the fat that makes it taste so good. So when you're going through a season that you feel like crumbs, just don't freak out and just know that there's value in the crumbs. It doesn't seem like it when you're going through a crummy season, but there is value in the crumbs. Because guess what? When I have crumbs and things don't come out well, what do? I don't give up. I make another batch. And from what I did in the first batch, I realized I have to do something different in order to get a different result. So those lessons that help us grow, that help us with new awareness, they're necessary. So the butter and oil, you don't want to skip that at all when you're making a cake, even if it makes your cake crummy. So that's definitely something that, think about it next time you're baking a cake or writing in your journal. Third, you can't skip the eggs. Okay, your cake ain't gonna go nowhere if you don't put the eggs in. Nothing is gonna bind. You need a binder. So you have flour, you have oil, but you need a binder and something that's gonna help the cake grow. So the eggs in your life are truly the transition seasons that help you really level up. Take the lessons from the previous seasons and put them in perspective and help you become a better version of yourself, not a lesser version of someone else. No, you're going to become a better version of who you were created to be, not in competition with someone else. Fourth, we need a little bit of liquid, right? So now we have the flour, we have the oil, and now we have the eggs. Now you need a little bit of liquid, something that's going to vaporize during the baking process, which creates like steam. And it expands the volume of the cake. It kind of helps bring it up with the vaporization and that process of steam. Just the smell of okay, guys, I have to be transparent. I love banana bread. Banana nut bread is probably the best smelling thing that you could ever have. It's so, so good. But when I take my banana bread out, guess what? I look immediately for the steam. I want to know, and also check to see for density if it's all the way cooked, but you want to see the steam, see the steam in life. Sometimes the steam it's not necessarily the best thing you have to go through, but it means also that no matter what you're going through at that time, you still have breath, even if it's hot. even if the steam in your body is hot, you're still here. You have breath in your body and air in your lungs, and it's the steam that keeps your perspective fresh, alive, and keeps you in gratitude. That no matter what you're going to go through, you're going to be okay. So honor the steam in your life. So now we've had flour, we've had oil, and we've had eggs, and we had liquid for hydration, which is the steam. The fifth element here, okay, think about it. What makes a cake different from bread? It's the sweetness. So we need a sweetener, right? After all, it's the reason why we prefer the cake over bread. And I immediately thought about how God talks about there's death and life in the power of your tongue. And are you speaking to yourself in a sweet way? Are you really being kind to yourself or judging yourself just because you feel like you can't get anywhere? No, think about all the good things that you have. Reinforce the good things that you have in your life. Acknowledge your gifts. Say them out loud so that you first believe you are who you are. And then if you believe that full force, when you go out into the world and serve, others will follow you. So how is our sweetener? If there's death and life in the power of your tongue, let's use it by being sweet to ourselves. Let's use it to be positive. And let's also use it to encourage others to do things that maybe they are scared or apprehensive to do. We're also encouragers, guys. We can use this mouth of ours to invoke action in other people and confirm their gifts. So speak up. That's what the sweetener is for. Lastly, you'd also need one last thing in a cake, a leveling agent. Like yeast, baking soda, baking powder, it's going to also help the cake rise. And when all of the above life ingredients come together, the flour, the butter, the eggs, the liquids, the sweeteners, and the leveling agents, guess what now? It's time for you to rise. It's time for you to take charge over your life. It's time for you to stop doubting yourself. And even if the mistakes happen and you feel like you're not getting anywhere, trust me, you are. It's all working for your good. It's all working for your good. So that is certainly the analogy of a cake and how things come together, right? It wouldn't be a cake without all of those 6 ingredients. And your life is likened to that as well. Your experience, your maturity, how you pour into people, your perspective, all of that is tied to the ingredients of your life. So I just encourage you guys to stay close to God. Let him guide your ship. When you're confused or sad or unsure, he allows us to pray to him and talk to him, the supreme being of the earth. And it's free. So we can pray. We can always ask God to work on our behalf. We can always call on the Holy Spirit to be with us while we're making choices, to cover us in places that we fear, and know that the angels are always around with you, always there around, covering you. But you first have to go to him like a daughter or son and ask, Father, I need this. Be there for me, please. So I want to thank you guys for your attention. Thank you for, again, Marianne, having me on here. And I appreciate you. I'm going to turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I've never had anyone who's done this, right? Compared it to cake baking. Like, it's perfect. And how perfect is her name? Yummy Coaching. Mm-hmm. Yummy Coaching. So my favorite cake is carrot cake. We should do like I know there's books out there that analyze like your favorite food and personality traits. So I'm kind of curious, how come I like carrot cake so much? Because most of my friends love chocolate and everyone's like, and I go, chocolate's okay. Like, it's just, I like chocolate. Like, I like chocolate. So the chocolate cake is okay. I mean, I don't dislike it or anything. I just don't think it's the greatest thing in the world. I think chocolate is the greatest thing. But chocolate cake is like, yeah, I like bananas, and banana bread is amazing. My favorite smell, though, if I have to be really honest, is probably apple pie.
That's good too, yeah.
Apple pie with cinnamon, right? Like, that's
but really, let me tell you why you like the carrot cake, because that's another one too. So I said my favorite was red velvet. The cream cheese is the same. That icing is the same on carrot cake. And there's something in the moistness like of carrot cake, and it never dries out because of the amount of oil in that cake and the fresh vegetables that we have to grate. That is the worst thing in the world. I must have like, so look at my guns, because I sit here and I grate.
I don't do that.
Carrots by hand.
Can you say food processor? But yeah, no, and you know what? A red velvet would be my second. A red velvet is my friend's, but it's because to me they're almost identical. So the carrot cake, because I like coconut, so I like to throw in a little bit of coconut in there, and I love walnuts. I mean, like, does anyone not like walnut? Like, why would you not like them unless you're allergic? Don't email me, everybody. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just like, oh, good carrot cake,
Oh my God. And walnuts are like one of my favorites because I like pecans. Okay, so Raul and I, my fiance, we have this rivalry with how we say certain words. In his mind, it's pecans. I'm like, no, it's a pecan.
That's
It's
what
a
I call it. I
pecan,
call it
but he says it's pecans. Anyway, my point is pecans are good. I'm going to say it like him. He's probably laughing right now. Pecans are good, but walnuts have the softer texture. Like it's I don't know, it's just softer, maybe less salty. It's really good. Yeah.
I will take either, and I'm okay with that. I had Linda, who was just on a little while ago when I was at her house. She was putting something together, and it was a bread, and I think it called for either walnuts or some other kind of nut, and she didn't have any, so she put pistachios in there, and I'm like, whoa. You know, when people say mic drop,
yes,
not for the recipe. I was like, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to eat anything because, I do intermittent fasting until 12, and I was leaving for the airport, and she's like, oh, here, just try one. Then, okay, try one piece. She had two. She had taken two out for me. And I'm like, where's that second piece? Where's that second piece? That was delicious. Can I have more? Like it was, but it was so filling. I really couldn't have had more than, just the two, but yeah.
And what I help with my clients who come to me, because you can either come to me for cooking classes or baking classes, or you can come to me for life coaching and as it relates to nutrition, overcoming food addiction, and maybe control over food. What I tell my clients, I say, hey, I'm not here to tell you that you can never have a piece of cake, because guess what? I also bake cakes. But have it for a special occasion. Have it for a wedding anniversary, for Christmas. And then it'll be truly special. You're looking forward to that occasion so you can truly enjoy a portion control piece. And just don't make it a part of your everyday. Like, who needs cake every day? I mean, it would be nice, but it's not good for our waistline. So just
Then
eat it
it's
on
also
special
not
occasions.
exciting, right?
Yeah.
It's not that exciting if you have it every day either.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I can't stop thinking about carrot cake. Thanks for that.
I'm sorry.
Carrot cake, and I think Ivy says, great talking topic, Jessica, and love coconut. So Ivy and I will have a carrot cake with coconut, right? Is that right, Ivy? Can you give me a big fat yes in the chat room?
Please, so I'll make it for the next CLA summit when we go to Maryland together. I'll make sure I have
which we don't even know where it is yet, and we're already in.
Yeah, but it's
I love it. That's amazing.
And maybe you're in person. You're next
yes, I'd love to do one in person. Can you bring stuff or from Canada, from the US with you? Like, are you allowed to bring like a cake with you?
On a plane, yeah. I freeze it, and I wrap it real good, and I put it in a box that's true to size, so there's not much movement. But I also bring it on a plane, so I don't let it go through baggage claim. No, it stays with me on the plane, and I put it in a bag and put it under the seat, so it doesn't even go on the top. So
when you and Joel get married, you're going to be in Florida, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's a smarter route. I was going to say, if you're in Jersey, then you could just drive, and that would be probably easier because then you could put it, somewhere out of the sun, whatever. But yeah, you're definitely going to have to get on a plane to come on over. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but then it's like 2-3 days of driving and then that carrot cake now. But there's got to be something exciting about eating a vegetable that tastes that darn good. Like,
yes.
I'm going to say no to getting your carrots in a carrot cake. Like, come on. Like, that's just
Right.
crazy. Awesome.
Right, you're getting your nutrition. I mean, at least, no, really, like this is a true point. At least you're
Sure.
getting some nutrition from it's not empty calories, you know, like some other things, cookies and stuff can be empty calories, but you're getting some kind of nutrition from a carrot cake. So good for you.
Yes.
Good for you, Marianne. Yeah.
That was amazing. And that I love that you did it in such a way. Like it was just such a unique presentation. I loved it. I thought it was amazing. And
About your
tell us when your wedding is.
Huh? What was it?
Tell us when your wedding is.
I'm getting married August 9th of this year in Silver Spring, Maryland. So yes.
Silver Spring, Maryland. Isn't that where our friend Jose Escobar lives?
Yeah, like him and Raul, who is my fiance, they live like 7 minutes away from each other. It's crazy.
Amazing.
So yeah.
For some reason, I thought Raul was in Jersey.
No, peace. And guess and Jose's gonna be the best man, of course.
Of course he is. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So just as a quick note, so Jose has a networking group called Connected Leaders Academy. Raul, who I commented on earlier, was the first person to join when Jose created it. And Jessica came on a little later. They met, and that's where they met. And now they're getting married. So how amazing is that? I can't wait till I have my own group and I can claim, hey, these two people got married.
And we were not looking. It's not like I was looking, he wasn't looking, but when you're in groups, right? You're meeting people, things happen. So yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So I'm just waiting for Satish to come on. He's just a tiny bit late, and I'm not sure if it's a tech issue or not. That's why I'm chatting, and I really like the background.
Maybe if anybody has any questions, if you want to put them in the Facebook group, the chat that's going on. If you have any questions, you got me live and in person.
Oh dear. Okay, hang on. I need to do something else. Okay, thank you. Hang on, let me see. Give me 1 sec. Keep talking, Jess.
So yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed it, guys. Like I said, it's not easy to walk into your purpose. It's often you have to do it scared. And when it turns out good for you, it's like, wow, I'm glad I did it. And when it turns out bad in your eyes, it's still a learning lesson, but it's not a mistake. It's just an opportunity to improve. And I like to say that there's no failure. It's just another opportunity in life to improve. So if you say, oh, I'm doomed from doing this, I'm not going to try, I don't necessarily think I'm worth it, your worthiness, that's inner work that you can do that's going to help you get to the next level. So that's what I love here to talk to people about. Let me see if
just going to go on Facebook to see if there's any questions.
Okay.
I'm just trying to sort it out. My next speaker is caught up in another conference that is running behind, and he's speaking. So let me see what we can do here. I don't see any questions. So I don't see any questions. If anyone did write down any questions, if you could write it down again, that would be awesome, because I just don't see anything. And I'm
so tell me, how did you like your cake pops, Marianne, when you ordered them that one?
They were so moist. They were so delicious. I was like, oh. I was a little greedy, which I'm not usually, because I like to share my stuff, even though I'm an only child and I really wasn't taught to share, but I am very good at sharing my stuff. But I was really very selfish with those. I think I gave one to like one person. I go, I must really like you. Here you go. And that's it. And that's only because she came to my house. And that's it. So I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I love, like, I had them in the fridge. I had them in the freezer. I had them everywhere. And they're like, you bought yourself some cake pops? And I said, yeah, you don't know. You don't understand. If you have to ask me that question, you don't understand anything about self-love, about Jessica Rahman, you don't know anything about her. I go, she had these things and they look so good and I didn't know. And I'm like, okay, let's see if she can send these to Canada. And I'm like,
And they're good because they're customizable. You can choose your colors, you can choose your flavors. No, seriously, and who do you know who makes cake pops? You can't find them in the store, at least with the quality. Well, I'm gonna brag on myself. The quality that I do, it's not like it's been sitting on a shelf for a week.
no,
Oftentimes the ones in the store, they're dry and
they're dry.
yeah. No, but
I bought them fresh or whatever they call fresh. They're not terrible when they're fresh, but they dry out fairly quickly. And I've only ever found two kinds, chocolate and like a vanilla flavor, not like yours, no. And they're made with love. Like it is important. You guys, I talk about energy all the time, and the energy that you put into your food is hugely important, hugely important. And so everything counts. Everything matters. Everything counts. So these are made with love and they're beautiful. And look at her background. I want that kitchen.
you want it.
I do. I totally want it. I totally want it. And Raul, if you're listening, hello, I should actually see. Okay, so Dr. Andrea will be joining us. Oh, wait. I might have this. Not now wrapping up a meeting. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm trying to move some speakers around. So this is, we talked about this the other day in a business networking event and how you basically need to just be ready for anything. And so, this person didn't leave me hanging. He just didn't know this was going to happen. And so now I'm trying to maneuver him for later so that he can come in later. And I'm trying to get someone else to come in because it was a full hour. And so now I've got someone coming in, but she won't be available for like another 10-15 minutes. So either Jessica and I can chat, which there's nothing wrong with that. Do you need to go, Jessica? You can stay with me here.
No, I'm good. I'm good right here. We can have a conversation for lunch.
Yeah, well, and we were talking about how when, different people come in and say this, that, and the other, and it kind of throws you off. And then we were talking about how when you're doing something, you have to be ready. You have to be ready for anything, and you have to be able to juggle it and maneuver it and deal with it. I've had to talk people coming late because life happens. And I mean, these aren't bad people. I mean, it's terrible if you're gonna cancel your whole talk 5 minutes before you're supposed to be on. That's kind of tough to deal with. Sometimes we fall behind, so that all gets, evened out and everything. But we were actually right on time today, which is also rare. And then sometimes stuff happens, right? Like it's just whatever. Like
It's part of the game. I mean, it's part of being authoritative. You took the initiative to create this space and say, I'm not only doing it 1 month, I'm doing it every single month. So I'm signing up for the uncertainty, for the variables every single month, but it's your purpose. You see what I'm saying? Like when you have a reason that's stronger than your pain or the possibility of pain. I mean, you prepare for the pain. Like you said, you just have a game plan and you just do it.
Yeah, and sometimes it works out, and sometimes it just naturally works out. I have people like to come on for a few hours, and all of a sudden I have like an assistant with me, and I'll make them co-host, and they can do, let people in and all that, and it's great exposure for them because they get called on, so they get noticed more. So it's also okay too. And other times it doesn't. And sometimes, like if you weren't here, I'd be talking by myself, and I'm okay with that too. I mean, I've done that before. People have been late. Traffic happens. Like people have lives. They have to go places and come home to get onto the computer. Sometimes the internet bombs. Like it's life, right? It's like,
and that's the beauty of having a live event. So when we pre-record these things and use our AI and stuff to put them together, it's all pretty and fancy. You have transitions and you have everything else, but live, you just get to see people organic and transparent. How do they act in the moment? How do they handle stress? I mean, it's good to see how people react in the moment, and you're taking it very, very well. So
Oh, not the first time. Last one I did, I had somebody canceled literally 10 minutes before she was supposed to go on. And somebody, I don't know, I think it was either they were late and so they were in traffic, so not to go on the phone, because that's not ever a really good thing when you're doing a summit. If you're doing a quick talk, 2-3 minutes, sometimes that's not horrible, but generally it's not something recommended. And so you just do what you do. And then one time, I can't remember, I think one of my speakers finished at she had 30 minutes, but she finished in 15. And I was like, really? Like, you're not gonna talk for a whole 30 minutes? And I'm like, okay. So now I'm talking about, I don't even know what I was talking about. And so I can talk. Obviously I can talk, and I'm not afraid of talking. And talking.
that's what makes a good host, really, just your ability to pivot, to be cool under pressure, and just laugh. I love that you have this big smile through all of the variables, because for those of us who maybe want to be you one day, you're a great example. You're showing us this is how you do it. Like, spot on.
Thank you so much for that. You're very sweet. I don't see any questions in here. I see Ivy. Ivy's the best commenter ever. She comments, and she comments so well. Ivy, we should bring you on camera. Come with us. Yeah, I had, okay, wait, hang on. I'm just gonna can you send Ivy the link that I sent you, and see if she can come on? And if she can, let her come join us for a few minutes until Dr. Andrea gets here.
Oh, that would be nice. Let me see. She would love that. Okay, I'm texting her now.
Okay, awesome. So hopefully she'll come on. And if she doesn't, that's okay too. We'll take Ivy anyway we can get her, because she's lovely. So we all met. So Jessica and I met for the first time, and Raul and I met for the first time, and Ivy and I met for the first time, and everyone else, and 200 other people all met for the first time in Maryland. Was it last weekend? No, the weekend before, right? No, last weekend I did open houses. So that was about 2 weeks ago. Gosh, it's not even a full 2 weeks, but it was so amazing. It was like there was a lot of recovery, because the information was like so amazing. And as a result, I think we all signed up for, well, not all of us, but there's a number of us that have signed up with bank code. So we're going to be doing that. I'm going to become a level 5 coach. And I'm going to be going into corporations, teaching sales with a bank. It is so easy. There's no guesswork involved. I mean, if you're a psychologist, or if you're gifted, or if you're intuitive, that's great. But most people are not. So
what was your, I'm curious, what was your order? I know it was knowledge, blueprint, action, and what was the other one?
So mine is ANKB. So it's action, nurturing, knowledge, and blueprint. So blueprint is the one that's really administrative. Those are my accountants, and well, although they better have some knowledge too. So they should probably have a lot of that. So I don't know how much B I have, but it's got to be like this. Tiny, because I look at a spreadsheet and I'm like scared, really. Like, if I have to, someone says, here, can you fill this out? Oh, why do you want me to fill it out? I don't understand. I can do this without filling it out. So I hire Bs and some Ks too, because I do like some knowledge. I don't not like knowledge at all. I think, some logic is involved in some decisions. It's just that I'm so used to making decisions fast that most of my decisions are intuitive, and maybe some knowledge, unless I absolutely, well, and then that's a decision too. When I don't feel comfortable with it, that's already A sign that, okay, I'm not saying no, but I need a minute with this one. I need a minute to understand it because I might not understand it. I don't know that I need to have so much knowledge. Like I know a lot of people that are just, oh my gosh, a question after question after question. And I always think to myself, are you kidding me? Like, where are you going with all these questions? But it's important for some people to have that, right? Like, you have to respect that. I can't just go around saying you're crazy because you're asking 20 questions and I've only asked 2. Not everybody's going to be like me because, oh, that would not work out for all of us. That would not work out well because I don't have a ton of patience. They have slightly more patience than I do, but that's a lot of questions. So we need to have those people. Like, I want a lawyer who has K. I want an accountant who has K and B. I want a lawyer that has B too, because they've got to stay, whatever. I have a tiny bit of B because that's where you have to get organized. You have to do things. So in real estate, I have to make sure that all of my paperwork is legal, right? And what's really funny is actually the offer that I'm working on today, he's probably done the best job I've seen in a while. For the last 3 or 4 offers I've gotten on some of the properties, I'm looking at it and I'm going, oh my goodness, like what is going on with you that you have made such big, like there's tiny mistakes because we're humans. So we make some tiny spelling mistake, or you clicked or you forgot this, or maybe the DigiSign didn't work, or the DocuSign didn't work and missed a spot, which happens. But when they make big mistakes, I'm thinking, what? Do you know
Right.
and you don't know what you're doing here? Because I don't understand what's going on here. Like why I had one, he had 7 mistakes. And I'm like, wow, that's a long, and I'm not really one to sit there, and I am not your person to find your mistakes. But if it's a big mistake and it's going to cost my client something, yeah, I'm going to catch that. So I do have a bit of an eagle eye for that kind of stuff, but only when it comes to real estate papers.
So if you guys are listening to this, what we're talking about is a personality test.
If she doesn't, that's okay. I don't understand what's going on.
Those of us have to offer something that we would, and it's not like a manipulative type of thing. It's just, sometimes you need to be spoken to a certain way. Sometimes you just need certain information before you can make a decision. And it takes the guesswork out of how to make sales. For me, let's explain also what the AK, so A is action, K is knowledge, B is blueprint, and then
N is nurturing.
So after your clients take this personality test and the dominant trait is nurturing, for instance, then you definitely want to talk to them in a way that, it's going to be intended for good. Like, oh, how is this going to affect your life in a positive way? How is this going to give you purpose and impact in the life? And, but if you're talking to someone who is a B or a blueprint type of person, they want everything mapped out, the how, the why, the when. And that's how you should present the information to them so that they understand with their brain. Me, I happen to be, same funny thing, it's like you, I'm the A, K, and B. So I take action first because I think time is a limited resource. So that's action oriented, because you can't get time back. And if I take 2 days, 3 days, a week, 2 weeks to analyze it, then you get into over analysis. So if it sounds like a good idea, I'll figure out the rest later. Then I like the knowledge, because you want to know, once I make the decision to do something, then I start understanding what's the main thing I need to understand here. I don't need to do everything, but what's the main thing? And like Marianne said, hire people who are strong into things that you're not strong, because that's another thing too they teach us. Delegation is very important. If you're trying to do everything yourself, then you're going to be overworked and burnt out and probably not reach your max capacity. So delegate to people who are your, are strong in areas that you're less, apt to be strong in. In my case, in Marianne's case, we're stronger in action and knowledge, but we are in regards to, I'm still very nurturing. I say nurturing, but blueprint is, because I also feel like you can also change the blueprint. It can be changed at any time. So why is it so important for me to have everything mapped out? and some people may disagree and they have their own opinions, and that's totally fine. Like, it's totally fine. But like I was talking about earlier, we all have our gifts and our talents, and it's about what makes you special. So we're go-getters. We like to take action. We like to get things done, cross it off the list, and hire people who can do the things that we're not strong in. Yeah.
And you should anyways. I think everyone should do that. Well, first of all, if you're not good with people, that's going to be tough for you to pretty much be an entrepreneur, because almost everything you do, you have to deal with people, unless you're going to hire the sales force in front of yourself and you're going to be maybe like tech support or whatever. And I love tech support. Tech support people are starting to be my favorite people, which tells you how much time I spend with tech support, because not at all techie over here. So everyone's like, some of my friends are like, well, you keep saying that, but look at you. You have StreamYard, you have this, you have that. Oh my gosh, I'm actually selling a tech product, people, a digital tech product. Oh, I totally forgot about that. So I need to actually explore more of it, but I did get it to the point where I could clue into my own link. And it's some amazing products. Like, I've already had a few of my clients buy it from me, and they're already using it. And it's just like one big gigantic course on how to run like social media marketing. There's like a Canva, there's a $500 Canva course built into this. So into the $900 package. So there's like $100, $300, $600, and $900 package. I will put the link in later. And it's amazing. It teaches you all kinds of stuff. I actually did my own GoDaddy setup. I set up the what do you call it? The URL and an email to go. Okay, I have always outsourced it. And I know it's not complicated for many people, and I know it's not a big deal but it is a huge deal for me. That is like, I can't believe I followed instructions and I did this all by myself. I was so happy. I mean, I don't want to make a habit of it because it is a slower process for me. And I just think when you have 20 things to do, you have to pick and choose which 20 are you going to do and which 20 are you going to, or which 10 are you doing and which 10 are you sourcing out? Because
But let me ask you a question. So when you did your own website on GoDaddy, did you have a sense of like satisfaction? Because here's the thing, when I've outsourced artistic things, I haven't necessarily gotten the result that I wanted in my head. So did you feel a level of satisfaction like, oh, I got it the way I want it and it's spot on? Like, were you proud of it like that?
Yeah, I was. I felt really great, but let me just clarify. I did not create a website. I just created a URL. So
Okay.
like little things, baby steps for me in technology. So I was just happy that I did it. I was happy that I put myself out there, but I will do that to myself frequently when I don't understand something or I'm not really great at it. I will go out of my way and like, who goes out and buys a $900 product that you would think there is no way in hell I'm going to understand half of this, not even half, not know how to do, just not even understand what they're telling me here, let alone anything else. So I will do that to stretch myself, to stretch my brain, to stretch my energy, everything. Yeah, I will do that. So
good for you. So I created my own website, and just like you, I was nervous. I'm not a techie person at all either. But I was very surprised. Like, it's now these days they have it so easy. You can go and drop your pictures in. They have templates already that are set up for you. So it took me a whole weekend, but it came out nice. YummyCoachingFactory.com. If you guys want to see my website, it's YummyCoachingFactory.com.
there you go. Make sure you put that into the chat, honey. Into the, not this chat here in Zoom, but into the Facebook one. Let's see if there's any questions. How's everyone doing? We're having a blast here. We're having a blast here chatting. So we're just
Good
waiting
time.
some of the people to come on. And I made it, Elizabeth Roman. Hi, Elizabeth Roman. Who's Elizabeth Roman?
Oh, that's my mom. Hey, Mom.
Hey, Jessica's mom. How you doing? Yara's watching. Hi, Yara. I love Yara. She was another one I could hardly wait to see. So just to catch you guys up, we're just waiting for the next speaker. Everyone's running a little late. So we're just having a blast here, actually.
Yeah, we are. We're making the best of it. So if you guys, so when can they watch the replay? When it ends officially at 4 o'clock, then they can go in and watch the replay.
Yeah, I don't know if they could capture the replay right now, but it will, yeah, hopefully it'll end at 4. We're a little behind, so I'm not sure how that's going to play out. I might cut some time off of the 1 o'clock and only give them the half hour. We should be okay with that, so I'm not sure. Let me see how much longer. How much longer? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Anyways, yes, so all kinds of wonderful things. Yeah, so I'm going to post that in the chat, the amazing digital product. And then I'm looking for my link, but I can't seem to find it, but I will post that as well as soon as I get a chance for the personality assessment. So you should all go onto the link and assess your personality. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. I'm just going to post the link. It'll let you come into my profile and you can see some of the products. And the first one is crack the code, and you can actually assess your own personality. It's a lot of fun because sometimes you think, oh no, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this. And then it's like, oh no, you're not, you're actually this. Just so we're clear, you're actually this. So it's kind of funny. Okay, just one sec. Can you talk just for a minute while I hear this?
Yeah, so it's funny because I thought I was. So I took the personality test, guys. So you definitely want to take it. It's very cool. I always thought I was a nurturer first, but it turns out that I'm an action taker. So oftentimes your dominant personality trait is probably one that you don't necessarily, it's not on your radar. But it's funny when I look back, people are like, oh, you always find a way. You always get things done. You're always like, moving and shaking. I'm like, yeah, but I like the fact that I care for people too. So I thought I was a nurturer. But when you take the test, it tells you which one is dominant and which one is secondary, tertiary, and the fourth. So it's a very good tool, not only for just yourself, but maybe if you're in an industry, you're an entrepreneur where you have products that will benefit other people. It shows you how to present that information to other people in a way that, in a language that they could understand. For example, in regards to, let's say, my cake decorating. If I have a client who's getting, married and they come for like a big order to me, I'd give them the personality assessment so that I know how to present the information so that they can understand it. It's not manipulation, it's just presenting it to people in their own language.
Yes.
Which will be to your benefit and their benefit, because the know, like, and trust factor is there. They'll feel heard and understood, and it's a win-win for everybody.
It is. It's a really good tool. So I think, but Jessica's right. It's a really great tool. Satish, can you come on camera? So
yeah, and right away. Yes, sorry.
We're gonna have to cut you down to a half an hour, which is still okay because we get a beautiful half an hour of Satish Verma. How's that?
Okay, sure, no problem at all. Sorry about it, Marianne.
Okay, perfect. Oh, I think Jessica left, and I wanted to say thank you. Thank you, Jessica, if you're listening, for your help, because she was trying to help me fill up space. So
thank you so much. Yeah.
I'm going to go and I'm going to read your bio. So Satish Verma, meet the man behind the scene bio. Number 1, I just want you to imagine something. I want you to imagine a person coming home and telling his family that all his material assets have been wiped out, and also owing the bank more than $500,000 to top it all off. And this was many years ago, so this wasn't just recently, because $1 million is not what it used to be. So he had 2 young children and a wife to support, and had no option but to declare bankruptcy. I'm going to introduce you to one such individual who discovered Think and Grow Rich during one of the most difficult times in his life. Due to a failed business venture, he had lost his home, his savings, and was facing bankruptcy. By using the principles outlined in Think and Grow Rich, he started from scratch and without any pull built a multi-million-dollar business again. Realizing the impact Think and Grow Rich had on his personal and professional life, he undertook a mission, and now I lost Ryan, undertook a mission to enrich the world through Think and Grow Rich. So he bought the rights to teach Think and Grow Rich philosophy from Napoleon Hill Foundation with a blank check. He now owns rights to several countries around the world to teach this timeless scene of success that he impacted over 125 million people worldwide. He has just been inducted as a Chancellor of Success University by Junior Achievement, and also has been featured in the movie called Think and Grow Rich, The Legacy. The Napoleon Hill Foundation recently honored him and with its most prestigious gold medal award for his notorious and entrepreneurial achievement, a medal that is given every 4 years to one individual in the whole world. This is considered equivalent to Nobel Prize in personal development industry. He has been practicing Think and Grow Rich for over 2 decades. He believes that any human being can throw away the chains of limitations, poverty, and failure if one understands, applies the core principles of Think and Grow Rich. He will share his personal stories, business acumen, and insights from his years of experience in applying its philosophy of Think and Grow Rich, which will be very inspiring to all of us, which is very true because this is not a first visit for Satish Verma to MPowered Summits. And with that, I give you the master here. Satish.
Thank you, Marianne. If anybody has any question, the audience, I'll be more than happy to answer, right? So let's start. You can ask me anything, Marianne, and then we can proceed further, right? So.
Well, actually, I think you should tell us a little more about the story that I just read for them. You know, how did you feel while this was happening? What was going on? What was going on at home? How are you feeling in your heart, in your head? Share with us, please.
When I discovered Think and Grow Rich, and my mentor told me to buy this book from Cole's bookstore, Think and Grow Rich. Cost me about $3 some cents at that time, and that was 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago. And when you lose everything in life, every loser becomes your advisor. Understand this thing. Every person will tell you, oh, you should have done this way, you should have done that way. But at that time, you have only one person who's really your close friend. You know who that is? That's your inner self. You can only listen to that voice and go with that. Otherwise, everybody's going to condemn you, criticize you, and then you feel that as if your existence on this planet is not worthwhile anymore. And you go to that level of thinking. So when I discovered Think and Grow Rich, it taught me, I'll tell you, I have done my master's degree in Shakespeare. And so I'm relatively educated person.
Mm-hmm.
But what you discover in Think and Grow Rich, you start to wonder, why don't they teach this thing in schools, right? And 4 things I discovered on the first lesson that I got from the Napoleon Foundation about Think and Grow Rich. Number 1, it says success in life is a game. And any game that you want to win in this world, you must know the rules. And no school, no university, no college will ever teach you those rules. And because nobody teaches you in school how to inspire yourself, how to handle failures, how to handle stress in life, how to be a positive person, how you actually even make money, how to be wealthy. Nobody teaches you. Then you are given a piece of paper once you graduate from university or college. Here you go on your own. So those who know the rules, they say they are the players in the game of life. Everybody else become a spectator in the game of life. Imagine what happens to us when we are spectators. Spectator means we have to pay with the ticket to get in to watch those players play the game. So what? This is very interesting thing. Why doesn't everybody learn the rules of the game? So this is the first thing that taught me. You must know the rules to want to succeed in life. Okay. I thought I knew all the rules because I made money. But they say, no. Money has nothing to do with your success. Money is byproduct of your success. But if you want to be successful, you must know the rules. So, like Jim Rohn very beautifully said, he said the formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune. And this is self-education, how you handle failures, how you become a positive person, how you inspire others, right? And how you handle stress in life, that you don't give up. And why should not you give up? Because you have a purpose to fulfill in life. And these are the things this philosophy teaches you. So I said, yeah, I really want to discover my purpose. So one thing after discovering this, I said, what is the next one? Then it said, there are man-made laws and mind-made laws, which may be very profound thing for everybody to understand. He said, if you breach the mind-made laws, you will always be punished. But if you breach the man-made law, you may or may not get punished. For example, if you're driving 60 kilometers in a 40 kilometer zone, you may or may not get the ticket. But if you ever breach the mind-made laws, which are universal laws, which give you success and abundance and happiness, you are going to struggle with poverty and everything else if you violate these laws. So I wanted to know what those laws were. And first law I told us, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. This is the mind-made law. And I said, just one, look at the breakthrough you get when you are reading all this stuff. You're learning all this stuff. I said, wait a minute. I have just gone bankrupt. Everybody thinks that for about 6 years, no bank is going to give me money. No bank is going to repair my credit. But that's a man-made law. But if my mind, it says whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. So if I conceive in my mind, I'll be out of bankruptcy in 6 months, I should be able to get out of bankruptcy in 6 months, right? If mind-made laws supersede man-made laws, that's what it said. So that means my mind, if says I'll be out of bankruptcy in 6 months, I should be able to get out in 6 months, right? And guess what? I was determined to cross every T in this course and dot every I, what was in Think and Grow Rich. And let's see what happens in 6 months. And Marianne, I was out of bankruptcy in 6 months. My credit was repaired. It was such a wonderful experience. Then I said, I'm going to teach this philosophy to the whole world after. And guess what I'm doing? This is what happens. So that's so powerful, this whatever the conception, whatever the mind can conceive and believe and the mind can achieve. The problem is people even don't know how to conceive the idea. Mm-hmm. They can keep on conceiving poverty all their life, struggle all their life. They say life is hard. Or if you don't have stress in life, this is not real. These are the ideas people keep on conceiving, never realizing that life is actually very easy. Life is very beautiful. Life is just live. But we make it hard because we are made to believe life is hard. Life is a struggle. People are going to cheat you. People are going to destroy you if you become successful. All this nonsense we learn. And that becomes our belief. And that's what we conceive all of our life. But if we conceive something different, which is sometimes very difficult, but you have to conceive with absolute faith that this is going to happen and it will manifest in your life. So Think and Grow Rich philosophy actually teaches you how you are going to conceive the idea, how you are going to believe the idea, and then automatically you'll achieve the idea.
I love it.
So these are the first two things I learned in the course. Okay. And then it said, most humanity is looking for two things in life: money and peace of mind.
Mhm.
Right? So if you are missing one of those, your life is not going to be very pretty, I'll tell you. Okay, you are going to struggle in life. So it teaches you how you become wealthy while having money, and why people are not having peace of mind who have money. I learned all that. And I feel always blessed, I'll tell you, all my life. I thank God every moment that I am able to have that peace. Then finally it teaches you something very profound. I want everybody to know what that is. Think and Grow, it's not about making money. It's about making a life. It's making a better life, noble life. You can really be proud of. And you know how you get that life. In Think and Grow Rich, something that I never thought this book will ever teach me, what I'm going to share with you. It said, there is a power that surrounds all of us. We know this power is very powerful. If we cannot learn how to make connection with that power, we'll always be struggling.
Sure.
So you have to appropriate and have a positive relationship with this power, with this higher source. The minute you connect, you develop a kind of sixth sense. You discover your other self that knows no limitations, because you become a person who never puts any efforts in, but it's an effortless efforts. You learn how to get it. And once you get that, everything becomes very easy in life. And that's what the Think and Grow Rich is about. It's not about making money, it's about making a life, a noble life. And that's what I learned. And I'm so blessed, I'll tell you, I've been teaching this philosophy all around the globe. It has done wonders in people's lives, transformed the positive relationship, brought them wealth and peace of mind at the same time. Harmony within themselves. That's what you learn. How you're going to be at peace within your own self. If you don't have peace, you will never have peace outside. If there is no peace in inside. It's not that people say, I want to change the world. There's nothing wrong with the world. Everything's beautiful. We find the world is disturbed because inside mind is disturbed. And if I can make this mind at peace, everything is at peace. That's how things work.
I agree. I love it. So my newest tag is not just peace of mind, because we always say peace of mind, peace of mind, peace of mind, peace of mind. And it's true. I am willing to bet that anyone would give up, people who have a ton of money would be willing to give up a ton of money if they could just have peace of mind. But I'm going to go a step further and go out on the line and say that peace of heart is even more important.
Yes.
And we can not quality life, but we can still have a life without a brain. I mean, people can be brain dead and still be living. Without a heart, that's it. Your heart stops, you're done. It's over. There's nothing left. So yeah, I think that's huge.
Yeah. When you have peace of mind, it means peace of overall peace. You don't have to.
Right.
Yeah, you are feeling so great. You live longer. You live longer. Understand this thing.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. Meditation is the exercise, not running. I mean, not to say that running is bad. Running is great. I'm not knocking running. Don't email me, everybody. It's just, it's great, but when you can calm your body, you're powerful, right?
See, in one of my sessions, I had a yoga teacher, and she was taking the training, and she was totally disturbed. in our mind. I said, wait a minute, what do you teach people then? You teach yoga, right? Yoga means peace.
Mhm.
It is not twisting up and down and moving up and down and this angle you can do this yoga and that's yoga. If mind is not at peace,
Mhm.
what is yoga going to do to you?
That's right.
Right? Nothing. Nothing. I say you need the mind yoga. Mind yoga before you need the physical yoga.
It's true.
Right? So once you are at peace, yoga will have, meditation will have a lot of impact on you at the same time. But we go to pray out of fear. We don't go out to pray because of faith. And faith will come only when you have peace of mind.
It's true. And we go to pray to ask.
Yes.
We don't just pray. Let's just pray and show thanks.
Yeah,
You know.
thanks. Yes. Yeah, you're right. We go to pray to ask, what do you want? What kind of bargain you are having with God? What kind of
Why are you negotiating with God?
yeah, I'll tell you what bargain. Oh, if you give me this much, I'll give you this much.
Yeah.
Really?
It's like, no.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you 10% of what? You give 90%, this kind of partner you are with me? How sad that is. So TGR philosophy, think and grow philosophy, teaches you how to do the right things. It's a practical philosophy of success. Understand this thing.
Mhm.
See, world has been given many philosophies, very many philosophies, but these the philosophy teach you how to live life after death.
Yes.
How you are going to go to heaven, right? But nobody teaches you how I'm going to live this life. This is where the big problem is. It's a 25-year research done on the most brilliant mind that ever lived. Most brilliant mind that ever lived. And think about this for a moment. And 500 most successful people contributed to Think and Grow Rich. Each one had a 50 years of experience in business, in inventions, in finance, in politics. Those are the people who contribute to this philosophy. Imagine 500 people, 50-year experience, each one of them, translate to 25,000 years of wisdom. That's what it contains. Tell me where I'm going to get this wisdom from. Nowhere. So it took 25 years to do this research. And that's what it's. So it's not like a philosophy you just like even Aristotle or Plato. Those are philosophy. This has to be taught. This has to be learned so well. So you really understand the inner meaning of living a life, fulfilling a life on this planet. That's what you are here for. And imagine 125 million people have been impacted with this. There's a single most important book on personal development, this course, what we teach. And once you learn it, you say, why didn't I learn? Why don't they teach this in schools, in colleges, in university, in business schools? What's wrong with that? Why not to live a peaceful, happy life when you can? But we bring all the limitations, everything around us, limited. You never see the abundance in life. And that's what we keep on believing and conceiving and believing, and then we keep on achieving that thing. Any more questions for me?
Tell us about your program when it's starting and what you're looking for in people who would make a great candidate to take your program.
Okay.
And if you want the program, I will connect you to Satish and you will have a one-on-one chat before you start.
Yeah, we can give them one-on-one instructions, people who are interested. It's a life-changing program. It's absolutely money back guarantee. If you're not happy, take your money back. We don't want your money. It's that simple, right? And we work on very high standard of integrity based on Think and Grow. Otherwise, we will not have peace of mind ourselves.
Right.
We don't want your money. We just want you to have a better life, better future, better relationship, better harmony within your own self. If that's what you're looking for peace of mind, you're looking for wealth and harmony, then this is the right program for you. Okay,
True.
and it's absolutely guaranteed. This will happen.
It's true. It's a
If it
great,
doesn't happen, take your money back. We don't want it. That's simple. So we can have one-on-one call. Whoever is interested in the program, we can go over the details. How you will learn to have peace and prosperity in your life at the same time. Peace and prosperity.
the two
Okay.
best P's ever,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Peace and prosperity. Who doesn't want that? Is there someone out there who doesn't want that?
Doesn't want that. And that's absolutely guaranteed. This is yes, anything. We don't operate on okay, I'm going to make you millionaire. I'm not promising anything to you.
No
I'm
promise.
not saying you're going to be millionaire tomorrow.
I wouldn't.
You'll become what your capacity is. And if we raise your capacity level, you will make more money. Simple. That's
all.
how simple it is. Right? So there are no tricks or there are no gimmicks here.
No, just expanding the capacity. That's it.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
It's simple. It's simple that way, but it's great. So this is my second big venture. So I've had two amazing ventures, both companies that pride themselves on not taking your money just for the sake of business. You have to be a fit to take this program. If you have any questions, please connect with me first. And then if you are interested, then we will connect you one-on-one session with Satish here before we start. It does start in June, and it is going to be an amazing program. Cannot wait. Basically, you're getting coached to become a coach.
Exactly. And by being a Think and Grow Rich coach, you can coach people how to bring harmony and peace in their life. What a great and noble profession you'll be in.
That's right.
And it's not available in any university or any college.
No, it's amazing.
It's amazing. Yes.
Right? All the good things, all the good courses, all the great, awesome, amazing courses are all outside of college. Not to say that college doesn't have some great courses. Of course it does. Of course, you need to go and become an accountant. We're certainly going to teach you how to do that. But yeah, no, it's fantastic. Satish, thank you so much. I will see you later next week at a birthday party. So Satish and I both are in Canada. We live about maybe 15-20 minutes from each other. So we have my coach is a friend of his, and it is his birthday next week. I think it's next week. Is it next? No, not next week, the week after.
Yeah.
Right. So we just had lunch, the three of us, and so now we're going to have lunch or dinner. I don't even know what he's doing anymore. I need to find out first, but that's going to be great. So thank you so much. And thank you for, yes, I know you're super busy, so I appreciate your time, and thank you for being on my
Sorry,
summit.
I was on another call before I got, and sometime, when you're coaching somebody, when they're getting a breakthrough, it's hard to break away from them. So let me help them out, right? So that's what I was on.
And that's true authenticity from the heart.
Yes, and I do a lot of private coaching, as you know, helping people give the breakthrough in their relationships with themselves and with others.
Of course, it's perfect. So either way, I appreciate all the time. Even if I can get you for 5 minutes, I'm super excited. So thank you so much. Have a fantastic day. I will see you in 10 days or so.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me just see if Dr. Andrea Adams-Miller is with us. She is, because I'm seeing her moving around. Perfect. Thank you. So let me go. Oops. Let me stay with gallery, and then let me, oh, you got a lot of technology. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Satish.
Okay.
Great day. Thank you for your help. And let's now, I will now bring you on an amazing young lady. Her name is Dr. Andrea Miller.
I got to go. Thank you.
Adams Miller. Bye-bye, Satish. Today we welcome Dr. Andrea Adams Miller, aka the Lady in Red, and the Dream Maker. Dr. Adams Miller is a global leader in publicity, business consulting, and neuroscience. As a CEO of the redcarpetconnection.com, she empowers top entrepreneurs CEOs and celebrities to achieve their grandest dreams with strategic publicity, mind mastery, and her incredible 15 billion Rolodex, 15 billion dollar Rolodex. Who has that? Like, that is so unique. With over 2,500 radio appearances and features on major networks like 2020 and E! News, Dr. Adams Miller has shared stages with legends like Brian Tracy and Sir Anthony Hopkins in 27 countries and training at company giants like Sony and Google. She holds not one, not two, but 3 PhDs and is a certified trainer of neurolinguistic programming and hypnosis, specializing in neurofeedback and biofeedback. She's also an award-winning actress and a leader in philanthropy, spearheading the Keep Smiling movement nonprofit to promote resilience and mental health. Living on a 50-acre farm in Northwest Ohio, which I really want to come visit one day. With her husband, she remains close to her 3 daughters, grandchildren, and cat, Peachy. And with that, I present to you Dr. Andrea Adams Miller. Take it away.
Thank you. You guys almost got to meet Peachy. In fact, it was funny. My daughter named her Peachy, and I thought her name was Princess Peachy, and my husband just let her out, and I'm like, don't let her out. I wanted to show people her.
I also want to say thank you for trying to come in and save the day with me. When Satish was going to be available. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, Satish is totally right, because right as we were ending, they were like, wait, I have, and I'm, oh, I'm like, all right, well, I won't hurry you. Talk about a fun topic, leadership with God. And let's talk about, the divine potential and the divine intervention that goes with this. So Marianne, I had told you I kind of wanted to make this more interactive. So she's going to try to watch, Facebook and see if we can get some of you to incorporate or add in. And if not, well, Marianne and I will be the ones intervening and sharing for all of you. So let me pull up my screen here and kind of go through some fun things here that I wanted to share with you about this topic. Marianne herself, as you guys know, she is a reverend as well. And I don't use reverend in my title because I figure I already have enough syllables in my name, but I am ordained as well. And people are often surprised to hear that, because I don't talk about God or religion very often. And there's no particular reason why. I just find that I allow people to talk about what's important to them and the higher God that resonates with them. And that allows me to meet them where they're at. So if that's a conversation that they want to have, then I will join them in it. So good morning, good evening, good middle of the night, depending on where you live and where you're at. So we are going to talk about leadership with God, unlocking your divine potential, an intervention to knowing what's really in your deeper subconscious. So I'm really excited to be here. I always love being with Marianne. We have so much fun together and to go through this journey with everyone. And so let's kind of start by exploring our spiritual beliefs with leadership and how that really can unlock our true potential. So we're going to be diving deep into principles of divine leadership, sharing personal stories, and engaging in interactive exercises. So it'll be kind of challenging to have you share a story, although some of you might be fast typers and maybe we can do this. So we'll figure it all out. So here's what I have planned for the next hour that I have you. We're going to define what leadership means and explore the role of God in leadership. We'll discuss core principles of leadership with God, like faith, humility, and compassion. And then we'll engage in a guided visualization exercise to connect with our inner selves and that divine guidance that's available to us. And then we'll have a group discussion, if only the group is me and Marianne speaking on your behalf, to share our insights and experiences. and then we'll wrap up with Q&A and address any questions or concerns that pop up. And then we'll recap with some key points and an inspirational message to take with you. So, all right, let's kind of start with like the definition of leadership, understanding leadership with God. So leadership is not about just being in charge, in my opinion. It's about inspiring and guiding others towards a common goal, and a positive common goal, a vision that motivates others to achieve something together, whether it's business or organization or a church group. It's involving qualities like integrity, empathy, and resilience. Those are three words that are very important to me. And I want to add the word loyalty as well. When you are a good leader, people are loyal to you and because they care about you. Obviously, well, not obviously. You know what I said, obviously, and you know what? It was not always obvious in my life that others had integrity. Sometimes in my life in the past, I attracted other people without integrity. And sometimes, when you think about situations like that for your life, you might wonder if we have our leader is this God leader, why is it that sometimes we have situations that happen where we're guided to have something that's out of what we desire or want in our world? And what I've come to learn, Marianne, feel free to join at any time. I've kind of got my notes in front of me too. I'm moving my screen so I can see you better. So that way I can see your face at the same time.
Yeah, and I'm trying to keep an eye out on Facebook on my phone.
Yeah.
On here because
it'll all be good. We'll work it all out. I used to question those things myself, and now I realize that it was to help me learn, to help me see things in a better light. And I think it was also because I had this belief that I needed to. I remember going to church with my grandma when I was younger, and I had this belief. I remember in a Bible school class that said, like, suffer unto the little children, and that we had to suffer to learn. And at the time, the word suffer, I took it as we had to feel great pain and suffering. It had to hurt. Do you remember hearing a Bible study like that where they talk about the suffering, Marianne?
Yes, and just still, even today, we talk so much about suffering and the fact that no, well, I'll just suffer in silence, or I'll just do this, or our parents for sure. Oh, well, I guess this suffering is part of life, and I'm like, why?
Yeah,
why?
Yeah,
and suffering.
Right. And it was within the last couple of years that I really started looking at the definition of what suffering meant in the biblical term. And I think we're reading it wrong. Suffering doesn't mean like, oh, I'm suffering from pain, or I have to neglect my needs or be without things. That's not what suffering meant. Suffering is actually like challenge yourself to stretch beyond where you're at to learn and to know. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a negative thing. So, if we're challenging ourselves to, like if we were thinking about it as running, and you challenge yourself to run a mile 15 seconds faster, you're not torturing yourself to run. You're just pushing yourself a little extra so that you can make that race go a little faster, or that mile a little faster. And if we think about suffering in that way, well, then all of a sudden, suffering is a very positive thing. It's about taking on an extra class, or doing something extra to get in better health, or, spending more time cooking a meal, or maybe spending a little extra money on something that's really important to you. And that's a better definition of suffering. It doesn't have to be painful and awful. And suffering just means a stretch. Let's just have a little stretch. And so I think in the past, I attracted things to make me suffer so that I would learn better. Well, I'm done
suffering
doing
is
that.
growth. Suffering equals growth. And even when I tell my clients, my coaching clients, I'll be like, well, yeah, you gotta you got to do some changing. And why does change have to equal suffering? It doesn't need suffering. It's just something different. And it's really funny because even with these summits, I was like, oh, am I going to be able to do one every single month? I don't know. So I made a commitment. I did it. And now that I'm doing one day, now I want to do two. And I'm thinking already about doing three. So it's nothing more than like, that's a perfect word, Dr. Andrea, is actually stretch growth. That's all it is. But everyone gets scared of growth and starts thinking, oh, I'm gonna have to suffer.
You can see that I'm looking for something. I just put all my change in the other room. I try to keep change on my desk because there's a new thing that I've been doing. And we're talking about change, like you changing things. For some people, they find change different or upsetting or challenging or whatever. But I've been telling people, I've been really focusing on the fact that change is like when we have a dollar. So I'll imagine a dollar here. And then when we make change,
oh, I like that.
Still have a dollar. We just have more pieces of that dollar that are spread out. In fact, it reminds me of I think there was a child's poem or a joke. I don't like, like he offered her $1 and then they offered her 50 cents, 2 quarters. And she said, I'll take it because 2 is more than 1. And then they offered her like 4 quarters and like 2 is more, or 2 50-cent pieces and 4 quarters because 4 is more than 1 and 10 pennies is more than 1. And I don't even remember what that's from, but that's not what change means. Like when you make change, people are happy to receive change often. And then there's people in the world. I remember I made money in high school because I picked up all the pennies that people would throw at each other. So I would pick up like, I don't know, 50, 75 cents, sometimes $2 a day in change that people threw out. And, so just different ways of concepts of thinking about things in your life. So anyhow, I got on a little tangent there. So I was
like
talking
that analogy that was one of the comments.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. Change. Yeah. When change is change, people like it, especially when change can be converted back into another dollar, especially when you get a crisp new one at the bank, fun.
Yes.
Well, and then I'll tell you a little personal story about that. So when I met my husband, our first date, he paid for our date in rolls of quarters. And I thought he robbed his piggy bank and thought, oh, wow, this poor guy has no money. And he must really think I'm important to have robbed his piggy bank to take me out. Well, I didn't know until later that my husband owned a pinball and video game business. So now in my world, change is very, very important and attractive. I remember going to the grocery store and paying for $200 worth of groceries in rolls of quarters. And they didn't always like that. But I said, it's still money. It's still the exact same money. And, so I had to weigh it, count it, put my social security number on it sometimes, and finally get them to take it. But it's really interesting how some people will push back against things that are the same. Change still equal to $1. All right.
It's important to honor all the money, right? Doesn't matter if it's $1 or $1 million.
Yeah. Change can make you money. And it's not just about money, but there is a gain for you. So just money is a good analogy to use. All right. So when we bring God into the equation, we add this layer of spiritual guidance and purpose. So as I said, God for me is an open concept. It can be any higher power, divine presence, whatever resonates with you personally. And the role of God in leadership is to provide wisdom, strength, direction. It's about aligning our actions and our decisions with our spiritual beliefs and our values. So if we think about a tough time that you've had in your life where you've faced a tough decision, do you turn to your faith or your spiritual belief for guidance? And you were talking about that with Satish, and then maybe even with Jessica before that, do you pray for guidance and ask for help? And then how did that come to you? And then how does that influence your decision? So I'd love see if anybody had shared for us to share there. If not, I have a story I can share from a client.
Change adds up to something valuable. So true. No, there hasn't been a question or a comment on that one just yet, but
Sure.
I think
Okay.
it's important. I think it's important to address and to validate our own intuition, right? And our own messages. I believe we all have intuition. I don't think there's one person that's more intuitive, born into this world, more intuitive than the other. I think it's something they just are open to it. And then some people are not. Like I think I had to do some work at mine to uncover it. And then when I started trusting it, and I think it's also linked to your self-love, self-worth, right? The more you love yourself, the more worthy you are, the more you trust what you're feeling and thinking, and the less you're going outside of yourself, like, "Oh, what do you think? What do you think I should do? What do you think?" I'm not saying don't sometimes ask your friends or your coach or your colleagues or whatever. Obviously, we're human. We're going to ask stuff just for the sake of, but it took me a while before I could, trust my intuition. And now it's like, oh, messages all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah. So in hearing you say that, I can, you're getting messages or I call them downloads. Other people call them downloads. And it's kind of like this, everybody gets a download differently. Some people will see a symbol or an idea or a message that they feel is from God or from a higher power. I have usually I have a sense of something that and often I'll see something. So if a client is like telling me about something, I might see an image of like a book cover or them in front of a stage, or I just have this vision that pops up that I can see them doing whatever action that comes for me. Sometimes I will get this sense or a feeling of like words or something of like a talk they might do, or something that they might be called, or something that they might engage or entertain. And to me, that is that higher guidance allowing me that information. Some people do intentional prayer to get there and to get that information. Just so you know, when you walked by, you're on camera. So you can be on camera. My husband's working on the farm today, and he is wearing his most comfortable holy clothes. And I don't mean holy like in religious, like the ones that have the most airflow. So he purposely keeps holy clothes for that purpose. So we're talking about divine intervention with God today, Tom. So if you see him walking around, he wants to use his living room for this too. So I used to have my own office. And a divine intervention occurred where I had to give up my office to eminent domain for them to do a flood expansion. And I fought that from 2007 until last year. And so now I'm home, and it's nice because I do get to see him, and it took me a while to like that. So talk about one of those things, the suffer to learn to accept the change as a positive thing. So it's nice. I get to see him, and he gets to pop in. He just gets to sometimes be on TV or camera, and he doesn't know it. So I was talking about, I was going to share a story about that. So there was a client of mine, a CEO, and he really faced a very difficult, critical decision during a financial crisis. And he was uncertain about which direction to take. This was during COVID. And he decided to pray intentionally, and he meditated, and he asked for guidance. And then the next morning when he woke up, he had this sense of calm and peace and clarity. And he had made a decision that he was going to still move forward and invest in a new project, innovative, a little controversial, not controversial, like negative controversial, just didn't know how that would work. It wasn't there was some risk to it, let's put it that way. And the decision saved his company, but also led him to have a really profitable quarter. And that experience allowed for him to reaffirm that his belief in guidance and leadership, divine guidance was there and was possible for him. I have gotten to a point in my life with divine intervention, divine guidance, that I don't purposefully pray or like go to church or congregate for the sake of like prayer and worship. I have come to a conclusion that every moment in my life is that. And so that my connection to God is constant. And so I don't have to do something separate. There's no right. My daughter goes to church and other relatives go to church and other ones don't. You know, some people have this, you know, scheduled time. I totally love it. I'm excited that that works for them. For me, I'm more of an action person. I like to change my mind. I like to do things at different times. So I just take my divine guidance with me everywhere. So every moment could be church if we
I
wanted
love
it.
that explanation. I actually feel the same way, but I've never explained it that way, and I've never heard it explained that way. So thank you for that. That's perfect, actually. Thank you.
Yeah. So when people say, well, don't you go to church? I'm like, well, I'm already there. We're there right now.
Hang on, we have a question here.
Sure.
Do you think spirituality is important when it comes to self-awareness?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So often what I see in this is sometimes people are so focused on the spirituality part that they forget that they exist in that. It's not a God separate from you,
right?
That God lives and talks through you for you to be aware in your life of what you're doing. It reminds me of that old joke of, you know, the person being in the flood and they're saying, God, you didn't help me. And they're like, oh, for goodness sakes, I sent you a boat and you didn't take it, and the helicopter and you didn't get in, and, you know, all these things, and, you know, and sent the angel to you. You didn't do anything, you know, and that's kind of it. Sometimes so people are focused that God is outside of them, or their spirituality is separate. And if we see it as the same, then it's easier to accept things within yourself that maybe you didn't like before that are all of a sudden okay. I guess another aspect of that is I see a part of that is confidence as well. So if you're truly your higher power or God's child, or and if you are perfect in their eyes, then why are you so critical and so mean to yourself and in your self conversations? You know, think about that. You know, like that probably wouldn't go well. You know, if you were at a congregation of church, you wouldn't stand up front and say, hello, everyone, I'm sorry that I'm fat, or I have this. You don't say that, because you are the weight that you are. So yeah, you might want to be thin, but why don't you just love yourself the way you are right now, and then love yourself as you're changing to do things differently so that you can be healthier, or take care of yourself, or to do things. So I think about that in that regard as well. So there's so spirituality and self-identity, when we see that within ourselves, then I think we're a little less resilient. Not less resilient. That's not the right word. We are more resilient, but we're less, what's the word, when you want to less critical maybe of things, less sensitive. Like if God is telling you these things and a higher purpose is telling you things, that maybe you need to be aware of things to do things in a different direction, you're going to be a little softer about it and accept it a little bit better. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
So she just, Amanda, the same lady that asked the question, just said, church is not a building. So true.
Ah, nice. Like it.
Oh,
like
well put. Church is not a building. Thank you for that, Amanda. Good job.
Yeah, so let me add some things I would love for you to just kind of take away is that leadership involves inspiring and guiding others towards a common goal, and integrating God into leadership helps provide that wisdom, strength, and direction, and that your personal faith can provide a clarity and a calm during difficult decisions. When we know that there's something bigger than ourselves, all of a sudden our stuff doesn't really seem to matter anymore. when it's kind of funny, like, so I do wonder sometimes if when people say, you know, like, oh, I'm going to go to heaven and so forth, and I'm like, well, if you know everything's going to be perfect and fine, why are you worrying? So, because we know that things are going to be perfect and fine if you have that faith that everything's going to be fine, and if you have the faith that God will take care of you, then you'll get through this. Doesn't mean you can't react to it. Of course, you're going to react to things, or if you hear something terrible or someone passes away, you might be sad or you cry, or, you know, something's taken away. However, I've also learned with the NLP and the hypnosis that all of those things don't have to carry the weight that they did before. You can have a better perspective on how those problems aren't as big as we previously added to them by having all the baggage of whatever's been in our life added to whatever situation that we're in. All right, so let's talk about some core principles of leadership with God. We talked about faith, but let's go a little deeper with that. So having faith in a higher power gives courage to take bold steps and make difficult decisions. And it helps a person to stay steadfast, even in the face of adversity. Humility, when you have humility, you know, you acknowledge that we're part of that larger plan and that we don't have all the answers, and we don't have to have all the answers. You know, it allows us to open up to divine guidance and collaboration of others to get those answers. And third, I would say compassion. You know, when we lead with empathy and love, it's about serving others and creating an environment where everyone can thrive. When we lead with compassion, we create a positive impact that flows outwards towards other people. There's a book called The Pendulum, and it talks about however, so I think it's 80 years, we swing from a me society to a we society. And then some people are just more prevalent to be a me person or a we person. I am a we person. I'm constantly thinking that any action or anything I do, how does it affect others? And some people may say, well, gosh, that sounds like a me thing, because if you, because in my mind, whether I turn left or right, I have an impact on the world, and I'm affecting everyone. Now, some people might say, well, that sounds like it's a me thing because you think you turning left or right changes the world. Well, I do. And that's because I want to be cognizant of the impact that I make when I make any decision, however small or however big. I am impacting people around me. So even me talking today and sharing these thoughts that are my own opinions and thoughts, whether you don't like them and that causes you to be steadfast in your rules and ideas and thoughts and beliefs, I've had an impact on that. Or you think, I like what Andre is saying, church without walls. I like this. Church is wherever you are. You know, you're thinking about these terms and you move or gravitate towards that. I'm impacting you. So even though it's still you're making the decision. It's your subconscious mind and your conscious mind working together to make those decisions. Things that I say have either a negative or a positive influence on your beliefs and ideals. So even if you dismiss them and say, I'm not interested in them, you still heard me. So it's kind of like anytime we hear anybody or hear anything, it's just like seeing commercials around. Those commercials are there to make you want the pizza. Whether you like pizza or not, you're looking at a pizza and you're thinking about a pizza. It's subliminal messages, even though we don't call them that anymore. Anything that we input, it's coming into our brain, into our mind, and into our conscious. And so we have to constantly scroll and delete and remove those things that are all these millions of bits that are going in our brain at any time. All right, let's talk about integrating spirituality into leadership. So yeah, that's aligning our actions and our decisions with our beliefs and our values, and seeking that divine guidance in times of uncertainty, trusting the higher power to lead us in the right direction. And that can be done through prayer, meditation, reflection, you know, is what I'm doing in alignment with my beliefs and values. and with the beliefs and values that I would want to have if I'm respecting whatever religious leader that I have or spiritual guide that I have in my life. Are we doing that? And when we are in thought or prayer or meditation or reflection, that allows us to really weigh on the decisions that we're making and what's right. I think that's where some of that divine intervention will kind of lead us and what path that we'll take. So some practical applications of this is, let's reflect on the principles for a moment. So how do you integrate faith, humility, and compassion into your daily life, and loyalty to your daily life?
You have to be
And
loyal to yourself first.
say that again, Marianne.
You have to be loyal to yourself first.
Yeah.
You have a thing for integrity, loyalty, and I'm like, okay, but if I mess up to myself, if I made myself a promise, I'm not going to stop dieting until I lose my 9 pounds or 10 or 20 or 50, who cares? Then how can I expect other people to act loyal to me? Right? Like if you're not loyal to yourself, you can't be loyal to others either. Right?
Yeah.
So it's an effort, and I wasn't always taught like that. My dad wasn't a big loyal guy. I mean, he wasn't disloyal to my mother that way, but he was very abusive. And so it was like, oh, okay, you're supposed to do things and then get away with them. You know what I mean? Like sneak them under the table all the time and do things, you know, off the charts and break rules. And I mean, I still like breaking rules just because it's fun, but, and I'm not a rule follower. And I think that's just part of any entrepreneur. Come on, like if you're going to follow rules, like you may as well have a job. Right? What's the point?
Well, I do have to admit that I believe that rules were made for other people and that they don't apply.
They're just
Although I do have some rules of my own that are very important. Like I have a rule. I always tell people to pick your battles. And I have a rule that there is absolutely no freaking paperwork allowed or anything to be put on the middle counter in the kitchen. And whatever reason, that is a deal breaker for me.
Yeah. It's like, I don't typically talk to people after 9 o'clock. So if I do, it's like, oh, it's because I've had a long day and da-da-da. But yeah, I think rules are just suggestions.
Well, yeah. You know, and it's funny because I think about that with religious guidelines as well. You know, now don't take that out of context to the extreme, the extreme. So like, for example, well, I suppose even that way sometimes, okay, thou shalt not kill. Like, I don't really believe like we should go around killing people. And at the same time,
no killing.
I'm not necessarily opposed to the fact that some people don't live anymore, you know, and not, you know, due to punishments or, you know, and so not to go into a political rant, but there are reasons that things, you know, happen. And while there's some punishments in place for some things in the world. And so I can see where people get in conflict with that and how rigid are these rules and when do they apply and how do they work and how do they happen and when is it acceptable and not acceptable? And there's so many different things that we have to think about in our world, that what would be okay for us and what's not okay for a society. And then how do we handle those within your business, your life, within your politics, the way you vote, you think, you feel, the way you love, you know, how does faith, humility, and compassion and loyalty interplay in those things? Even when you talked about being loyal to yourself with like someone being loyal to themselves for a diet and saying, okay, it has to be this way. I also question that sometimes, because sometimes we'll make rules on ourselves that it has to be a certain way. And what if it doesn't have to be that way? What if it's a guideline that we lay upon ourselves to do it, but it's also okay if one day you do something different.
Right.
It's okay to change our minds.
I was just going to say, it's okay to change your mind. If I get to my 20th pound and now I'm like, hey, this worked out better than I thought. So let's keep this and let's not bother. Let's keep the other 30 on, or I don't know. I'm just saying that, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. You're just using it as an analogy, and I get that.
Yeah.
And you know what, and then even humility. Okay, so let's stretch that a little bit. So I'm a publicist. So as a publicist, to be humble and quiet is not my nature. It is my job to brag about people and things and to share information.
Thank goodness.
So of course I'm going to say great. And then, by the way, I want to hear other people say great things about themselves. I want to know when they do something amazing. My husband is a non-talker. He has he doesn't share much. He doesn't talk a lot. And when he does, it's poignant, it's interesting. However, he does some amazing things and never tells anybody or anything. And people would love to hear those stories and to know that he's a fireman. He does some wonderful rescues and saving of people, and he does other things in his life, and he doesn't ever tell anybody. And so people miss out on things that would benefit them because he doesn't share. And I think that there's things within my life that would benefit other people to hear, and I would love them to hear it. So I share. And if people don't want to hear it, well, then all they have to do is interrupt me and tell me they don't want to hear it. And that's one thing I think that's interesting, because Marianne, you and I are both talkers, and people don't realize that it's okay if they're not a talker to say, oh, I need a break. I need a break from, I have my closest friends can literally say, I tell them all the time, if I'm talking too much, we're on a car trip, tell me I need the next half hour of silence. It's okay.
And I like being straightforward. I also like people being straightforward with me. I think all this business, when we were talking about just say no, it's a whole sentence. Just say no. I would rather you say no and save yourself and myself time. I mean, if you like wasting time, that's your business. I don't want to get into that, but if I don't like wasting time, so please tell me a no instead of circling around and around. And I'm like, oh my gosh, really, are we still here? Can you just say what you need to say and let's be done? But then you got to be okay with, getting it back. So if you're going to dish it out, you need to be okay with getting it back. This is what I am. This is how I do, and this is how I feel. And now I feel like this. And okay, now I don't feel that way anymore. Okay, good. I'm glad we threw it out on the table. We unpacked it, and now we're done. And let's move on. Instead of, oh my gosh, I had a cousin. He used to do this well, they're not even married anymore, hence the reason. He used to keep quiet all the time, like the silent treatment for a week. I'm like, oh my God, I could never live. I can't keep a silent treatment with you. I'm leaving you messages. How am I going to keep silent with someone I have under the same roof and I'm living with them for a whole week? I can barely keep myself silent for an hour. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't even know how that works, but obviously that didn't work for them, but geez.
Just to be vulnerable here, that was a tactic that was used in my household growing up. When my dad would be angry, he would isolate and take away talking. So the silent treatment was used as a tool to make me behave as a punishment. And that greatly hurt. And it's very interesting. I had relationships, business relationships and personal relationships with friends, and then a close business relationship that I didn't realize it until I was out of it, how often those tools were used to get me to comply with different things. So saying things are like saying, I can't, in fact, like I can't talk to you or text to you I need 2 days break from you because you didn't do this or that. And then, but it was funny, if they needed something, then they would messenger me or WhatsApp me. Because somehow that punishment wasn't the same as I can't text you or talk to you or whatever. And I allowed that to stop me from doing things, and it compromised my thoughts and beliefs and loyalty and integrity and how people and my values. So we need to be aware that you can be a very strong, confident person and do really well in your life, and then sometimes hand over your power to other people and allow someone to lead who doesn't deserve the leadership role in your life, because they are really good at finding your triggers from other times in your life and using them against you. So being aware of that can certainly make you stronger. And then you being aware of that so you don't accidentally ever do that to somebody else. The more emotional intelligence, EQ, that you can have, that allows you to be a better leader. I wanted to share another little story here. So there was a community leader that I worked with who believes strongly in serving other people. And then during a challenging period in his life, he was at a standstill, like he didn't know what to do, really needed kind of something really wonderful. A friend of mine, her name is Susie Nelson. Susie said her parents always told her, when you are struggling, the best thing that you can do is do something for others. And that's what he decided to do. He was struggling with something internally. So he decided to put that pain outward, and he organized like a relief effort, something like that for the community. And even though he didn't have the resources, he trusted, that his faith and that other people would have faith and compassion for other people, and they would come around and rally around him. And then when people started hearing about it and hearing what he was doing, he would ask other people to help serve other people. And the whole community came and pulled around and was able to add a surplus of things. I don't even know what all they did. It was something to do with the floods in Houston, and being able to pull all those people around. It helped the whole community. It helped people together, but it strengthened his own bonds within himself, because he realized that what he needed internally was he needed some outside support as well. So by turning his pain outward to lead to help serve others who were in pain in an emergency situation, he was able to see that what was happening for him, that he had all that support around him all along. He just wasn't asking for it. So by him asking for others, he was able to, over time, release and say what was going on for him, and find that people were there for him all along. So many times everybody thinks that they're alone in things. I think I'm the only one, I'm alone, this is how it is. And that is not the case. Sadly, that is not the case. I personally wish that it was the case. I like to think some of the things I went through, I am the only person that ever happened to ever and will ever happen again in the history of the world. And unfortunately, that is not the case. There are other people having things happen, and they need someone to lead them in that. And so sometimes if you've had something or a trauma in your past, the best way to heal that is to move forward and find a way to help heal others as well. And through our own healing, we find a way to lead others to that sense of healing. So
it's so true. I find that most of the healers, I mean, I called myself a healer for a long, long time, and then, more counselor, and now more coach. But I still do the same thing. I do the exact same thing I did before. It's all the same. I still did energy healing. I still did counseling. I still did coaching. I didn't do as much business coaching, and probably because I didn't have as much experience. And now I have some platforms that I can add into the coaching. Like I teach my annual coaching clients how to put one of these together, and I do one with them, and then we split the money so that they're actually making money while they're being coached, which is like a big turn on for people. But it's funny because I find all of us the better we are as coaches and healers, the more messed up we were somewhere along the line, because the more
along the line. Yeah.
Think about it. Do you really want a coach that grew up, I don't know, in a perfect household with tons of money, never had to worry or work for anything, never had to worry about getting along with anyone? Like, if you've never overcome any obstacles, how are you molded? Like, what are you going to teach me? How to live in a perfect household? Like, what's that? Like 0.00001% of the universe. Like, I don't even know if that's even perfect. Even those households are probably not perfect, but yeah, anyways.
I do have to admit that it was quite exciting over all these years of all the things that I've done. And I worked with a lot of clients that I can never tell anybody that I worked with. I worked under a do not disclose situation when I left law enforcement. My first business, I still own this business, is a relationship business. And so people didn't want other people to know publicly. They were either like a political person or an actor or a celebrity athlete, and public knowledge of them and what they're doing would be detrimental to who they were. So they needed somebody to trust. And I have a fairly new business partner that we're doing some work together, and he just recently found out that I had one couple in particular. I did this for a couple people, but one in particular, I would go with them on their vacations because they fought so much that I literally babysat adults on their family vacation. Not the
Wow.
children, the
That's-
adults.
I'm jealous. I've never done that before.
Well, it was fun and
And
horrible
not-
at the same time. So imagine like you're at a swimming pool, like here I am, the consultant with them. I'm in a pool and they want to have their own life. I'm across the pool, but I'm watching them from across the pool and I see them start to get on each other's nerves. And I, get up and walk over and whisper, why don't you rethink about how you just worded that? Like be more intentional with your words and maybe apologize for that. And then, pulling the other person aside and having them walk with me to like the towel rack and saying, okay, so your response to that, let's think about how you could respond differently, and it was like, oh my gosh, it was like playing a real game of life with people and helping them to know how to behave better and calling them out. Like, and to do it in such a way. I mean, my husband and I are both known for going, to our kids. That was, we didn't particularly say no or whatever. It was, and, or pss, pss, like you're spraying something like the cat, we don't actually have a sprayer. We go, pss, pss, and she thinks something's getting sprayed on her, even though we've never sprayed her with anything ever.
I do that with my dog too.
Yeah, so we did that with our kids. And so I'm like doing that with adults, but in a more mindful way. But it helped them. It helped them to have somebody there in the moment to call them on their actions. And it was exhausting work because you have to be so resilient to be able to understand and react to how they're going to behave, knowing that you're getting paid, and yet being willing to push back. When someone's a celebrity and they pay you to do something and then you don't agree with them, they can fire you. And yet my job is to be blunt and tell them what's going on and tell them that behavior is inappropriate. And that was challenging, and so it's funny because I learned how to do. So when my dad's wonderful, wonderful. And when he's not. And he wasn't, he seems to do better now. He's doing better all the time. But as a kid, it was awful. And not knowing how to react or never knowing, having that peace of mind, how people will react was very traumatic. And it's through all the neuroscience that I've been able to release a lot of that so that I don't have that worry that a bomb's going to go off. And that when I now attract and work with people who are calm in the situation of, taking on fire, or, something crazy going on, that they handle it well and they're so resilient. It's amazing. it is so amazing to work with really positive people. And of course, I've worked with, just people in really small situations like that, where it's a one-on-one or a one in a couple, to helping some of my clients run their events and stuff with 750 people, or masterminds with 350, or smaller retreats, or where we traveled and did other things with them, and with teams and so forth, and with their executive staff. And a lot of people don't ever know. It's only been recently that I've been starting to reveal that I did any of that, because I realize now so much time has passed and there's so many people in the world. How in the heck are you going to figure out who I was on vacation with, or who I was managing, or what I was doing? Because I never shared it. I didn't say where I was. I didn't post those things. I didn't ever talk about them. And so all those things were able to be hidden away from the public eye. And the things that where I said I was somewhere where I might actually be with someone else, it made sense that I was where I was at. So nobody really knew anything about anything. That they just looked like another person that was there at the event that I was at. So it's allowed me the freedom now to talk about things a little more freely. It's been interesting. All right, so let's give you some takeaways here. So faith provides courage and resilience and leadership. So, having the faith that everything's going to be okay and you're doing the right thing. Humility allows us to seek and accept divine guidance. And compassion creates a positive and thriving environment. And then practical applications, again, it's prayer, meditation, reflection, all set to align your actions with your spiritual beliefs. And what's really interesting is we have an ability, we're using some of the tools and stuff I have through all the programs that I've learned as a trainer. And I'm also to be a master trainer as well. To be a master trainer, right now I'm a practitioner and I can train other people to be practitioners. And then I want to be a master trainer so that I can train other people to be trainers, so that there's more people teaching the things that I teach. I'm very much in love with learning and knowing and finding out what we can learn more and more all the time. And having that ability to train how we think and feel and function, and train other people how to think and feel and function, allows us to take these practical applications even farther, and to make them and have tools such as the ability to change our values. So for me, money was always at the bottom of my values, because I'm such about a people. Money didn't mean anything to me, and I didn't see the value of money. I knew money was valuable. I actually feared, I always had money growing up. I was actually probably very financially astute compared to my peers as a kid. I got a Discover card at 16 and had excellent credit, and all these amazing things because I worked all the time, saved all my money. So my money values were really high when I were younger. And then I had something happen with the business. I was running a philanthropic walk for breast cancer, and the higher ups at this one organization didn't pay for the things that they promised. So I had to pay for them personally, which was quite financially unexpected. And I allowed my value of money to become like nothing for a while. And so then I overspent on things and didn't value money. And then I realized that I was doing that, and then was able to then look at my values and where does money now register and where could it be? And now I realized that I was throwing away the tool of money by not managing it. I don't mind that I spent it. What I spent it on was learning and so forth. However, I do mind how I spent it and out of what resources. Had I put it into different resources and then spent it differently, then that money could have been making me more money, which I already knew how to do, but I'd lost my value and being mad or angry at the system, at the rules being broken of money. So you as a leader can look at your own self and see, where am I not doing as well as I used to be? Where was I really strong, or where was I never strong or always been weak? And where where could that value change? And then with working somebody like me, we can shift that subconsciously so that your value of whatever it is in your life is more important. If it's money, we can talk about literally turning up the dial and raising your money thermostat, because you'll find that people tend to lose money and then go back to the money of what they believe they are worth earning or having, and then they'll lose it again, and then they'll go to, like, they might get above it and then there's always a certain line, a thermostat financially, but there's other places in your life that thermostat might be overriding, and you have the ability to shift and change that. So we can literally align our values to match where we want to be now, because we might say we have a value, logically we say we have a value, but subconsciously we still don't, because we have some story or trauma attached to it that's not allowing it to fire like it would or should. All right, so let's do a visualization. So let's see, we got a couple minutes till Dr. Oliver comes. So let's take a moment to connect with your inner self through this guided visualization. You can close your eyes or not close your eyes. And at the same time, knowing that by not closing your eyes, you may not receive as much value as you could, but it's your choice. And even if your eyes are open, allow that whatever you're looking at all of a sudden becomes a blur, because you are now focused in. And take a deep breath. Allow your full lung capacity to fill. And exhale completely. Allow you in your mind's eye to just float and lift up away. Lift your eyes up inside of your eye sockets as if you were looking up through your eyelids, and allow that expansion to open up. And all of a sudden, instead of sitting in a room, you're in an open field or a beach or a abyss of nothing, whatever resonates best with you. And as you imagine yourself in this space, you feel completely at ease and at peace. Any sounds that you hear, any noises, any flashes of light that are around you in your real world, all of a sudden just add to the ability for you to feel even more peaceful. Even myself, consciously, I know I'm sitting in my living room, but subconsciously, my arms feel as if I'm sitting out in the field outside of my house, in the meadow area where the breeze is just blowing over the hair of my skin. And I can feel the sun shining on my skin, and yet the underneath of my arms feel cool where the shade and the sun's not hitting. And allowing yourself to be in this open, expansive place, you feel the presence of your higher power around you. And that around you, allow that around you to feel how you like to be felt. If you're the kind of touchy-feely person, imagine like a big bear hug just squeezing you in and just pinching your cheeks like you're the cutest little thing ever happened in the world. If you're a person who likes more space and stuff, you feel like a glowing maybe, or an energy rising around you. If you're a person who is more likes things more in their place or more rigid, imagine them as being clean and concise and having rules and a structure that makes you feel safe and clean and clear. You know the boundaries for this relationship. And as you feel that presence around you, it offers you wisdom and strength by allowing you to see that it's always been within you. Amazed, in wonderment, you're like, wow, look at that. It's coming out from my core. This strength and this wisdom just pulsates throughout my whole body and radiates out through my fingers and toes and through my head and just shines out all over around you in the world. As you stand there, ask for that guidance on a specific leadership challenge you are facing. And allow yourself to listen, to smell, to taste, to hear, to read, to notice. the answers, whether they're from within you or around you, knowing that you'll easily be able to read them, pull them into your core to understand them, and be able to act upon them so that your situation now no longer is a situation of anything but, wow, look at that. Let's take care of it. And everything falls in place as it should. Now gently bring your awareness back to the room, because Dr. Oliver is going to be joining us in a few moments if he's not already here. And allow yourself, while you listen to the other guests on this, to allow you throughout this day to think about how you felt and what insights you gained, so that you can take them away and have a beautiful, wonderful day and solve that situation better than you ever thought you dared to desire. I'm Dr. Andrea Adams Miller. I have a free gift for anybody who comes on. If you can either DM me at Andrea Adams Miller here on Facebook, or you can find me at the Red Carpet Connection. If you reach out to me, I'll include you in one of my free classes that I'm having. I have some master classes, and I'm out of time.
Can you put type or whatever, put your info, whatever you want, into my Facebook page under the comments, because that's where everyone will find it. I want to say thank you so much. The session was lovely. And thank you again. Beautiful as always and perfect as always. And what a great session. Thank you so much for joining.
Bye.
Bye. Have a great day. I'll see you later. Okay. Yes. Where is Dr. Reed now? Let me see. Where's the gallery? There we are. I think we have Dr. Oliver with us. Yes, there he is. Oh my goodness. God made. Oh, I love that. Look at that. Look at that. Look how that worked out, Dr. Reed.
Yes, I put my one of my hats on today.
Yes, of course you did. I'm going to read your bio, and then I am done with the bios for today. Let me just tell you how excited I am about meeting Dr. Reed. I'd heard a bunch of really awesome things about him. And then he did this men's sort of a retreat weekend, let's call it. And there was what, like 100 and I don't even know, let him tell you how many men there were. And a bunch of men that I know from the same networking event. And they were like, oh my God, it was so great. It was so great. It was amazing. It was like, I cannot wait to meet this dude. And off I go to Maryland. And here we are again, back to Jose's event. Jose, I hope you're listening, because we have mentioned your event 1,700 times today. And I met him and his beautiful, beautiful wife, Miata, who I just think is just lovely and absolutely amazing. Again, I'm just watching at oh no, that's Ivy. Hi, Ivy. I'm back. Yes. Hey, Ivy, we love you. So hopefully Jose will come back. But I am going to read your bio so I can let you, we're actually pretty good on time. We did pretty good, even though we had a little hiccup in there. But that's part of leadership, right? You got to just breeze through it. Stuff happens, life happens. It is the way it is, you know, like it might not be great, but hey, it is what it is. Okay, so Dr. Oliver T. Reed. What is the T for?
That's for Tyrone. That's the middle name.
Perfect name. Dr. Oliver Tyrone Reed is an international multi-best-selling and award-winning author, motivational speaker, and the founder and president of I Am a Solution Consulting Firm. What a great name, LLC. A human development, love that, organization providing specialized relationship business consulting, counseling and coaching services, known as the Writing Coach. He uses cutting-edge writing coaching techniques to help entrepreneurs, speakers, and coaches while leading them to live to their highest potential. That is true. In addition, he is the creator of the revolutionary interactive card game for singles and couples. Okay, this I didn't know. The Interview. Within the past 7 years, Dr. Reed has published 25 best-selling books, contributed to 12 anthologies, and has won multiple awards for his literary work, including the 2016 IALA Distinction of Excellence Legendary Honoree and NAACP 2016 to 2017 Black Men Image Award. Dr. Oliver T. Reed has had the distinct honor of speaking to millions. Yeah, you heard that right. Millions around the world, and coaching individuals on 4 continents. Dr. Reed has been featured on HuffPost, Black Enterprise, ABC, CBS, Fox, NBC, Roku TV, and other international media outlets. I've got to get you onto my podcast ASAP. I must have cut something out. Oh my goodness. And nope, that's just somebody else. Nope, I'm good.
Good.
I'm good.
I know it's long.
Apparently I don't know how to delete something. That's fine. Okay, perfect. Dr. Reed, take it away, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Marianne. I am so excited. My wife and I loved meeting you, sharing in a fellowship at CLA. I had seen you in passing in Connected Leaders Academy. I'm actually right now, I popped in one of those nice succulent candies that are amazing. You probably can't see it because of my background, but I have it, and it is delicious and it's nutritious, and I'm so excited. And thank you for blessing me with that. But just your spirit and your heart, I thank you for persevering and doing this, providing the forum. It's so amazing. I'm so grateful, and just wanted to share my gratitude for everything. We had an amazing weekend together.
And big kisses to Miata, your wife, who is absolutely so heart-centered and gorgeous inside out.
Yes.
Just like you.
Yes. And so she, that we were definitely here. I think she's here as well, sending shout outs to you as well. She's on the call, and just everybody that's in the network, all the great speakers. Dr. Andre, enjoyed her talk, and just being a part of this. I am super excited to share in this leading with God. And I thought about this. This is a friend of mine. He has a clothing line called God Made. And I was like, yeah, this is what I want, to lead with from the top of my head. Without him, nothing, the Bible says, was made that was made. Everything that is made by him. So I'm going to really be sharing some very intricate things today for leaders. And I love working with leaders. It is my passion to always work with leaders. I consider myself a leader not because I've led so well, but because I understand the fact of being led. I understand the fact of being led, and every leader must be led. One of the gems I want to drop first off, and here, if you're taking notes, I'm gonna move kind of fast. I'm a country boy. I'm from the South, down in the Charlotte, North Carolina, born and raised. Shout out to Charlotte. Right outside of Charlotte is a place called Concord, North Carolina. And I was born and raised in Charlotte. And one of the things as a kid, we played a game, and I think it's a universal game. It was called Follow the Leader. It was Follow the Leader. And I'm convinced that every leader must follow first. And every leader has something inside of them to follow. Now, one of the things that I want to challenge every leader that's watching this, maybe you catch it on replay, maybe you watch it live. I want you to understand that in order to lead, you must follow someone. And if you believe it or not, you will always be following someone. Now, I know that is sometimes I'm my own man and I'm my own woman and I make my own choices and I do all these different things. But as we dial back and scale back, we'll realize that we are following something. We're following individuals, places, and things. A lot of times we may be thinking that we are centered, but we maybe have lost focus. And so I want to speak to the leader who may feel like because they may not have the response that they are looking for, that they're not called by God to lead. I really want to make sure that we live in a world, as you know, Marianne, of like and response, right? If we measure up to how many followers, I can't tell you, I've been to business networking events and I don't always lead in, most often than not, I don't lead in the marketplace as this pastor, as this person, this, I lead with a heart-centered approach of being a writing coach, a speaker, an encourager. But one of the first questions I get, there's nothing wrong with this question, but I do baffle over this question, is how many followers do you have? Number one question is, how many followers do you have? And how many people do you serve? And we live in this response age of likes and hearts and shares. And if we're not careful with being a leader, we find ourselves being disheartened because we're measuring our success based on how many likes, follows, shares, comments, tweets, TikTok views that we have. And if we're not careful, we then begin to validate ourselves in a level of leadership based on who follows us. So I'm on a journey and I'm on an assignment these next few minutes with you, everybody on this call, everybody's watching across the world, to say, what are you following before you lead? Now, this is going to kind of challenge some of our mindsets, because I believe that the best leaders are followers, not the best followers are leaders. The best leaders are followers. So go back to that game, you follow the leader, and everywhere the leader would go, I remember being young, we would follow that leader. And that was so fun, because whatever the leader did, we followed that leader. The leader would change, we followed that leader. And I want to challenge people today to understand the greater one inside of you, the most high that's inside of you, that divine nature and characteristic that God had already downloaded into you for you to follow. And if you don't know who you are, you'll follow anything. Everyone, latest trend, latest diet, latest fad, latest voicemail. Hey, I get to talk to so many speakers who don't even know, and I share this everywhere I go, that they are a stage. They're fighting. There are, to get in line, to get ahead, sometimes even cheating and conniving and lying just to be accepted on the stage. And I want them to understand that God has downloaded something in you so unique that if you tap into your divine creativity locked in the inside of you, you have no competition when you dwell in God-made destiny. Write that in, put that in the chat. God gave you a destiny that is already, look at this, a solution. People ask me, how did I come up with my business? I am a solution. And this comes from the great I am. I am because he is. Put that in the comments. I am because he is. I am because he is. And what you have to understand, I was in school. If you know anything about geometry, there is a concept called the Pythagorean theorem. Anybody ever heard of that Pythagorean theorem? I would ask my teacher in geometry, why do I have to learn this crazy equation that took about 2 or 3 pages to write out. I couldn't understand it. Will I need this to count money? Will I need it to be successful in life? I'm sure I knew very quickly, Marianne, I was not going to be a mathematician. I knew very quickly that that was not my grace, that was not my anointing, that was not my calling. I barely passed math, right? And I was in that class and I'll be frustrated. But as I got older, I understood something that I want to share with you guys here that's so powerful. If you tap into your God-given ability, if you tap in, write this down, into the manufacturer of your life. Ooh, I felt that. The manufacturer, the one that gave you a manual and how to operate in your divine giftings and talent. And if you're not careful and you're not following the leader, following the manufacturer who already has given you victory, already has given you creativity, already has made you great, regardless of likes, follows, or shares, then look at this, then and only then will you be able to prosper and enjoy your life. Let me stop here real quick. There are so many people living and existing, hating their life because they don't measure up to the person that's on the other side of them. They don't know who they are, right? They don't know what they've been created to do. They don't know how to operate in their gifting, in their God. Look at this, their God-centered genius. They don't know how to operate and simply being them. So now they have traded in their manual, look at this, for a job description. They traded their manual in for a job description. And we all know the job descriptions have a clause that says any other duties that are assigned. Look at this, all other duties that are assigned, right? I used to hate that when I'm interviewing and I go for the interview and I look at the job application and I look at the job thing and I say, and they look at me and there's a bottom that says all of the duties as assigned. And I would ask, what does that mean? And they was like, anything else we ask you to do that may come with the job. And I always felt like, ooh, that's a gray area. That's a lot of stuff to cover. I need specifics, you know, and some of you are at that place that I want you to leave this call today flying, operating that you are in a place that there's no competition with you. When you understand what's inside of the menu, when you're following the leader, you don't let labels identify who you are, right? And you don't fall in love with the seasons. Because it's so important that, you know, you understand that every season will look differently as a leader. So I want to lay the groundwork really, really quick. Write these couple things down. I'm really going to talk about a guy that some people may know. He comes out of the scripture in Genesis 32. And you've heard of him before if you know anything about the Bible. If not, you're going to be introduced to a guy that I want to break down who led with God, but he didn't always lead with God. And I can be the first one on this call, I'm sure, Marianne, that has not always led with God. I have not always led with what he told me to do. I've shrunk. I watered down things. I diluted things to fit in because I didn't know who I really was. And this guy is Jacob. I'm going to start with Jacob because I wanted you to really see this. If you want to go to a scriptural context, you can. But I want you to see how powerful this is. And I'm going to be sharing about leading with a limp. Leading with a limp. Leading with a deficiency. Leading with a hang-up. Leading with a barrier. Leading with stainful past. Leading with insecurity. Jacob was one of those kind of dudes that Jacob would trick his own brother. He was a person that was a con artist. He was dropped into an environment where his mom was a trickster. He was inside of Can you imagine? I'm sure people can be honest on this line. You're trying to lead, but you have become a byproduct of the environment you've been dropped in. Maybe you're making cash flow, and maybe you're making the quota, and you had a great first quarter, and you had a great second quarter so far, but you're still under the habits and pretense of a label that you don't even really know who you really are. And what I love about being God made, he doesn't care about what you're going through or where you've been dropped. Go back, because he is the manufacturer. He has already given you victory. I want to tell everybody watching this, whatever you are in your life right now, you have everything you need to achieve everything you got to go through. Now that's you already got it. You already qualified. Isn't that great? You already 6 figures and no figures, 7 figures and no figures, 8 figures, no figures. With the mastermind, without the mastermind, you qualify at your worst day when you understand that you must follow the leader. Jacob's at his place. He's done some things. Can somebody put a 1 down in the chat on Facebook if you've done some things you wasn't proud of? Like, you done some things that if we were really able to open up all your closet, all of it, just play a reel. Like, if my reel got played, y'all probably wouldn't even want to hear from me. If you really saw like my reel, like I'm not talking about my speaker's reel. I'm not talking about the highlight stuff you see on social media. If you really was able to see the skeletons or the graveyard in my closet, you would say, I don't want it. I'm turning away from this dude. I want you to think about that as we think about Jacob. Jacob was at a place where he had tricked his brother. He had stole some things. Now, I got a deeper revelation to that later on. All right. But he's at a place where he's leading. He's called into leadership, but he doesn't even know his name. It is possible to be in a leadership role and not even know your identity. Ooh, I've been there. I've been there. I've been to Alka. I've been in a place where my family was looking up to me, but I didn't even know what my name was. Write this down. You have to understand what your name is, because the name carries the function. Oh my goodness. I don't let everybody, listen, call me whatever they want to call me. Write that down. I can't let everybody label. Right. I can't let you just call me something that I'm not. And some of us are in premature seasons of our life because, check this out, we have been, look at this, answering to the wrong call. Well, you look like you can sell shoes, so let's put you in that particular arena. You look like you should be in that particular arena. You look like you should be in the other arena. So let me just put you there. And one thing I've learned, when people are intimidated by what you possess and what you carry and who God has called you to be, they tend to put you in a label or box, because it's easier to put me over here than to say who you really are. And you're so busy saying, oh, well, I'm just here, right? So one of the things I want you to understand in your leadership to help you today, I want you to understand who you really are, who you're really created to be. And you have to understand who you are created to be. If you're understanding what the manufacturer has called you to do, then you're not trying to chase the things that you're not called to do. All right? That's the powerful thing. So who are you responding to? What is people calling you to do? What are they labeling you in business and life and whatever it may be? If you are, look at this, responding to something you have not been created to do, we overexert ourselves and we bend ourselves out of position. I talk to so many business owners, coaches who have never been called to do what they're doing, but it was convenient. So they just slid in. They have never been called to do sales, but they just found out that that was a way that was a means to an end, supposedly. They hate it. They're fed up with it. They hate going to work every day. They have nice houses and cars. They made millions, but they have no peace. It is possible, and I want to share this, to have a house with no home, to have money with no peace of mind, to be busy and not effective. So Jacob is at this place. He's tricking people. He's doing everything because what was labeled on Jacob, his name meant trickster. It meant con artist. It meant supplanter. It meant deceiver. It meant, if people call you a beast, you're a beast at this. Yeah, I am. And then next thing you know, you know what beasts do, right? Oh man, I know it's a figure of speech, but at the end of the day, we take on traits by what people put in our atmosphere. Write this down. The name of what people call you carries a function. Ooh, names are so powerful because they label a destiny on your life. Could it be that you've been named the wrong thing? Maybe why your business is not hitting the pinnacle that it needs to be because God never gave that name of your business. I go back to what I said earlier. I asked God, what do you want me to name the business? Because I don't want it to be Oliver's business. I want it to be if you're the manufacturer, let's go back. If you got a Tesla, right? One of my brothers who's watching, I love his car. He has a Tesla. Nice car, right? Amazing. You're not going to take that Tesla to a Ford mechanic. You're going to take the Tesla to where the manufacturer is. Point blank, if you want to lead with God, you got to say, God, what have you called me to lead? Could you be solving something with the wrong audience? Let's go back to that equation, that geometry. Yeah, you see, y'all thought I forgot. Let's go back to the Pythagorean theorem. It was a crazy problem. Anybody know that it's like an elongated problem? It's long, right? But could you be solving something with the wrong audience? Could you be, think about it. I don't need to hire discerners if I am drowning. If I am drowning, I don't need somebody to stand by the lake and say, Oliver, yeah, it looks like you're drowning. Yeah, you can't breathe. Oh, yeah, I see you. Oh, yeah, you're drowning. I'm going to need to hire who? Lifeguards. I'm going to need to say, good, there's a place for a discerner, but I need a rescuer. Some of us have hired or invited the wrong people in our circle because we don't know what we're supposed to solve. So in other words, you got to know what the leader wants you to do, what he's called you to do, so that you don't try to solve things that you're not called to solve. Sounds simple, but we can spend our entire life like Jacob. Jacob is 40 years old. Going back to that Pythagorean theorem, I realized something that led to the name I Am a Solution, because I realized something. It didn't matter how long the problem was if you have the solution. Woo, good gracious. I know I'm watching people on this call, people who are tuned in today, that God has called you to be a solver, and it doesn't matter how many things have gotten in your way in the past. It doesn't matter how many times you failed at something. Doesn't matter how many jobs you lost. Doesn't matter how many people unfriended you. You solve something. And I realized with that Pythagorean theorem that no matter how long the sheets of paper was, the answer always overpowered the problem. where you are right now, do this with me. Put your hands on yourself. Somewhere on your shoulders and say, I am a solution. I am a solution to a well thought out plan. I am a solution to a well thought out plan. I can't hear you, but I hear you. I am a solution to a well thought out plan. I like this because it's not you're going to be a solution when you make the money, when you get everything right in your life, when you get everything at the top of your game, then you can solve. When you are able to quit crying in the mirror, God will use you in the midst of your crying, in the midst of the crime, in the middle of the crisis. God will still allow you to solve a problem. That is what I want to share with you. Jacob is 40 years old. He's tricked his brother. He's now afraid because this is what I want to talk to you. The person he's tricked still is appearing and receiving a blessing from God. I want to help you with unforgiveness. I want to help people who don't understand this. God cares about your enemy. God cares about your competition. God cares about the people that get on your nerves. God loves you just as much as he loves the person who did you wrong in the last business deal. Y'all better catch that. God loves you just as much as the people that you hate or people that you have a strong dislike for. God still blesses them. So Jacob is in a place, and if you go and look at Genesis chapter 32, this is really talking about leadership. He's hiding because now his brother, he gets word that his brother Esau is coming. And Esau, even though he's been tricked, Esau has, look at this, the blessing. Esau has people with him. He has cattle. He's grown. He's got businesses. He has people. He's got a family that's growing. Oh my goodness. And I tricked him. And now he's bigger than me. Oh my goodness. Now what do I do? And Jacob, still in his own character at the moment, he starts to devise a plan. You know how we do. Oh my goodness, the business is failing. Let me go get a loan. Oh my goodness, the business is failing. Let me go just sell the business. Oh my goodness, I don't want to lead with God anymore. Maybe just let me sit down because everything that I try to do is not working out. Oh well, let me just relocate. Now I'm talking to somebody who's gonna catch it. You relocated 20 times. You've changed your brand 30 times. You've moved from one city to the next city. You went out of business, reopened. Went out of business, reopened. You rebranded. And the problem is, have you ever checked, and this has been my problem a lot of times, with the manufacturer? What is it that I'm supposed to do? So now Jacob is seeing his brother Esau coming. He's strong. His business is growing, and now he's hiding. One of the things I realize is that pressure brings you back to your true character. Right? We all want to leave with God until it gets tough. When it gets tough, let me tell you something. We get it. Let me tell you what I'm really made out of. Right? When you put a man or woman under pressure, you see who they really are. You see who they really are. So Jacob is hiding, and this is the point I want to talk about today: limping in leadership. I want to tell you that it's not about all of this stuff. It is about a divine encounter. Write this down. Your next blessing. I'm going to speak to you with some oversight. I'm going to speak to you now, shifting the call. I'm going to speak to you in what I like to say prophetically. This is going to be something that you may not see. I want to speak to your divine destiny right now. I want to shift you to a place of seeing yourself in a new capacity. I want you to see yourself as God sees you. Look at this. God is looking at Jacob ready. Jacob is at a place where he's so depressed. He's so tired. Check this out. This man is so tired that he falls asleep on a rock. Ooh, think about that. Some of us, I'm the kind of person, when I go check in a hotel, the first thing I'm going to say is more pillows. I always tell my wife, we need more pillows. Like, because I already have in my mind said this Hilton pillow is not going to work. I'm going to need two. I'm going to need probably 5 of them. I'm going to need, because I like soft pillows, fluffy. I like, those. I don't like hard pillows. I don't like hard mattresses. I'm just that type of person. But if I get tired, it doesn't matter. See, some of you, it doesn't matter. Some of you have picked a place out for your blessing, and it's not going to come from that. It's not going to come in this cushiony life. It's not going to come in this place. It is when you get so tired of being tired. You're so tired of operating outside of the greatness that God has called you to be in. Jacob fell asleep on a pillow that he made. He turned that rock into a pillow. He fell asleep. Now you're talking about tired. Imagine you sitting on a big boulder without a mattress pad, and you lay down on the ground and you go to sleep because you're just that tired and so afraid and so weary. Maybe somebody's watching this. I don't know, Marianne. Somebody may be watching it, and they've been like me, who have been so tired of faking the funk. In other words, faking it till they make it. They're so tired of leading by themselves. I really feel like they're so tired of basically saying, I got to act like I got it all together. It is when we get tired that we see Jacob here tired. He falls asleep, and I love this part. When he falls asleep, look at this. God starts to reveal. Write this down. When I let go, he can lead again. Woo! When I let go of trying to lead God, some people are trying to lead God. You're trying to lead your destiny. You're trying to lead him to where you want him to go, when he is the manufacturer. He is the author. He is the finisher. Look at this. When Jacob lets go and he falls asleep, he has a divine encounter with God. Look at this. That is so powerful that I'm speaking prophetically to some people that's going to have a divine encounter today. Right? You may not even see it now, but over the airwaves, over what I'm saying now is going to awaken you to sleep. What am I saying? It's going to awaken you to relax. It's going to awaken you to come alive, to lay your guard down. And these next few minutes, you'll watch how powerfully I'm going to be speaking to leaders that really are ready to lead with God. Marianne, I'm so happy you did this, leading with God, because look at this. Look at this. I've invested hundreds of thousands throughout the years in personal development. And you provided today, Marianne, a cheat code, because I done got certificates. I've got so many degrees. I've got so many degrees. Listen, student loans. I've got all this stuff that I paid for, but I had to understand this. What if I just gave God a shot? I know you want to. I'm not knocking the summits. I'm not knocking workshops. I have them. I'm not knocking personal development. I coach that. But what if you just said, let God lead. Let me follow the leader instead of trying to be the leader that God doesn't want me to be. And maybe I need to embrace, since he's the manufacturer, the creator of all things, and he created me before I knew me, and he's been doing this a long time. What if I said, let him lead? Jacob is at this point. This is really powerful for all the leaders today. I hope you catch this. I do pretty good by myself, but if God is able to take it over, he's a specialist. I put a post out the other day. I want to share this. It's very, very powerful. A nail in my hand. If I was to go to Home Depot, if I was to go to Walmart, right? And I got a nail, it might be 39 cents. It might be 49 cents in my hand, right? I am not a carpenter. But if I take that same nail and I put it in a contractor's hand, it is now worth $49.6 million, the same nail, because it's the hand it's in. Ooh, what about if you put your dream, your goal, your strategy, your blueprint in the hands of a specialist? Well, if I went to Dick's Sporting Goods, if I went to a sports store and I got a basketball, I researched it. The highest price in that store would probably be $100, $100, right? But if I get that same basketball signed by Michael Jordan, it's now worth millions, right? But if I take the same basketball and I lay it in the hands of Michael Jordan, it is now worth $3.2 billion. What do you say? It doesn't matter what it is. It matters about whose hands it's in. Entrepreneurs, put it down. When you want to put it in God's hand. If listen, we talk about corporate credit, we talk about EINs, we talk about all those, but you want your business, you want your life to be secure in leading with God. Because God will tell you to do some strange things. God will tell you to give up this to do that. And at the end, you'll get more for giving up that. Because he understands everything about your life. Now, that is leading with God. Leading with God, man. I want him on my team. I want him to be the pilot of my ship or my plane. I want him to be the captain of all of that. Now, let's go back to this. Jacob falls asleep on a rock. God comes and he has an encounter. And I like this. When God comes, I want to give y'all a different perception of God. God is not coming in this encounter with Jacob as this sweet, fluffy, flying white cloud, the Sherman angel that's flying softly, and he is floating in space, and Jacob and him are dancing, and everything's going to be rosy, and everything's going to be merry, and everything's going to be okay. Let me break that psychology over your mind. God is speaking to you in the rough place of your life. He's speaking to you when your head keeps hitting that rock. He's speaking to you when there's a negative in your account. He's speaking to you. I'll have this quote, catch this, and you can write it down. I believe that low places are high places inverted. Man, if y'all can understand the science of what I'm sharing with you today, your lowest point, if you can invert it, is really your highest point. The cancer was just put there a lot of times in your life to bring you to a solution to really appreciate your life. It was not meant to kill you. The business partner that walked away was just so that you can get to the purpose that God wants you to have. The no is really a yes inverted. The thing that you felt has you pent in, locked out, is really the solution to your problem. I had to realize this. So God doesn't come to him. He comes to him, write this down, to Jacob when he's asleep and he's ready, he's tired, he's ready to let go. God doesn't come with a pillow. God comes as a wrestler. Write that down. God comes as a wrestler. What do you mean, Dr. E? I've been praying for these miracles. I've been praying for breakthrough. I've been praying that I would bust my goals out of the frame in 2024. I've been praying for a rescuer. I've been praying for someone to take the agony of the divorce away. I've been praying to the Lord, and you're not coming on a charming cloud. He's coming as a wrestler. Oh my goodness. When God gets ready to change you and really starts to lead, a lot of times he doesn't come cushiony. He's coming to wrestle the very thing in your mentality away. Write that down. He's wrestling with Jacob's mentality now. You're walking around with the label that I didn't put on you. Entrepreneur, listening to the sound of my voice, leader that's listening, you've been walking around with what your mom called you, your daddy named you, your cousin called you, your business partner called you, and you have no clue. So he has to come in and he has to wrestle away the things in your mentality. I got to wrestle with your dream of yourself. You're lower than where you should be. I had come as a wrestler Oh my goodness. Now that was something that if you really look at that in scripture, you're thinking that he's coming to give you an exit. And God said, no, no, I got to take this out of your life. You're thinking that he's going to give you a lead generation, a funnel. Give me a funnel. Give me a shortcut. Give me a certification. Please give me something to hold for. Jacob thought the same, but God came as a wrestler. And they wrestled to daybreak. I was speaking prophetically to somebody. You've been wrestling to today. You tuned in for the 3 o'clock. You could have gotten off the call. Some of you came back on this call because that was a prophetic word. Because a woman of God by the name, look at this, a Marianne Padjan, put this together so that this project kid, Oliver Tyrone Reed, can come and tell you right now that God's about to win the wrestling match in your mind. You can't get the mansion right now because your mind is still in the ghetto. You can't take it to, you can't scale your business because you're still answering to what everybody wants you to answer to. You're still in a place where God is wrestling with your dream of yourself. The manufacturer is saying, hold on, I got better for you. That's why I'm wrestling. You've been walking around being just Oliver, but I've called you to a divine destiny. You've been trying to lead without me. I need you to lead with me. And so what happened in that text, there's a wrestle going on. He's wrestling with God. But what's powerful about this, write this down, God, look at this, is not a fair God. Oh, good gracious. I'm going to explain that really, really quick. I'm blowing some of your bubbles because you've been praying, kill my enemies, kill my competition. You know, it's not fair. They cheated me. They owe me money. They took everything from me. Maybe it's just me. I've had folks that didn't pay for my program. I had people that did a chargeback and I gave them 100%, 120%. I don't know if it's just me. Maybe, let me look in the chat on my phone. Is it just me? Or did you have some people that you did do good to that charged back? I ain't talking about a small chargeback. I've had people charge $3,000, $5,000. I had people take my program and say they didn't get anything out of it. And I'll pray, God, fight my enemies. God calls them to pay me back. You know, all that stuff. And God was like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. You thought your blessing was in your clientele. You thought your blessing was in your clientele. Let me say that again. You thought your blessing was in your leadership. You thought you were the best thing since sliced bread. You thought you were the coach. You thought you were just great. Can we be honest? You knew you had a couple remedies in you. You knew you had a great product. And I want to break that out of your mentality. I want to take that out of you because you can't do anything efficiently without me. You can't get to the next level, and you've only seen a portion. You're fighting over millions when I want to take you to billions. I want to give you the whole block, and you're just trying to fight over a room. I want you to understand. You're so busy fighting. So he comes to him, but look at this. God is not fair, so he doesn't give us what we deserve. Oh, I'm so glad. I am so glad that God caused crop failure for some things that I sold in my life. I am so happy. Maybe it's just me, Marianne, that I didn't get everything that I sold. Like, I've done some stuff, right? I'm so glad God said, no, I'm not going to be fair with you over there. Yeah, you did that, but I'm not going to give you an apple because you sold an apple. Yes, I'm not going to be late because you were late. Because you got mad, I'm not going to get mad. I'm so glad that God is not, if you look at anything in the Bible, it doesn't say him being a fair God. That's not one of his attributes. What it says is he's just. Write that down, just. Woo! Oh, man, how many more minutes? I got a couple more, 10, 15 minutes. Stay with me, but if you catch this revelation I'll give you, it's going to be good. I promise if you stay to the end, it's going to be good. He's a just God. Somebody type just in the chat. J-U-S-T. He's a just God. What he's saying is, if you give it to me, I will be just with it. Whoa, just. I will be enough with what you give me your leadership and take mine. I'll just exchange. Look at it. Justice. Let's talk about law. It doesn't matter if a person is guilty. It's if you can prove without a reasonable doubt that look at this, that person is guilty. So justice was served doesn't mean that you're not guilty. Justice means that there's not enough conclusive evidence. Can I talk to you? There's not enough conclusive evidence that you're going to fail. I know you did something. There's not enough that your inner me has on you. Now, let's not talk about Satan or the powers of other people right now. I want to talk about your inner me, INNER, the inner you. There's not enough evidence stacked against you internally, because sometimes we are the one that is fighting against the dream, the purpose, the goals that God wants us to have. That's the powerful thing, that we are the people. Oh man, we are. Look at that, the people. Justice. So what God is saying to, listen, that it's not fair, but he's going to give you justice out of it. He's going to give you, look at this. He's going to give you love out of it. He's going to give you grace out of it. He's going to give, look at it. Let me just put this down. Somebody say just in. I see somebody say just in. I want to give you, this is a news reporting right now, prophetic. I want you to see this. We're about to shift. The next 10 minutes, we're getting somewhere. We're on this ride together at the conclusion of this. But you know how the news anchor come on. Think of me as a news anchor right now. I am coming to report the news. I am not bringing my own news. I am coming to report the news. And I'm just telling you, this just in. Just in that God is about to change your business structure because you've been plugging into the wrong socket. You've been saying, okay, let me budget, and there's nothing wrong with personal training and development, but maybe I need another coach. Maybe I need another coach. I need another business model. And God is saying, no, you just need to just give it to me. Now, let me talk about God not being fair. He's just, look at what happened. And I don't know if you ever saw this, if you looked at the scripture, but it's something powerful. Look at this, how does Jacob, whose name means trickster, how is he able to fight with God? Because if you keep reading this, it goes a little bit deeper, Marianne. It goes that Jacob won the match. Oh my goodness. Jacob was able to grab a hold to God. Hold on. He's able to grab a hold to God by letting go. Could it be your next 6 figures or 7 figures is in your relinquishing your yes? Oh, good God. Could it be that the next level is maybe I am tired and I'm going to let God do it? But the long story, let's move really quickly. Jacob goes through this encounter. He has this encounter. He's at the place of wrestling. And then he wins by the power of God, because only God can fight against himself. Because guess what? Let's go back to the manufacturer. Let's go back to the manufacturer. God, even in Jacob's tricking, hustling, saw that he was the chosen one. My goodness gracious. Woo! Put this in the chat. I am the chosen one. Remember I said you are a solution. You are a solution. You are a solution. So when God comes looking for something, he cannot destroy something that looks like him. I'm gonna pause there. If there's something in the inside that looks like him, he will preserve what looks like him. Yeah. He will preserve, because he knows your heart. He knows who you really are. You don't have to be a snake. You don't have to be crooked. You don't have to be scheming, conniving. God comes to him and says to the angel, God comes to him and he says to Jacob, Jacob, this is my word that I want to give everybody watching. Timothy Clay, I'm looking at some of those people who are Ivy, Marianne, Jessica, Chandler. Look at this. He's saying, because you have prevailed. Write this word prevail. Prevail. This is the thing. Because you have prevailed. Hold on. How did he prevail over God unless God was inside of the trickster? Unless God was inside of the man that was making mistakes. Unless God was inside. So God said, because you have prevailed, look at this. The first thing I'm going to do, and this is for prophetically, this is what I'm giving everybody on the call. God is saying, I'm changing your name. He says, Jacob, no longer will your name be called Jacob. Why does God have to change your name? Because Jacob was answering to a call from somebody else. Some of you are going to get new business calls, new business strategies, new clients, because your name at the end of this leading with God, Marianne, she didn't just put this together. God put it together so that I can come tell you the message, so all the other speakers can come tell you a message. And I'm telling you, you're going to get new clients because they're not going to be calling your business the last name that it was in the last season. They're going to be calling your business because you're going to, look at this, take the name God gives you, and then they're going to be, look at this, clients can't even come because you haven't been called the right thing. Some of you, God gave me this, but I'm not going to call myself a consulting firm because then I'll be in competition with somebody else. And I'll just dial down and I'll just water myself down to just be a coach. Some of you are not supposed to be coaching. Some of you may need to be the t-shirt manufacturer that God called you to be because that's where your passion is. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. It's trendy to be called the hot button topic. Everybody now wants a podcast. Everybody wants to podcast now. Everybody, listen, I'm not knocking that as what God's called you to do. But what if he told you to make microphones for the podcast? And that's where your passion is. Your passion is in technology, not the podcast. Or what if he told you to make the little batteries that go into the mic? Or maybe he told you just to make the cord. Or what if you're just a flyer guy? You can still make millions just creating podcast flyers. Or maybe you're supposed to be the guy who's supposed to make the paper for the flyer. Or maybe you're the IT person that was supposed to protect the security of the site. But you've been answering as the coach. You've been answering as the podcast person. God is so specific that he changes Jacob's name to Israel. He begins to say, you're not, look at this, what you've been answering to. I want to say this to people watching. You're not, in the next couple of minutes, you're not just limited to just being just a cupcake maker. You're not just limited to what you're gifted in. God is giving you a name because when he gives you a name, remember I said it earlier, he gives you a function. You can now function. So Jacob, he says, I'm going to take off of you what was labeled on you. I'm going to give you a name for your business, name for your enterprise, name for your life, name for your leadership. You no longer will lead being tricky. You're now going to take on integrity. Look at this. And then he says, because you have prevailed. This is the thing that I want to say that's really, really powerful. He said, a prince shall come out of you. Woo! Some of you are fighting battles in your business now because you got a generation of princesses and princes coming out of you. This fight, you will never even see why you had to come the way you have come and tune in at about 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time to hear this guy with this God-made hat saying that the battle that you're facing isn't even for you. It's for the children that's coming after you. It's to the woman that's going to be crying that needs your coaching. and she needs you to show up real relevant. She's about to kill herself and she needs somebody that she can identify with. That's why you've been going through the Hades and the hell you've been going through. Maybe it's a cause, man, people have been ripped off and they need to see integrity. It's about the prince. It's about the Joseph that's going to come after you, that's coming inside. Look at this. This is where God wants you to lead. But look at this. This is the last part I want to share. The Bible, the scripture says that in the midst of the battle with God, wrestling with the mindset of Jacob, whose name will become Israel, that the angel grabs a hold to the tendon in his hip or thigh. So the rest of, look at this, of Israel's life, or Jacob, whose name is Israel, Marianne, he walks with an impediment. This is my last thing. Some of us think The scar that's left after everything you've been through is a sign of weakness. But I want to tell you that you may have to limp. I'm limping now. Those that were at CLA, you know my testimony. I'm limping, but I'm walking into a fullness of my leadership. I want to share, quit trying to cover up the brokenness. What if you're able to lead with God and open up? Because maybe your clients are sitting in the room and they were waiting on you to show up authentic, Marianne. They're waiting on you to say, here is my bruise. Here is my weakness. Here is my stage. I'm not looking for stages. I'm not looking for opportunity. I am the chosen one. I am the solution because he is. What if you put God out front? God made. What if you put him out front instead of the closing rate? What if you put him out front and say, you know what? Maybe I will allow you to come into my course for free. Maybe it's not about the money. It's about the impact. Or maybe it is my assignment to serve. So I'm just saying that over your life. After this day, you're going to walk into a greater level of grace, a greater level of favor, and you're going to answer to the divine call. I see some of you who are tuned in now, at least 7 of you, are going to have record-breaking years in the next 2 quarters. Because you're going to take this word that was applied in faith and you're going to restructure your thinking. I'm not saying go get a new business plan. I'm saying your mindset of how you approach business. When Jacob's name was changed, he would walk into the fullness of what he's called to do. But the limp, I'll leave this last thing, is to let you know that it's going to cost you. We remember those things. We remember because of the scars. I got one last story. When I was 14, I worked a job at a summer camp, and I was making minimum wage. I was so excited. I was from the hood. I grew up very poor. So me making, I think at the time, I was making like $6 an hour. And it was my little summer job. I was 13 to 14, Marianne. You couldn't tell me anything. You couldn't tell. I was making cash. You hear me? I was making cash in my summer job. And I remember being late for work. And I remember it raining on that street. And there was hilly on this street. There's a lot of hills. And I had a 10-speed. Anybody know what a 10-speed bike? I had my little 10-speed bike. You couldn't tell me anything with the handlebars that you had the brakes right there. Oh, man, that thing was red. It was sleek. And somebody gave it to me, so it had a bent tire. But anyway, it was free. And I was like, oh, God, I'm late for work. And I've got to get to I was a janitor at the time. I was helping the custodians. And I was running down the road. And it was slick, Marianne. It was slick. And I was riding down and I was going so fast down this hill, and one of my tires in the 10-speed hit a manhole, a man drain. And I hit the drain and I slid. Like it felt like a couple 100 feet. I flipped off the bike. I slid down, and anybody know about the tar on the sidewalk? It ripped my flesh from my body. It ripped my flesh from my body. It really did something to my flesh. And I'm taking my filters off so you can see I'm not lying. Let me see if I can get in the screen. Let me see if I'm over there. Do y'all see the scars? There's some scars there. I still carry the scar today. Do y'all see that? I carry the scar, so I'm not lying. This is the scar here, over here. And I went to work, I'm all bandaged up. But years later, it taught me something. I am perfectly healed from that incident, but the scar reminds me to take my time. Could it be that the scars of your past was not there to break you, but they were roadmaps to help somebody else along the way? So thank you for your time, Marianne. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. I appreciate you.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm still recovering. Okay. First of all, do you like my hat? Check out my hat. Here, hang on. I'm going to go into gallery view so you can see it better. It says Simply Blessed.
Simply blessed. Oh man, I'm loving that. I'm loving
Right?
that.
I'm there
I'm
going,
loving
where's
it.
my hat? I have this one, and this one's good too, but I thought I'd try to match up with you with the thing. I have
Oh, I love it.
this one's awesome too, and this one says love, but this one doesn't match as well as this. So
Is that yours? Is that your line?
no, it's not my line. I bought it somewhere nice, but actually I bought this one on a cruise, and I don't know where I bought this one, in a store. Absolutely amazing. Okay, I don't know. You're gonna have to close for all of my stuff now. That's it. All of my summits. Like, there's no way. I don't think I could ever recover from this. This is so amazing. I don't know what to say. If you haven't been blown away by this, you need to re-listen to this. You need to re-listen to everything. And earlier today, somebody had commented, oh yeah, it was Amanda. She had commented when Dr. Andrea was talking, she said, oh, church is not a building. Okay, I think church is MPowered Talks right here with Dr. Oliver Reed. Literally, that's exactly, like, it was so, wow, that was some serious power right there. Everyone, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone who participated. Thank you, Dr. Oliver Reed for closing. Thank you, Lori McNeil for opening. Thank you everyone in between. Thank you, Jose, for always supporting. Thank you, Jose, for creating the CLA. And thank you for helping me creating a platform where I met all these people and I could actually put them on. I think Jose counted and commented in there somewhere and said there was nine people, which is kind of funny because in my book that Jose was talking about, I believe there's 9 people in this book as well, which is Self-Empowerment Reset, Our Conversations with the Divine. There's 9 CLAers in there, CLA. And I don't know, I thank you, every single speaker. Thank you. Oh my gosh, like, I feel like I want to go down the list so I don't forget someone, because I will forget. I'm so excited. And plus I'm like, I'm writing notes. You want to talk notes? Oh my God, I can't even, there's just too many. Thank you, Satish. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Alka. Thank you, Dr. Reed. I'm just reading in order. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Dr. Barnsley, Barnsley Brown. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Jessica Ramon. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Dr. Andrea. And thank you, Chris Burns. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I have, like, I don't even know how many regulars on here, but I'm gonna turn this into a 2-day thing. Like, this is crazy. I had to say no to people. I don't like saying no to people. I think if people want to speak, I need to give them the opportunity and they have something good to say. So soon this is going to turn into a 2-day event. I think my next one is June 13th and it will be called it's either The Rocky Road to Success. I think it's going to be called The Rocky Road to Success, because I'm going to have a book out simultaneously going out, and it's going to be called Our Rocky Road to Inner Peace, and it's going to be an anthology. So, oh my God, this is so good. Thank you, everyone. Oh my gosh, thank you to all the comments. Ivy, extra special thanks to you. Jessica, extra special thanks for you to hang out with me while one of the speakers was a little bit later on busy coaching. Thank you to everyone, and thank you to God.
Yes.
Amen. Amen and namaste, everyone. Thank you. Until next time.